Chapter 163. Yongla Lane. At the Li residence, the marriage proposal team was assembled early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. She had heavy makeup on and her laughter was mesmerizing. Li Zishuan's eyes were red and he hurriedly returned to the west courtyard. Xiaoxi, you're going too? Li Zishuan asked curiously when he bumped into Xiaoxi, who was in a hurry. Yes, young master. Madam asked Xiaoxi to deliver something to young mistress. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Li Zishuan laughed and joked, little girl, you're calling her young mistress so soon? Xiaoxi, wait a moment. Help me deliver something to Yuxi too. Yes, young master. Li Zishuan smiled and returned to his room. He spread out a piece of paper and began to write, I'm willing to win the heart of my beloved. When your hair is white and you're past your prime, I'll still hold your hands and give you the gentleness of the world. Be good, Yuxi. Stay at home and wait for me to marry you. After he finished writing, he suddenly had an idea. He folded the letter into a paper crane and pressed it flat into an envelope. He sealed it and walked out. Young master, you're going to deliver a letter to young mistress? Xiaoxi was carrying a bag and came to the entrance of the courtyard. She was probably going to follow the marriage proposal team to the Han residence. Li Zishuan passed the letter to Xiaoxi and said to Xiaoxi, little girl, don't peek on the way. Xiaoxi was the timid type while Xiaoxi was more lively. It was just that her chest was a little small. Ahem, what was he thinking? Xiaoxi pouted and said, Xiaoxi won't peek. Young master must have written some mushy words of love to young mistress. Xiaoxi will die of jealousy if I read it. You little brat. Li Zishuan's face turned black and he pretended to knock her head. Xiaoxi screamed and ran away with Xiaoxi. Tai Chi Palace, Suite Du Hall. This was where Li Er would read and deal with government affairs after the morning court. At this moment, Li Zishuan was sitting at the top with a book in his hand. He frowned as he read, Zhao Song, is this Li Zishuan's new mathematics? Why have I never seen these strange words before? Zhao Song stepped forward cautiously and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a new type of mathematics that Li Xiannan invented. It is said that this book was compiled by him personally. As for the strange words in the book, I don't understand them either. However, I'm sure that Your Highness, Prince of Wei, will be able to understand them. After Prince of Wei finished listening to the lecture yesterday, he even solved a very difficult question that Li Xiannan set. Li Er smiled happily. Great. My Qin-Ke is indeed talented and learns everything quickly. Haha. Zhao Song smiled and said, it's all thanks to His Majesty's teachings. Li Er laughed heartily, accepting the flattery. Your Majesty, the male student from Li County left a question after class yesterday. He said that he wanted the students to figure out a way to measure the height of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the Imperial College. He also said that the student with the best method would get 2 extra points in this month's exam. Zhao Song saw that Li Er was very interested in the matter between Li Zishuan and Li Tai, so he continued. Li Er was stunned and asked, monthly exam? What monthly exam? Zhao Song explained, Your Majesty, this is the examination system that Li Xiannan set for the School of Mathematics. It is said that the School of Mathematics has a small exam every 7 days, a midterm exam every month, and a major exam every half a year. The top student in the monthly exam will be treated to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with Li Xiannan's personal funds. He can even bring his family along. The top 5 students in the monthly exam will have a roll of honor, while the bottom 5 will have a roll of shame. They will also be responsible for cleaning the teaching hall. The top student in the half-year exam will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Li Er was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, This kid is really rich and overbearing. He is even more generous than I am and has a lot of ideas. The students in the Imperial College are going to have a headache. I hope that Li Zishuan can take the lead in guiding the culture of the Imperial College. In recent years, the Imperial College has become a gathering place for rich playboys. Zhao Song said respectfully, Your Majesty is farsighted and wise. Li Er waved his hand and pondered for a moment, then said, "But this kid really knows how to make things difficult for others." The ginkgo tree at the entrance of the Imperial College is probably more than 100 feet tall, right? How are the students going to measure it? Zhao Song, can you fly that high with your lightness ability? Zhao Song broke out in sweat and quickly said, "Your Majesty, this great grandmaster can't fly that high, right? That kind of height is not something that a human can achieve." Li Er rubbed his nose and knew that he was overthinking. "Your Majesty, are you still reviewing the memorials? I have prepared iced sour plum soup for you to relieve the heat." At this moment, Zhang Sun walked over elegantly with a bowl of sour plum soup. Seeing this, Zhao Song quickly retreated to the side and became one with the pillars in the hall like an old monk in meditation. Guanyin, you have troubled yourself. In the future, let the servants do these things. You are not in good health and should not be overworked. Come and sit." Li Er moved his seat and gestured for Zhang Sun to sit over. After Zhang Sun sat down, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My body is not that weak. Your Majesty, please drink some sour plum soup to relieve the heat." Li Er nodded and took the sour plum soup. He drank a few mouthfuls and exclaimed in satisfaction, "Your Majesty, are you not done reviewing the memorials?" Zhang Sun looked at the stacked memorials on the table and could not help but feel sorry for him. "Soon. Guanyin, please wait a moment. I will finish reviewing them soon and then accompany you to admire the flowers." Li Er finished the sour plum soup in a few mouthfuls and went back to work. Moments later, Li Er looked at a memorial and muttered, "It's this kid again. But this time, he still has some conscience." Zhang Sun came over curiously and asked, "Your Majesty, who are you talking about?" Li Er came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's all because of that kid Li Zishuan." Kang Yingda wrote a memorial saying that Li Zishuan had created a type of blackboard and chalk that was extremely beneficial for teaching. Thus, he requested that I allocate a sum of money to the directorate to purchase a batch of blackboards and chalk. Zhang Sun was stunned. "This kid even earns money from you, Your Majesty?" Li Er shook his head and said, "This time, this kid still has some conscience." Kang Yingda told him that the imperial court's finances are not good this year. Who knew that this kid would take the initiative to give in and only take the cost? How rare. Zhang Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, this kid is quite righteous." "Your Majesty, why do you still seem a little unhappy?" Li Er looked up and sighed. He said in a deep voice, "In the end, it's because the imperial court has no money. They actually let a kid take the initiative to give in." Zhang Sun saw Li Er's gloomy face and knew that he was thinking about the Turkic Khaganate south last year. The Tang Empire emptied Chang'an's treasury to sign the Wei River Treaty. She comforted him gently and said, "These 2 years have been hard for Your Majesty. It's a pity that I, as a woman, can't come out to share Your Majesty's burden." Li Er put his arm around Zhang Sun's waist and said with a smile, "Maid Guanyin has helped me a lot. Of course, these world affairs should be shouldered by me. The Turkic Khaganate is just a clown. When the Tang Empire reinvigorates, we will definitely hunt the grassland." Zhang Sun leaned her head on Li Er's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. She looked up and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zishuan said that his master predicted that there would be a locust plague next year. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with it?" Li Er's lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations immediately vanished. He said with a solemn expression, "Shu Bao personally vouched for this kid, and this kid said it with certainty. I have to believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm discussing this with Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. I think there will be a solution in a few days." Zhang Sun wondered, "Your Majesty, why don't you directly adopt the kid's strategy of raising chickens?" Li Er stroked Zhang Sun's long hair and sighed, "That kid's method may only be able to take care of his family's farmers. What I want to take care of is the people in the world. The imperial court doesn't have the money to raise so many chickens. For this matter, there must be a detailed plan for the specific areas." Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 164. Afternoon. I, who can't hold on to love, always watch it slip away. There are so many happy people in the world, why can't you count me in? Love must be courageous with every setback. Love must be firm and persistent. Every single person has to see through it. If you want to love, don't be afraid of pain. Find someone you love the most, someone you love deeply, someone you want to love, to say goodbye to being single. Someone who is passionate, infatuated, heartless, and ruthless. To scar me, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the next 2 months. Most importantly, his 2 personal maidservants had left today. He didn't even have a girl to flirt with. Li Zixuan was lying alone on a deck chair in the pavilion of the west courtyard, singing the single love song, in solitude to comfort himself, a pitiful single dog. As he sang, Li Zixuan felt like he was letting go of himself. His singing became louder and louder. The servants watched from afar as their young master went crazy. They were hesitating whether or not they should tell the madam. *CK, stop, stop, stop. Stop singing. Suddenly, he heard an angry roar. Li Zixuan subconsciously stopped singing. He opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was Li Tai. The little fatty covered his ears and looked at him with a strange expression. Li Zixuan was speechless. His singing wasn't bad, okay? Why did this fatty look so disgusted? Moreover, this is my house. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me when you came in, but you still have the cheek to look down on me? What? Could it be that Qin K's ears had become pregnant after hearing your master's singing? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. After dealing with Li Tai so many times, Li Zixuan knew that he couldn't be polite with this little fatty. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him. Li Tai spat and said, "You're the one who got pregnant after hearing it. It's so unpleasant to hear. It's simply obscene. The person who wrote it is really vulgar. It's a disgrace to the refined." Li Zixuan was so angry that he casually threw a grape from the stone table and scolded, "This brat actually called such a classic song of the later generations obscene and cliched. You brat, you're the one who's insulting the educated. Is this how you talk to your teacher?" Fatty's mind went blank. He dodged the sneak attack and retorted, "This isn't the Imperial College. Don't put on airs. You say that I don't respect my teachers, but what proof do you have?" This damn fatty actually acted shamelessly. Li Zixuan didn't know what to do with him. Who asked him to have such a good father? Li Zixuan thought viciously. "I'll remember this and see how I'll deal with you the day after tomorrow. Then may I know the reason for your highness' visit today?" Li Zixuan said indifferently with an unapproachable look. Ugh. Li Tai finally remembered the purpose of his visit. It seemed that he had a favor to ask. He was so focused on bickering with Li Zixuan that he forgot about the proper business. This was bad. Their relationship was strained. How was he going to continue the discussion? "Ah, the song you sang just now was really beautiful. Tai is deeply impressed." Li Tai had never flattered anyone before. When he really needed to, he was incomparably stiff. Li Zixuan looked at Li Tai with a strange expression, wondering if this little fatty's brain had short-circuited. "It's a so-so. I say, Qinke, why are you here today?" Li Zixuan thought for a while and decided to listen to what this little fatty wanted. Li Tai's mouth twitched. He secretly cursed Li Zixuan for being shameless, but he smiled brightly and said, "Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to help record the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality? I have nothing to do today, so I came here to do it for you." It turned out that this little fatty had a favor to ask of him. Li Zixuan put on airs and said pretentiously, "Oh, I'm not in a good mood today because someone said that my singing was terrible. I'll tell it another day." Li Tai's face suddenly became very ugly, but when he thought of the wonderful journey to the west last time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Li Zixuan smiled. He knew that he couldn't go too far at this time. Everything had to be done in moderation. Otherwise, if he went too far, even friends would become enemies. Well, I'm in a much better mood now, so I can tell you the story. Qingke, have you finished your homework? Li Tai heard this and said proudly, of course. It's just a question. How can I, Li Tai, be stumped? Li Zishuan asked curiously, oh? So you've already thought of a solution? Tell me quickly. It's a secret. This student will give the answer to you the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, there's no guarantee that it won't be leaked. Li Tai said with a guarded face. F*CK, this damn fatty is probably worried that I'll leak his answer to Iron Egg, isn't he? How shameless. I already have a standard answer, who cares? TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then I'll ask someone to call Iron Egg over and we'll tell him together. After a while, Iron Egg, Lon, and Li Tai sat in a circle in the pavilion. Li Tai had xian paper in front of him, and a little maid was grinding ink for him. Li Zishuan felt that the way Iron Egg looked at him today was a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It could only be considered as a man's intuition. After everyone had arrived, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and began to recall the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality that he had read in his previous life. This book could be called a divine book in his previous life. It was the founder of the Immortal Flow, and it was also the best and longest work of the Immortal Flow. Unlike Journey to the West, Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was a web novel. It focused on fast food culture, and the language was plain. The main advantage was that the plot was attractive. Li Zishuan wasn't sure if this type of web novel would be popular in ancient times. Today was a good time to test it out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had recalled most of the plot in the first volume of Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. On one hand, he really liked this novel in his previous life. On the other hand, his current mental strength was incomparable to that of ordinary people. The benefits of having a strong mental strength were not only reflected in mental calculation, but also in memory. Green Sparrow, are you ready? Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai squeezed the brush in his hand and said excitedly, I'm ready, I'm ready. Li Zishuan nodded and began to narrate, the first time we returned to the village at the edge of the mountain. Dumbo's eyes widened as it stared straight at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering its body was now a dark yellow, and its original appearance was unrecognizable, with a faint moldy smell wafting from it. The person next to him was his second brother, Hanju. He was sleeping soundly, and there were intermittent sounds of snoring coming from his body. Li Tai frowned as he listened and jotted down notes. This beginning is too plain. It's not as exciting as Journey to the West at all. Although that was what he thought, Li Tai didn't interrupt him. The excellent education from the royal family urged him to continue listening patiently. Chapter 165. Under the Pavilion. From time to time, Li Tai would frown slightly. Naturally, Li Zishuan would notice this. He could understand this. The beginning of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality was indeed not outstanding. This could be seen from its early results. But there's a saying that goes, if you can endure loneliness, you can hold on to prosperity. Although the system of Mortal was based on Shao Qian's masterpiece, Misty Journey, in the novels before Mortal, the cultivation system was only the background of the story. The main characters all leveled up very quickly, and the story still relied on other contradictions to progress. Just like World of Warcraft, leveling up was only a small part of the story. However, in Mortal, leveling up was the main content. Every small improvement was incomparably difficult, but it could also make the reader deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The entire story revolved around how to take every step to level up. Through accumulation step by step, the legend of Mortal was finally created. As the story went deeper and deeper, Li Tai also discovered the strengths of Mortal. Unlike Journey to the West, which was unconstrained and passionate, the main plot of Mortal only revolved around Han Li's cultivation and leveling up. Every step was filled with setbacks. As Li Tai listened, he could not help but put himself in the shoes of the character. The Seven Mysteries sect, the eternal spring arts that seemed ordinary on the surface, but contained profound mysteries, and the small mysterious bottle that Li Zixuan had accidentally picked up. All of these tempted Li Tai to continue listening. Li Tai's fat right hand held the brush as it danced on the paper. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. His heart was completely immersed in another world as he listened to Li Zixuan. Even Li Tai was like this, not to mention Iron Egg. The main character of Mortal had the same name as him. Moreover, their family circumstances were very similar. Thus, after listening to the story twice, Iron Egg was already completely immersed. It was as if he was Han Li in the novel, following the ups and downs of the plot, with twists and turns. Lan on the other hand, had no interest in this story. After listening to it for a while, she felt that Han Li wasn't as interesting as Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to Li Zixuan, she returned to the backyard. Li Zixuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he had only asked Iron Egg to come over. He did not expect Lan to come over as well. Many of the later parts of the novel were not suitable for her to read. It was good that the little girl had left. Han Li dripped a drop of green liquid on a green three-crow grass, turning it into a yellow three-crow grass with a 100-year medicinal effect. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and it actually became another 100 years old. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Han Li repeated the same method for the next 2 months. Every time a new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he would drip it on the three-crow grass. And the three-crow grass lived up to his expectations. Its leaves gradually turned from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves were completely black and shiny, it became a rare 1,000-year-old three-crow grass in the world. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked in his heart. So this mysterious bottle can infinitely accelerate the maturity of spiritual herbs. This is really amazing. Han Li will definitely be able to completely turn the tables this time. Iron Egg's breathing quickened as he listened. He was as excited as he was when he obtained the mysterious bottle. Okay, that's all for today. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and did not want to continue. He had been talking for almost an entire afternoon, and his throat was smoking. Ah. You're done so soon. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He had just gotten into the role, and now it was over. What was this? Iron Egg's face was also full of regret, but he did not raise any objections. Li Zixuan said angrily, "It's already so late. What are you still talking about? Qingke, go back quickly. Be careful, the market will be closed soon." Li Tai waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. If worse comes to worst, I'll just stay at Mr. Li's house tonight. Sir, please tell me 2 more times, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." A large part of the reason why he chose to go to Li Zixuan's class in the School of Mathematics was that it was convenient for him to listen to Li Zixuan's story. After reading Journey to the West, he had been out of books for a long time. Today, he had finally fulfilled his wish. He had just satisfied his craving, but now it was abruptly stopped. How could he stand it? At this time, not to mention that the market was closed, even if it was raining blades, he would not be willing to leave. Li Zixuan's face darkened when he heard this. He roared in his heart, "What the F***ck, if worst comes to worst, you'll just stay at my house tonight? This damn fatty is really thick-skinned. No, I'm tired today. I definitely won't teach anymore." Li Zixuan refused in a muffled voice. Li Tai saw that he was determined and knew that there was no room for negotiation. He thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." "I won't teach tomorrow either. I have something to do tomorrow," Li Zixuan said quickly. Tomorrow, he would go to the workshop to see how the preparation of the printing department was going. The students were still waiting for the textbooks the day after tomorrow. Li Tai suddenly became angry. He wanted to curse on the spot, but when he thought of the consequences, he shrank his neck and said sullenly, "What can you do? Are you lying to me again? Believe it or not." Li Zixuan was too lazy to explain. He got up and was about to take the manuscript of Ordinary Man that Li Tai had transcribed. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Hey, this is what I wrote. Why are you taking it away? I plan to sell this story in the future. You can only listen to it. You're not allowed to take it away, so as not to leak the secret. Li Zishuan said with a smile. F***ck. Li Tai was sure that Li Zishuan was doing this on purpose. He was taking revenge on him for not handing in his homework in advance. In his opinion, although the novel was interesting, how much could it be sold for? Li Tai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. TSK, this little fatty's handwriting is not bad. Li Tai was speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to turn around and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Here, Li Tai was addicted to Ordinary Man. Over at the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao was lost in thought, unable to extricate himself. The sun was already setting in the west, but Meng Wenhao was still standing under the ginkgo tree stubbornly, looking up at the treetops. Because he had been in this position for a long time and hadn't stopped drinking, his thin and weak body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The drums of the Imperial College sounded, and the students rushed out of the classroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College, they found that Meng Wenhao was still standing there. Thus, many people surrounded him, pointing and whispering to each other. Oh my God, why is he still here? He's been standing there for so long. Will something happen to him? I think he must have been stimulated by something and turned into a fool. I don't think so. Meng Wenhao's grades have always been good. What stimulated him? I don't care. I'm going home. This person is either crazy or a fool. Yes. Let's go home. After a while, the crowd dispersed. Facing the setting sun, their shadows were very long, and many of them reflected on Meng Wenhao's body. Meng Wenhao inadvertently looked down and saw this scene. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. Then he shouted excitedly, I finally figured it out. As he spoke, he wanted to run home. Unexpectedly, he stood for too long and lost control of his legs. He fell to the ground, but he continued to shout excitedly. The students who were walking in front of him turned around and saw this crazy scene. They couldn't help but look at each other and think, it seems that this student is really crazy. Chapter 166. Not long after Li Tai left, Li Jingma came back with a group of people to escort the bride. Old man Li's face was flushed and full of joy. He was pulled by his wife and asked a lot of questions, but he did not seem to be impatient. Xiao Shi came over secretly and went to Li Zishuan's side. She said softly, Young master, young madam cried when she saw your letter. She also asked me to bring you a letter. Li Zishuan said happily, Quickly give it to me. Xiao Shi carefully took out a letter from her waist pouch and passed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and walked to the side. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful words, I want to know you and live a long life. The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the river runs dry, the winter thunder rumbles, the summer snow dares to be separated from you. This was a Han folk love song called Shangxia. Li Zishuan used mushy words to express his love to Han Yushi. Han Yushi used poetry to express her unswerving love. This girl was shy when she needed to be, but once she expressed her feelings, she was passionate and unrestrained when she loved him. Li Zishuan smiled proudly. He had picked up a treasure. This kind of girl was even cuter, right? When Xiao He and Xiao Shi saw Li Zishuan's lewd smile, they couldn't help but back off in fear. The next day. Teacher, what are you doing here today? Li Tai left unwillingly yesterday, but he did not believe Li Zishuan's words. He thought that Li Zishuan was deliberately finding an excuse to fool him. Therefore, he came to the workshop today. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I'm here to get the teaching materials. The day before yesterday, I told the students that I would print teaching materials for everyone. I can't go back on my words, right? Teaching materials, damn teaching materials. Hearing these two words, Li Tai suddenly remembered his foolish act of buying teaching materials at a high price. Thus, he silently followed behind and didn't want to speak anymore. Li Zishuan looked at him and knew what he was thinking. Iron Egg had told him the day before yesterday. Li Zishuan neither agreed nor objected to this kind of thing. Anyway, one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. His disciple didn't suffer any losses, and Li Tai didn't lack the money. When he arrived at the workshop, he was greeted by the sight of countless busy craftsmen. Compared to the beginning, the number of craftsmen working in the workshop had increased by more than 3 times. The main reason was that the supply of scooters and skateboards could not meet the demand. These 2 items were already hard to find in Jianghu. Last month, he had negotiated a cooperation with Biyao, and he had to give him 50% of the supply every month. The Chitsu Pavilion workshop, which was already short of supply, was even more strained. Seeing that Li Zishuan had arrived, the craftsmen didn't stop working. They only raised their heads and greeted him with a smile when Li Zishuan walked to their side. This was what Li Zishuan had told them before. He didn't like formalism. For him, efficiency was the way to go. The craftsmen were now full of a sense of belonging to the workshop. Not only was the treatment good, but there were also no officials who would scold them for no reason. They could obtain the most basic respect here. Therefore, when they worked, it was a race against time. When Li Tai saw that Li Zishuan had arrived and that the craftsmen were still at their original positions, each carrying out their duties, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the imperial family's workshop before, but every time he went, all of the officials and craftsmen would swarm out, fighting to prostrate themselves before him. Li Tai didn't find this annoying. Now that he saw the orderly scene of the strange interest pavilion workshop, Li Tai couldn't help but think, this is what a workshop should be like. Led by a shop assistant, Li Zishuan came to a spacious independent courtyard. Inside, dozens of craftsmen were neatly arranging the dried clay molds in a certain order in a frame made in advance. When a frame was filled, it would become a page. Then, the ink was brushed, the paper was covered, and the press was done in one go. A page of the book was printed just like that. Li Tai, who was next to him, widened his eyes in shock and said with a confused face, What kind of printing method is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Qingke, there are many things you haven't seen. Learn from me. Haha. After that, he left the confused Li Tai and went straight to find Lu Dao. Master Lu, what do you think of the movable type printing technique? Li Zishuan asked with a smile when he saw Lu Dao fiddling with a few newly dried clay movable characters. Oh, young master, you are here. This movable type printing technique is really magical. It just avoids the shortage of engraving plates. As long as enough individual movable characters are prepared in advance, they can be combined at any time. It greatly speeds up the plate making time. After the movable type plates are printed, they can be dismantled and reused. Moreover, the movable type takes up less space than the engraving plates, so it is easier to store and keep. If we only print more than 30 teaching materials, it is certainly not as cost-effective as hiring someone to copy them. However, these movable characters can be kept as a backup. If we want to print any books in the future, the cost is too low. Lu Dao saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and said excitedly. When Li Zishuan was about to answer, he heard Li Tai, who had just entered the door, shout, this method is really wonderful. Li Zishuan, you are really a genius. Li Tai was so excited that he didn't even call him Mr. Li. He directly called Li Zishuan by his name. Seeing that Li Tai was praising him, Li Zishuan decided not to argue with him about this. Young master, who is this? Lu Dao was old and shrewd, but he also had good eyesight. He saw Li Tai's noble aura and knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, so he asked aloud. Li Zishuan didn't want to scare him, so he waved his hand and said, He is just my student. Li Tai shrugged and didn't mean to reveal his identity. Lu Dao said, Oh, and thought that since the young master was teaching in the Imperial College and this person could follow the young master around and was the young master's student, he should be the son of an official. So he saluted Li Tai with his hands folded in front of his chest as a greeting. Master Lu, when will my teaching materials be printed? Li Zishuan came here today for the purpose of getting teaching materials, so he asked directly. Young master, they will all be printed and bound in the afternoon. I will send them to your mansion then. Lu Yidao replied with his hands folded in front of his chest. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He thought for a while and then asked, Master Lu, I asked you to set up a printing department last time. How is it going? Young master, the basic prototype of the printing department has been set up. At present, there is one supervisor, 20 craftsmen in charge of carving, more than 40 craftsmen in charge of typesetting and printing, and a scholar in charge of text proofreading. Li Zishuan said curiously, Oh? There are scholars who are willing to come here? In Li Zishuan's impression, there was a clear division between the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants in ancient times. Scholars were all arrogant. How could they be engaged in the so-called lowly industry? Lu Yidao stroked his beard and said with a smile, Young master, not all scholars can pass the exam. After all, the majority of people fail the exam. They also need to earn money to make a living. Chapter 167. In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Master Lu, where is the scholar now? Take me to see him. Li Zishuan was suddenly very interested in this down-and-out scholar. How miserable was this person? He actually came to work in the workshop. Li Tai curled his lips and secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really inexperienced. Li Tai had seen this kind of thing many times. Thinking about it, Li Tai could not help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. Cough, cough. Young master, this person is probably reading in the back hall. He is a scholar after all. How can I let him mingle with us bumpkins? Thus, I arranged a separate place for him to work. Lu Yidao wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a little guilty conscience. After all, he had made a decision on this matter. If Li Zishuan blamed him, he had nothing to say. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Master Lu, take me to see him. Li Zishuan did not blame Lu Yidao for making a decision on his own. In fact, if this person was really capable, it was okay to give him some preferential treatment. After all, if there was no scholar in the printing department, it was obviously impossible. But if this person was just a good-for-nothing who used the name of a scholar to cheat for food and drink, Li Zishuan would let him go back to where he came from. Young master, here it is. Following Lu Yidao to the back hall in the southernmost part of the workshop, Li Zishuan looked around. The environment was quiet, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. It was really a good place to read. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded. Lu Yidao quickly stepped forward and led Li Zishuan and Li Tai into the door. Oh, Steward Lu, you are here. In the room, a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a dirty face greeted Lu Yidao enthusiastically after seeing him come in. Li Zishuan frowned. No matter how he looked at this person, he looked like a beggar. He didn't look like a scholar at all. Could it be that he really came to the workshop to cheat food and drinks? Mr. Ma, this is our boss. Lu Yidao hurriedly stepped aside and told the middle-aged man who was the master. The sloppy middle-aged scholar was obviously stunned. After a moment, he cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan in a serious manner, I am Ma Zhou from Feiping County in Biyao. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li. Li Zishuan, who had originally wanted to test this person's talent, suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he heard the person's self-introduction. In his heart, he roared 3 times, F***CK. This person was actually the future Prime Minister of the Great Tang, and this formidable individual was actually working for him? Li Zishuan felt a little dizzy. The world was changing too fast. A man from Li County? A man from Li County? Ma Zhou saw that Li Zishuan was standing there in shock and didn't speak for a long time. He was a little worried and called him twice. He was worried in his heart. Could it be that the fact that he was a teaching assistant in Biyao, drank all day and was scolded by the provincial governor for not doing any work had already reached the ears of this man from Li County? Ma Zhou lost his parents when he was young and had no one to rely on. Fortunately, he was diligent and didn't give up on himself. However, the years of poverty made him somewhat angry. His behavior was undisciplined and he drank wantonly. He was often drunk. During the reign of Wuda, the provincial governor of Biyao, de Shishu, heard that Ma Zhou was proficient in classics and history. He was knowledgeable and talented, so he hired him to be a teaching assistant in Biyao. However, this fellow's work ethic was obviously problematic. He drank all day and didn't take teaching as his job. He was paid but didn't do any work. He only knew how to drink and looked drunk all day. De Shishu reprimanded him a few times, but Ma Zhou didn't change. He still did things his own way. Finally, one day, Ma Zhou drank and messed things up again. De Shishu couldn't take it anymore and heavily reprimanded him. This time, the reprimand was very heavy. Ma Zhou lost face on the spot. Thus, in a fit of anger, he took off his official robe and handed it to his student. He asked him to return the provincial governor's robe. Then, he laughed to the sky and left Biyao. When this fellow left Biyao, he was very confident. However, when he left Biyao, he was dumbfounded. He didn't have any money for travel. Fortunately, he met a few important people on the way. After a few turns, he arrived at the capital, Jianghu. However, his money for travel had already been used up. However, he had to find a job. After finding a few jobs at the academy, he had nothing to do. The money they gave him was too little. It wasn't even enough for him to drink. Thus, this fellow quit his job and continued to look for jobs. As a matter of fact, he happened to come across the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. The pay was very generous. Thus, he didn't care about being reserved as a scholar and eagerly ran over. Oh, Mr. Ma, right? How did Mr. Ma recognize me? Li Zishuan reacted and casually asked. Ma Zhou smiled and said, the scooters of Strange Taste Pavilion are not only popular in Jianghu. They are also gradually becoming popular in other provinces and counties. The divine plow of curved yuan also originated from Strange Taste Pavilion. It was greatly promoted by the current emperor. Countless people in the world have benefited from it. Nowadays, who doesn't know the name of Strange Taste Pavilion? Who doesn't know the owner of Strange Taste Pavilion? Just now, when Steward Lu called you owner, I guessed that you were the man from Lantian County. Li Zishuan had only asked casually. He didn't expect Ma Zhou to beat around the bush with so many twists and turns. He thought to himself that when this person was smart, he really wasn't vague at all. Mr. Ma is smart. I wonder if Mr. Ma is satisfied with this job. Satisfied. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly. However, he heard Li Zishuan's tone. It seemed that he had the intention of raising his pay. Then, he rolled his eyes and added, it's just that there's no wine to drink in this workshop. It's really a fly in the ointment. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. In his previous life, he had heard that Ma Zhou was addicted to alcohol. Now, it seemed that it was true. As long as Mr. Ma has real talent and can help me with something, I'm willing to give you some good wine. Li Zishuan purposely kept him in suspense. Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that there was hope. He quickly asked, is owner's words true? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course it's true. I wonder if Mr. Ma has heard of Drunken Immortal? If Mr. Ma is willing to do his best to help me, I'll give you an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month in addition to your salary. How about it? A pot of Drunken Immortal? Ma Zhou couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Not only had he heard of Drunken Immortal, he had also smelled it. Of course, he couldn't afford to drink it. When he first came to Jianghu, the first thing he did was to find out where the best restaurant in Jianghu was. In the end, when he arrived at Drunken Immortal, he was dumbfounded when he saw the price of the wine and dishes. With the few hundred copper coins in his wallet, he couldn't even afford a plate of chicken, let alone a liter of Drunken Immortal. Therefore, he could only pretend as if nothing had happened and tell the waiter that he had gone to the wrong place. Then, he silently left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly smelled the strong fragrance of wine on the tables of other diners. As a result, this guy couldn't take another step. He stood at the door of Drunken Immortal for the whole day, smelling the Drunken Immortal. At this time, he heard Li Zishuan say that he could provide him with an extra pot of Drunken Immortal every month. His heart trembled a few times. This was worth 50 strings of coins, which was dozens of times more than his basic salary. However, he had never met Li Zishuan before. Why would he give him such a generous offer? After being excited for a while, Ma Zhou immediately calmed down and became vigilant against Li Zishuan. What does owner want me to do? I'll make it clear in advance. Although I'm poor, I will never commit crimes, break the law, or go against reason. No matter how much money you give me, I will never do it. Sweat, the offer was too generous. The other party thought that he had bad intentions. Li Zishuan was sweating in his heart. It was hard to be a good person these days. Mr. Ma, don't worry. What I want you to do is definitely not against the law or against reason. It's just that. Chapter 168. What do you mean? When Ma Zhou heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, his eyes lit up. However, when he heard that Li Zishuan did not continue, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. He was annoyed that Li Zishuan was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Li Zishuan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "What do you think of the movable type printing technology in this workshop?" When Ma Zhou heard about printing technology, he immediately became excited and said excitedly, "Of course it's good. That's great. With the movable type printing technology, the cost of books will be greatly reduced. In the future, all the poor scholars in the world will be able to afford to read books. Lord Zhu, you are doing a great deed." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "What? Do you mean that books are very expensive now? Scholars can't afford them?" He had transmigrated for a long time and had never bought books from a bookstore. He did not understand the situation of the book market. When he saw that Ma Zhou was overly excited, he was curious and asked this question. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's question, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly became red. He angrily hammered the pillar next to him and said angrily, "It's not just expensive, it's simply robbery. My Tang dynasty has millions of books. I'm afraid that 700,000 to 800,000 of them are in the hands of the aristocratic families. The price of a book in the bookstore is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for a year. How can those poor scholars afford it? If it wasn't for my father's collection of books, I would still be an illiterate person. It's good enough that I didn't starve to death. How can I still hope to read books?" The way Ma Zhou was spouting nonsense was like an ancient version of an angry youth. In fact, Ma Zhou was right. The book trade in the Tang dynasty was very active. Bookstores were all over the country. Because engraving printing was not popular, books were still handwritten. Therefore, the price was relatively expensive. Generally, each volume cost more than 1,000 copper coins. Yi Meng of the Southern Song dynasty summed up the price of books before the Tang dynasty in one word: expensive. He said, before the Tang dynasty, all books were written and there was no way to print them. People valued books. It could be seen that at that time, people regarded books as a very valuable commodity and scrambled to collect them. Just like modern real estate, it was more valuable than gold, which led to people buying houses crazily. Li Tai couldn't help but interject, "Doesn't the imperial court encourage people to copy books? Mr. Ma, you can copy books and send them to the government office to exchange for money before buying other books." After Li Er became the emperor, in order to encourage the people to contribute their books, he once issued an edict: books from the 3 ministries will be given 1,000 coins. It meant that each copy of a book would cost 1,000 copper coins. It could be said that this was the first time an official price had been set. Therefore, the books in bookstores were usually priced slightly higher than this. Ma Zhou said angrily, "*T. If you want to copy books, you have to be able to borrow the books first. Those rich families with book collections will know that you borrow books to copy, so they will first charge you 600 to 700 copper coins as rent. Oh, may I ask how I should address you, little brother? Ma Zhou scolded for a while, then remembered that he didn't know who this little fatty was. Master Lu, you go ahead with your work. I will talk to Mr. Ma for a while. Li Zishuan said. Lu Yidao cupped his hands and said yes, then left and closed the door. Mr. Ma, this is His Highness, Prince of Wei. Li Zishuan formally introduced him to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He had just scolded Li Tai. Greetings to His Highness, Prince of Wei, Ma Zhou said in a trembling voice. Although he hated the rich, the supremacy of imperial power had been deeply ingrained in his heart. Moreover, Ma Zhou was well versed in classics, history, classics, and books. What he wrote was a policy of stabilizing the country, so naturally, he wanted to sell goods to the imperial family. For many years, he had not found the right sales channel and only wandered around the states and counties. How could he sell at a good price? Now that he met Li Tai, the most beloved son of His Majesty, his mind was a little active. However, when he remembered that he had just scolded Li Tai, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Li Tai waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite." In fact, he was not very interested in Ma Zhou. After all, it was the first time they met, and he didn't know how talented Ma Zhou was. Moreover, Ma Zhou's sloppy appearance really made people dislike him. On the other hand, he had a literature center and many scholars under him. He didn't lack literati. Ma Zhou had experienced the fickleness of human nature for many years. Naturally, he could see that Li Tai was not interested in him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was better to do his job well and not bite off more than he could chew. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Ma Zhou, "Mr. Ma, when I first set up this printing department in the workshop, I thought that it would be more convenient to print books in the future. That's why I invented movable type printing." Ma Zhou and Li Tai were speechless. This was a very strong reason. To set up a printing workshop for the convenience of printing books, how rich must your family be? However, after meeting Mr. Ma today and hearing Mr. Ma's words, I decided to make this printing department bigger and stronger. In the future, the printing department will be renamed the Ministry of Culture. Not only will we print classics, but we will also publish our own books to open the minds of the people. Moreover, I have a way to reduce the cost of paper. The ultimate dream of our Ministry of Culture is to let everyone in the world be able to read and read. Brother Ma, I wonder if you are willing to help me sincerely? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said sincerely. These words weren't completely a bluff. Previously, he set up the printing department only for his own convenience. However, now that Ma Zhou was in charge of the printing department, if he still wanted to use the printing department to print books for himself, it would be a waste of Ma Zhou's talent in governing the country. In the future, the printing department must be transformed into a cultural export department. Ma Zhou's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He was really shocked by Li Zishuan's shocking words. Let everyone in the world be able to read and read. What a great dream this was. Angry youth, angry youth. In addition to being fond of scolding others, he also had a characteristic of being impulsive. Ma Zhou lived up to his name as an angry youth. I'll do it. As long as I can let everyone in the world be able to read and read, Lord Zhu, even if you don't give me a single salary, I, Ma Zhou, will do it. At this moment, Ma Zhou had completely forgotten about the ethics of being a scholar and not engaging in a lowly profession. He just wanted to roll up his sleeves and go all out. Good. Brother Ma, you are so bold. Don't worry, with me here, this dream is definitely not just a dream. One day, it will be realized by us. Brother Ma, not only will you be famous for thousands of years, you will also be rich. Li Zishuan's heroic spirit rose as he laughed heartily. Li Tai looked envious and interrupted, "Sir, why don't you count me in? Tai has many scholars under him. Perhaps they can help you." As a member of the royal family, Li Tai also had his own position. Li Tai was now wantonly suppressing the aristocratic families and promoting poor officials. Therefore, Li Tai himself did not like people from aristocratic families. Li Zishuan's Ministry of Culture was a very good weapon to deal with aristocratic families. Li Zishuan did not think about these twists and turns. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I will give Qingke 30% of the Ministry of Culture's shares. Qingke, remember to bring 3,000 strings of cash to buy shares in the future. Selling books at a low price would affect the interests of many people. Li Zishuan wanted to pull a prince into the car as a shield. Li Tai vomited blood and said, 3,000 strings of cash. Why don't you go rob someone? I can send a few scholars to help you. Can you ask for less money? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, there's no need. Brother Ma's talent alone is enough. Qingke, if you think it's too expensive, then forget it. Master will go find Gao Ming. I think Gao Ming will be willing. Nonsense, if Ma Zhou could be a thinker, how could he not be talented? He did not care about the scholars under Li Tai. Maybe they would all be arrogant and not do anything when they came. I am willing. Brother Zishuan, I am willing to pay 3,000 strings of cash for 30% of the shares. Li Qingxian's shout came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was speechless. Speak of the devil, Li Qingxian must have been eavesdropping outside for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingxian pushed the door open and entered. He then looked at Li Zishuan excitedly. Chapter 169. A few days ago, Li Zishuan heard that Li Zishuan had created a new type of mathematics in the Imperial College. Furthermore, Li Tai had also received praise from Li Er for this. Thus, he wanted to come to Yongla Lane to look for Li Zishuan for a textbook to see what this new type of mathematics was all about. In the end, he was informed by the Li residence's servants that Li Zishuan was in the workshop. Thus, he came looking for him. Some of the old people in the workshop knew Li Qingxian, so no one dared to stop him. They even pointed the way for him. When Li Qingxian arrived at the back hall, he happened to hear Li Zishuan's bold words. Then, he heard about the investment and hurriedly called out. If it were 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take out 3,000 strings of cash. However, he had 30% of the shares in Strange Interest Pavilion. Last month's dividends amounted to more than 2,000 strings of cash. Now, he could be considered to be quite wealthy. After tasting the benefits, Li Zishuan needed someone to work with. How could Li Qingxian refuse? Li Tai glared at him and said, Big brother, I came here first. How can you snatch it from me? Li Qingxian smiled and said, Isn't it because you think it's expensive, Qingke? I can only do it for you. Ma Zhou's legs trembled and he almost peed himself. Another great person had come. He couldn't help but think that his boss's background was really strong. Student Ma Zhou greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Li Qingxian grunted and waved his hand with a smile. Mr. Ma, please dispense with the formalities. He knew how to conduct himself slightly better than Li Tai. When he heard Li Zishuan's tone outside the door, he seemed to be very respectful to Ma Zhou. Thus, he also gave some face to Li Zishuan and addressed Ma Zhou as Mr. Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. To be addressed as Mr. by the current crown prince was such an honor. Li Tai said unhappily, Who says I think it's expensive? Isn't it just 3,000 strings of cash? I can afford it, Mr. Li. I'll get someone to send 3,000 strings of cash over tomorrow. Since young, the little fatty had always liked to compete with his big brother, Li Qingxian. At this time, how could he be willing to fall behind? He calculated in his mind. If the Prince of Wei's residents were to raise money from everywhere, they should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. If that was not possible, they could also sell some books. When Li Qingxian heard this, he said anxiously, Little Xian, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. This solitude is also willing to fork out money to cooperate. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed, Your Highness, why are you here today? Li Qingxian was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been eavesdropping outside for a while. Ahem, I originally wanted to borrow a textbook from you today to see your new mathematics. I didn't expect you to not be at home, so I came here to look for you. Li Zishuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, since both your highnesses want to participate, how about this? Both your highnesses will contribute 2,000 strings of cash each, and each of you will get 20% of the shares. What do you think, your highnesses? He only wanted to honestly live his own leisurely days. He didn't want to help Li Tai and Li Qingxian in their infighting, nor did he want to offend either of them. Of course, if possible, Li Zishuan hoped that the two of them could live in harmony. Li Tai and Li Qingxian looked at each other. They both knew that this was probably the best solution, so they nodded in agreement. Okay, then this department will be officially named Shitsu Culture. The three of us will be in charge of it. I hope that everyone will work together to make all the people of the Tang Empire able to afford to read as soon as possible. Okay. No matter what grudges the two of them had before, now that they had a common interest, they could not help but be of one mind. Next, I will be in charge of improving the papermaking technology and reducing the cost of paper. Qin Ke heard that you have a rich collection of books. Tomorrow, Brother Ma will go to your place to choose dozens of fine books. We will first print these books and sell them. I'll buy a store next to the Strange Interest Pavilion to sell books. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said. Li Tai smiled and said, okay, I will go back today and tell the servants. Ma Zhou, you just need to come over tomorrow. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said to Li Tai, thank you, your highness. Li Zishuan took 2 steps and said, in addition to printing some unique copies of ancient books, we also have to produce our own books. Relatively speaking, this is a huge project. Let me tell you an idea first, you can refer to it. Li Qingxian asked curiously, Xiao Xian, you plan to write the books yourself? Li Zishuan nodded and said, currently, the aristocratic families control most of the education resources. If the children of ordinary families want to read and write, they have to pay a high price. I plan to organize people to produce a dictionary to teach people how to read and write. Li Tai smiled and said, Mr. Li, the book you mentioned already exists. Now, every bookstore sells Shuo Wen Jie Zi. The author of Shuo Wen Jie Zi was Su Shen. It was the first book in China that systematically analyzed the Chinese characters and studied the source of the characters. It was also one of the earliest dictionaries in the world. It was a Chinese dictionary arranged according to the radicals. It was written from the 12th year of the Han Emperor Yongyuan to the 1st year of the An Emperor Jingguang. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Shuo Wen Jie Zi had become one of the essential reference books for scholars. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, the dictionary I am talking about is Shuo Wen Jie Zi with symbols. I call these symbols pinyin. As long as you learn this spelling method, no matter how complicated the word is, as long as it is marked with pinyin, even a child can read it. Is pinyin so magical? Ma Zhou couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He had suffered since he was a child, and he understood better than anyone that if pinyin really was as miraculous as Li Zishuan said, then the educational structure of the Great Tang would undergo a fundamental change, and more people would become literate. Li Zishuan didn't talk nonsense. He came to the table, picked up the brush, and wrote 26 letters on the paper. He began to teach the 3 of them pinyin. An hour later, Li Zishuan wrote Jiao in pinyin and said, Qin Ke, you try to spell it. Among them, Li Tai's ability to accept new things was the strongest. Therefore, Li Zishuan let him try first. Li Tai nodded and went forward to spell it. Jiao yi jiao. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, exactly. Ma Zhou also reacted and exclaimed in admiration, amazing, it's really amazing. If this is a child from an ordinary family, it would take a few days to learn pinyin. Then, if they buy a dictionary like you said, wouldn't they be able to learn to read at home? It's really magical. Li Qingxian also said with a happy face, pinyin is really a good thing. If my father knew about it, he would be very happy. Li Zishuan said, since everyone agrees on this dictionary, Ma Zhou will be the chief editor of the dictionary. Qin Ke, Gao Ming, each of you send 3 scholars to assist Ma Zhou. This dictionary will be called the Tang Empire Dictionary. Pay attention, the scholars you send are only to assist Ma Zhou. Don't fight with each other and make the Ministry of Culture a mess. Li Zishuan decided to say the ugly words first, in case there was trouble later. Li Qingxian nodded and said, okay. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, Lord Zhu, you can't do that. I have little talent and knowledge. How can I let the scholars assist me? Li Tai also frowned and said, yes, is Ma Zhou talented enough? This guy never knew how to beat around the bush. His words were too hurtful. Li Zishuan said angrily, I believe Brother Ma can do it well. If you have any objections, we won't compile the dictionary. Ma Zhou saw Li Zishuan supporting him and couldn't help but feel touched. Li Tai rolled his eyes, he learned this from Li Zishuan, and didn't say a word. Chapter 170. After settling the matter of the dictionary of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands and smiled. He clapped his hands and said, oh right, Ma Zhou, other than compiling the dictionary, you have to help me with something else. I want to start a newspaper. Ma Zhou frowned and asked, Lord Zhu, what is a newspaper? In the past, he was conceited that he was extremely talented and knowledgeable, but what he saw and heard today had really struck a great blow to his confidence. Because some words that he'd never heard of kept popping out from Li Zishuan's mouth, causing him to be unable to help but wonder if Li Zishuan was too monstrous, or if his knowledge was too shallow. Li Qingxian and Li Tai also looked at him curiously. Li Zishuan explained, the so-called newspaper is a printed matter that is published to the public on a regular basis. It mainly publishes strange news and comments from famous people. This newspaper is quite large and is divided into several sections. It can record some of the new things that are happening around you. It can also invite some famous scholars to interpret the new decrees issued by the imperial court for the public. It can also record some of the recent major cases that the government has tried. It can even publish some novels. The newspaper will be published once a day, and then we will hire a newsboy to sell it in the tea houses. In the early stages, we will write the content ourselves. In the later stages, we can ask scholars to submit articles to us. We will select the best and pay them some remuneration. In the long run, the content of our newspaper will become more and more abundant. The public will also get used to buying a newspaper every day when they have nothing to do to see what is happening around them. Li Qingxian pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. In this way, we will be able to know everything that is happening in the world without leaving the house. Li Zishuan nodded, that's the logic. Li Tai laughed, this is good, this is good. This way, we can read novels in the newspaper in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was worried that once the newspaper was published, the Prince of Wei would become a shut-in who only knew how to read novels every day. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, don't worry, Lord Zhu. This Ma will handle this matter as soon as possible. Li Zishuan thought about it again and said, Brother Ma, you can put more effort into the other sections. I'll be in charge of writing the novel section first. You'll have to work hard for the next few days. Write down the content I just mentioned and give it to me. I'll do the typesetting for the first issue. For the next few issues, you just have to copy it. Ma Zhou was just about to agree when Li Qingxian beat him to it. Little Xian, you have a new novel? Li Zishuan nodded and said, I just started writing it recently. It's called The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Here, this is the manuscript. As he spoke, he took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve. His other purpose for coming here today was to ask Lu Yidao to arrange for someone to print the first few chapters of the novel, and then sell it as a serial book. As a result, now that he had Ma Zhou, Li Zishuan planned to create big news and directly launch a newspaper. He believed that with the addition of this wonderful novel in the early stages, the sales of the newspaper would definitely get better and better. Li Qingxian hurriedly took it excitedly and glanced at it. He immediately exclaimed, wow, I haven't seen you for a few days. Little Xian, your handwriting has become so good. Oh, no, why does this handwriting look a little familiar? Li Tai smiled proudly and said, I wrote this myself. Of course my handwriting is good. Calligraphy was one of Li Tai's strengths that he was proud of. At this time, when he heard Li Qingxian's praise, the little fatty couldn't help but grin even though he usually didn't get along with his big brother. Oh, no wonder, no wonder. Qingke, your calligraphy has improved again. Li Qingxian nodded in understanding and casually praised Li Tai. As the big brother, he still had this kind of bearing. Huh, you flatter me. The little fatty's face was full of pride. He didn't know the meaning of modesty at all. Li Qingxian smiled and looked at the thick stack of manuscripts in his hands. He thought for a moment and said, Little Xian, I wonder if I can take these manuscripts back to read? He wanted to read them now, but with so many manuscripts, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to finish reading them in a short period of time. He could only take them back and read them slowly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Just remember to send someone to deliver them after you've finished reading them. Okay. The few of them discussed the future direction of strange culture. Li Tai and Li Qingxian said goodbye. The two of them usually had a lot of things to do. They weren't like Li Zishuan, the rich second generation, who could wander around all day. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou were left in the room. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Brother Ma, are you more confident now? Ma Zhou laughed heartily and said, Of course. I really didn't expect Lord Zhu to be able to get in touch with the Crown Prince and Prince Wei. With the help of the two of you, our strange culture will definitely succeed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked into Ma Zhou's eyes for a while before saying, he stared at them for a while and said, Brother Ma, if this succeeds, not only will you and I be famous for eternity, but you will also have a bright future and wealth in the future. I hope Brother Ma can settle down and do things honestly before strange culture takes off. Don't think about anything else. Ma Zhou's heart trembled. He knew that Li Zishuan's words were a warning to him. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to see through his previous thoughts. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhu is right. I will definitely do my best. He also understood that he had nothing now. Prince Wei and the Crown Prince would definitely look down on him. Li Zishuan could help him now. No matter what, he had to be worthy of Li Zishuan. Instead of going out to curry favor with others, it was better to stay here and do a good job. When the time came and his name was known, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the table and pondered for a moment. He said, I wonder if Brother Ma has a family in Chang'an. Ma Zhou sweated and said, Cough, cough. I have been poor since I was young. I haven't married yet. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ma Zhou looked like he was at least 26 or 27 years old. In modern times, there was no problem. However, in ancient times, it was very problematic for someone to be unmarried at such an age. Alas, he could only blame himself for not caring about his appearance. His image was too poor. Then where is Brother Ma staying now? Ma Zhou was even more embarrassed. He coughed embarrassedly and said, Cough, cough, cough. I used to stay in an inn. However, I used up all my traveling expenses a few days ago. I've been staying here for the past 2 days. Li Zishuan looked around. There wasn't even a bed in the room. This Ma Zhou probably slept on the table at night. The future Prime Minister of the Tang Empire was actually living such a miserable life. Li Zishuan frowned and said, How can this be? I'll ask Faubert to rent a house near the workshop for Brother Ma. A person can only work more efficiently when he has a good rest. Ma Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him gratefully. After chatting with Ma Zhou for a while, Li Zishuan pushed the door open and left. Chapter 171. After exiting the back hall, he bumped into Faubert. Li Zishuan briefly told him about the newly established Strange Culture Department and asked him to cooperate with Ma Zhou's work more in the future. He also repeatedly told him to improve Ma Zhou's treatment so that he could work in the workshop with peace of mind. After explaining, Faubert gave Li Zishuan 2 things. One was a horseshoe, and the other was the blood transfusion syringe that Li Zishuan asked him to make a long time ago. Young master, this is the horseshoe and syringe that you asked me to make before. This horseshoe is quite easy to make, just follow the blueprint. As for the syringe and needle, I tried my best, but this is the best I could make. Faubert handed the things to Li Zishuan and said with a bitter smile. Li Zishuan took a look and suddenly his forehead was full of black lines. This F*King needle was almost as thick as a matchstick. Was it trying to stab someone to death? If it was a little thicker, it would be almost as thick as a human's blood vessel. The syringe was nothing to complain about. In this era, there was no rubber. Li Zishuan also thought for a long time before he suggested Faubert to wash the animal intestines, sterilize it with alcohol, and then rinse it with distilled water. Then, connect it to the syringe to replace the syringe. His previous set of equipment could not only be used to concentrate wine, but also to make distilled water. Li Zishuan also understood that the process of making this set of blood transfusion equipment was very troublesome. After all, every step had very strict requirements for the operator. It could not be contaminated. Therefore, he never urged Faubert for so long. But now, this syringe really made him a little dissatisfied. Faubert, can this syringe be thinner? Like the thickness of an embroidery needle? Li Zishuan asked somewhat unwillingly. Faubert smiled bitterly. Young master, this is already the thinnest needle we can make. Don't think that embroidery needles can be made very thin. They are made with an iron rod and then slowly polished. Your needle is made with an iron pipe and then polished. At most, it can only be this thin. If it is any thinner, I'm afraid it will break in the middle. Li Zishuan did not want to force Faubert anymore. In the end, the industrial foundation was too weak. Many professional mechanical equipment workshops did not have, and it was all done by hand. It was not bad to be able to make it like this. If it was painful, then so be it. He believed that Faubert should be able to endure this pain. All right then. Thanks for your hard work, Faubert. Li Zishuan waved his hand, took the horseshoe and syringe, and went home. When he got home, Li Zishuan went straight to his study to prepare a set of papermaking equipment. The current papermaking technology of the Tang dynasty was still passed down from the improved papermaking technology of the Eastern Han dynasty. At that time, he used tree bark, hemp, rags, fishing nets, and other raw materials to make paper. Compared to the paper made from plant fibers before the Eastern Han dynasty, the cost of this paper was indeed much cheaper. However, because the papermaking process was completely manual, the cost was still very high, and it was not something that ordinary people could afford. In the relevant history books of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that Huai Su practiced calligraphy with a wooden board and became a master of cursive calligraphy. When Bai Zhi was young, he wrote one stroke at a time. He did not dare to be careless because a piece of paper was a few days' worth of food. Thus, it could be seen that the price of paper in the Tang dynasty was still very high. Li Zishuan planned to draw a set of long net papermaking machine. This was a patent that the British brothers Fourlinier bought from the inventor of the papermaking machine and gave it to Tang Jin to improve the design. In 1803, they successfully made the first long net papermaking machine that could make paper, also known as the Fourlinier papermaking machine. Its main feature was that it had a conveyor belt-shaped part made up of endless nets. It was composed of the wet part, including the head box, shaper, and press part, and the dry part, drying, calendaring, and coiling. At that time, the power source of this papermaking equipment relied on the steam engine that what had improved. However, with the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, there were still many difficulties in making a steam engine. Therefore, Li Zishuan made some changes. In the transmission and refining parts, some linkage structures were added so that this part could be replaced by animal power. Compared to the current traditional papermaking workshop, not only would the speed and efficiency of papermaking be greatly improved, but the cost would also be lower. For other people, drawing such a complicated set of blueprints would take at least 2 to 3 days. However, Li Zishuan was different. He had abnormal mental strength that exceeded that of ordinary people, as well as skillful control of his strength. When he drew the blueprints, he did not stop at all. He was completely like a printing machine. After nearly 2 hours, Li Zixuan finally straightened his body. He shook his sore wrist and let out a long breath. Looking at the stack of blueprints in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Then, he called San Bao and asked him to send it to the workshop and pass it to Faubert. "Young master, you told me not to let anyone disturb you while you were drawing. In the end, you were drawing until now. You didn't even have lunch. I'll get the kitchen to cook for you." At this time, Xiaoxi ran over and said with a distressed expression. Only then did Li Zixuan look at the sky. It was already past lunchtime. He then remembered that when he came back, he did tell Xiaoxi not to let anyone disturb him while he was drawing. Who knew that he had been drawing for so long that he even forgot to eat lunch? His stomach also let out 2 goo-goo sounds of protest. "Sigh, I'm not qualified to be a rich second generation. How can a rich second generation starve?" Li Zixuan criticized himself in his heart. He looked at Xiaoxi's beautiful face and said, "Okay, Xiaoxi, go quickly. I'm starving." Xiaoxi obeyed and left. Li Zixuan admired the little girl's delicate back and could not help but sigh. "It's so good to have a little girl like her by my side. Clothes will be handed to me, food will be served to me. The most important thing is that she's beautiful. When I have nothing to do, it's nice to look at her." Unknowingly, Li Zixuan was walking further and further down the path of feudal society. He did not look back at all. After finishing his lunch in a whirlwind manner, Li Zixuan was just about to lie down and rest when Lan Er ran over. Brother, Lan Er's little gray was bullied by the big white horse. Quickly go and save it." Li Zixuan was speechless. A dog could be bullied by a horse. What kind of nonsense was this? "Xiao He, what's going on? Isn't the white horse at home recuperating recently?" Li Zixuan looked at Xiao He who was behind Lan Er and asked. That day when the big white horse was injured and carried back, Wang Zhong was very perceptive and took the initiative to invite the best veterinarian in the city to treat its injuries. Li Zixuan was surprised when he heard about this. He did not expect that there would be a professional veterinarian in the Tang dynasty. Xiao He looked at Lan Er and hesitated for a long time before saying to Li Zixuan, "Young master, the big white horse's injuries were not serious before. It's already recovered today." Little Gray was still teasing it like before, but in the end. Chapter 172. After Xiao He explained for a long time, Li Zixuan finally understood. According to the stable's groom, Little Gray saw that the big white horse's hooves were injured a few days ago, so it couldn't move. Therefore, it came up with the idea of flirting with the big white horse. From time to time, it would come to the side of the big white horse and harass it in all kinds of ways. The white horse was indeed powerless and could only snort in protest. Little Gray tried a few times and found that the white horse really couldn't do anything to him, so he became more and more aggressive. There were even a few times when he ran into the white horse's trough to pee. In the end, it was a tragedy today. This white horse not only held grudges, it was also quite intelligent. Although it had already recovered from its injuries today, when it saw Little Gray strolling over as usual, it deliberately pretended that its injuries were not healed. It lay on the ground, waiting for Little Gray to come over and harass it. As expected, Little Gray fell into the trap. It started to flirt with the white horse. Suddenly, the white horse jumped up and kicked Little Gray. Little Gray was kicked into the air and experienced what it meant to be a flying dog. After it landed, it lay on the ground and cried out in pain. Previously, because the white horse was injured, the servants didn't tie it up. However, today, the white horse suddenly went berserk and relentlessly chased after Little Gray all over the courtyard. Lan ran over to her brother to ask for help. After all, this big white horse was Li Zixuan's mount. Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He had no sympathy for Little Gray, this little rascal. This little thing had obviously dug its own grave, so it deserved its fate. However, he couldn't let the big white horse continue to cause trouble. Alright, Lan, stop fooling around. Big brother will accompany you to take a look. Yeah. Lana hurriedly stood up excitedly and pulled Li Zishuan away. Wait, I'll go get something. Li Zishuan brought the horseshoes to the west side of the backyard. Sure enough, he saw Little Gray being chased by the big white horse beside the stable. The little thing turned its head and barked at the white horse as it ran. Li Zishuan was speechless. This guy was about to die, yet he was still acting like a bitch. He really didn't know where his courage came from. In fact, the big white horse obviously didn't use all its strength to chase. It probably also wanted to tease Little Gray. Li Zishuan put his thumb and middle finger together, placed them in front of his tongue, and blew a long whistle. The big white horse heard the whistle and stopped. It turned its neck to look, and when it saw that it was Li Zishuan, it immediately ignored Little Gray and happily ran to Li Zishuan's side. It used its head to intimately rub against Li Zishuan's arm. When Little Gray saw that the white horse was no longer chasing after it, it excitedly barked twice. Then, it ran to Lan Er's side and rubbed against Lan Er's trousers. It whimpered pitifully. Lan squatted down and hugged it. She complained to Li Zishuan, "Big brother, your white horse is too much. Little Gray is so cute, yet it has the heart to bully it." Li Zishuan was speechless. There was no need to be so protective. This matter was obviously caused by the little thing's own death. How could the white horse be blamed? At this time, the white horse also snorted, as if it was protesting. Li Zishuan touched the mane on the white horse's neck and said to Lan Okay, the white horse won't bully your Little Gray in the future. Shall he go call a few servants over to help? I want to put on shoes for the horse. Shao He was confused and asked, "Young master, why does the horse need to wear shoes?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You will know in a while. Go call the servants first." Oh. Shao He didn't dare to ask any more. She went to the front yard with a stomach full of doubts. A moment later, Shao He called over 4 strong servants, including San Bao. Li Zishuan tied the white horse's reins to the tree next to him and instructed the servants to flip the horse over so that the horse's hooves faced the sky. Then, he asked the 4 of them to hold the white horse down. Li Zishuan personally went up to nail the horse's hooves. The big, T-shaped iron nail on the horse's hooves was about 5 centimeters long. It was nailed directly into the horse's hooves. Lan Shao Shi, and Shao He screamed at the side and quickly covered their eyes, not daring to look. Li Zishuan shook his head with a smile and continued to do the same thing. He nailed horseshoes on the other 3 hooves of the white horse, and then let the people let go of the white horse. The white horse rolled on the ground and stood up directly, as if nothing had happened. Li Zishuan stroked the horse's mane and said with a smile, "Okay, from now on, I will call you Whitey. Now that you have shoes to wear, you don't have to worry about your feet getting hurt anymore." The white horse used its head to knock Li Zishuan's arm. No one knew if it liked this name or not. Brother, why isn't the white horse injured? Lan opened her eyes and saw Whitey standing there perfectly fine. It didn't look like it was injured at all. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Zishuan stroked Lan Er's little head and said with a smile, "Of course it's fine. Brother is just putting on shoes for it, not killing it." In fact, the dark part of the horse's hooves was a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There were no nerves or blood vessels in it, so the horse didn't feel any pain at all. The reason why Whitey was injured on the road last time was mainly because it was running too fast. The vines directly pierced through the cuticle and hurt its flesh. Lan made an "oh" sound, but still didn't understand. But why is brother putting on shoes for it? Then why do you have to wear shoes, Lan It hurts my feet if I don't wear shoes. If a horse doesn't wear shoes for a long time, it will also hurt its feet. Whitey was injured because of this last time. After wearing shoes, Whitey can run on all kinds of terrain and won't have to worry about pricking its feet anymore. In fact, the hard cuticle on a horse's hooves was equivalent to a human's fingernail. Naturally, the fingernail would be worn down when the foot rubbed against the ground. However, the fingernail would also continue to grow, so a natural balance was maintained. If a human broke this balance, for example, by keeping a horse in a soft field, the fingernail would grow wildly. At this time, if a horse was loaded with heavy objects and ran for long distances, its fingernail would be quickly worn down and split open. This way, the horse would become a cripple and unable to walk. It was just like how a human's fingernail could no longer be used to scratch things. Putting horseshoes on a horse could solve this problem very well. It could slow down the wear and tear of the horse's hooves and greatly extend the horse's life. After hearing this, Lan made an "oh" sound like a little adult and nodded. Then, she suddenly said excitedly, "Then brother, can you make a pair of shoes like this for Lan's little gray to wear?" Li Zishuan fainted. This little dog's feet didn't have a thick layer of hard cuticle like a horse's hooves. If this nail went in. "Little sister, you want to eat dog meat, right?" Woof woof woof. Little Gray seemed to have sensed danger. It quickly broke free from Lan's embrace and ran away. Chapter 173. Father, this is the magic of pinyin. All words can be marked with pinyin. As long as the children who have just entered school spend some time learning pinyin, they can rely on self-study to recognize all the words. Li Tai spoke frankly in the sweet nectar hall. From the looks of it, he had probably just finished teaching Li Er about pinyin. As for Li Qingxian, that fellow was hiding in the Eastern Palace reading novels. After all, after Journey to the West, he had not read for a long time. Li Er glanced at the paper on the table. Although his expression did not change, his heart was in turmoil. From a certain point of view, the importance of pinyin was no less than that of Li Zishuan's invention of the curved plow. Moreover, once this kind of dictionary was published, the number of literate people in the world would increase tenfold. At that time, he would be able to promote a large number of commoner officials to deal with the aristocratic families. His descendants would also no longer be reprimanded by the aristocratic families. Li Er was a natural strategist. He quickly understood the deeper meaning of pinyin. He could not help but excitedly say, "Good. What a good pinyin. Qin Ke, this matter is of great significance. You and Qingxian must pay attention. If you do not have enough people, we can have Kong Yingda transfer a group of professors from the Imperial College to assist you." Li Tai smiled and said, "Many thanks, father, but I and big brother have more than enough people." The father and son chatted for a while more before Li Tai clasped his hands and excused himself. He also had to go back and choose people to help Ma Zhou write the dictionary. Li Er looked at Li Tai's plump back and smiled warmly. A moment later, his eyes suddenly focused and he said, "Zhao Song. Present. Send someone to hurry Li Zishuan. Why hasn't he presented the locus control strategy we had him write last time? Could it be that this kid forgot?" Li Er said, somewhat exasperated that Zhao Song had failed to meet his expectations. "Yes, father." Zhao Song held back his laughter and slowly retreated. He had never seen anyone who dared to stand Li Er up. However, Li Er only reprimanded him and did not punish him. From this, it could be seen that Li County's male emperor favored him greatly. The moon hung in the treetops, and the occasional meowing of a few cats on the roof could be heard. In the western courtyard of the Li residence, the study was still brightly lit. Xiao Shi was waiting on Li Zishuan as she gracefully grinded the noodles for him. The candlelight shone on the little girl's beautiful face, making her look even prettier. The fragrance of a girl who had just finished bathing also filled the air. In the dead of night, the candlelight shone brightly. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere. Li Zishuan also did not experience the pleasure of having a beautiful woman join him. He was bent over a few tables and writing at a rapid speed. In the afternoon, Li Er sent a eunuch over to Li Zishuan to urge him to write, which gave Li Jingma and his wife a big fright. Li Zishuan's father sternly scolded Li Zishuan and told him that no matter what, he had to write the memorial that Li Er requested. Although Mrs. Li loved her son, on this matter, she still chose to stand on the same side as her husband. Li Zishuan was embarrassed by the scolding. If the eunuch did not rush him today, he would have forgotten that Li Er asked him to write a detailed plan for curing locusts. You can't blame me for this. I have been busy with classes recently. In the study, Li Zishuan wrote while venting his resentment in his heart. Swish swish swish. Only the sound of the brush rubbing against the paper and the light breathing of the two people could be heard in the room. After half an hour, Li Zishuan put away his brush and stretched his waist. He laughed and said, "Ha, it's done. Xiao Shi, let's sleep." Ah. Young master, young mistress is not married yet? How can you do this? Xiao Shi's hand that was grinding the ink trembled. Her other hand quickly covered her chest as she said anxiously with a blushing face. Cough cough, I meant to say that we should go back to our own rooms to sleep. Little girl, what are you thinking? Do you want to sleep with me so badly? Li Zishuan placed his hand on his forehead and was speechless. However, when he saw Xiao Shi's blushing face, he suddenly had the intention to tease her. No way. Xiao Shi was anxious. She quickly packed up her ink slab and brush and was about to run away. Li Zishuan laughed behind her. Xiao Shi, don't forget to get someone to send this memorial to the palace tomorrow. I know. Look, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Although the beginning is plain and not as exciting as A Journey to the West, the more you read, the better it gets. I feel like I am like Han Li, embarking on the long and difficult path of cultivation. In the East Palace, Li Qingxian held the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey and praised it. After a few minutes, he said in annoyance, "Why is it gone? This mysterious little bottle just came out and it's gone." Did Li Zishuan purposely stop writing at this point? Li Qingxian's annoyed look was similar to how people in the modern world would feel when they met some unscrupulous author and the story was cut off at the climax. The helplessness of love and hate. However, you can't blame Li Zishuan for this. He wrote 20 to 30 chapters in half a day. It's already very productive, alright? What else do you want? Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest. Li Qingxian's personal maid carefully bowed and said. Li Qingxian looked at the sky and nodded. He handed the manuscript to the maid and said with a smile, "All right, I'll go to sleep now. Yan call a servant tomorrow and have him send this manuscript to Ma Zhou of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop." After reading more than 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey, Li Qingxian still wanted more. However, at the same time, he was also looking forward to Ma Zhou quickly producing the newspaper. When that time came, everyone in Chang'an would be trapped like him. It was so hard to wait for a new chapter. Li Qingxian's mentality of wanting to drag everyone down with him was very similar to those unscrupulous readers in the modern world who had been tricked many times. Yan took the manuscript and hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes." The next day, after breakfast, Li Zishuan and Iron Egg went out of the house to school. Lan had a temper when she woke up today and didn't come with them. Li Zishuan didn't force her. When Lan cried and shouted that she wanted to go to the Imperial College to attend classes, Li Zishuan had already guessed that this little girl would slack off for 3 days and dry her net for 2 days. Although this little girl didn't persist for 3 days, it didn't matter. He didn't expect this little sister of his to be knowledgeable and become the top scorer in the exams. Iron Egg carried more than 30 textbooks and walked behind Li Zishuan with difficulty. This couldn't be considered as Li Zishuan abusing a child, okay? This was also a kind of training for Iron Egg. After all, Iron Egg had persevered for so many days. He could still carry this weight. "Hello, sir." "Hello, sir." As soon as Li Zishuan entered the Imperial College, he happened to meet 2 students from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Being greeted respectfully by the students made Li Zishuan feel a little smug. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He clasped his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He nodded pretentiously and said, then he directly passed by them and rushed to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. "Senior Iron Egg, come here, let me help you carry the books." "Let me help you too." The 2 students were shocked by Li Zishuan's arrogance. After a while, they came back to their senses. Seeing that Iron Egg had memorized so many books, they hurriedly came over to help. This was Sir's first core disciple. If they had a good relationship with him, they might be able to get some exam questions from him in the future. Then wouldn't it be easier for them to pass the monthly exams? Thank you for your kindness, junior brother. But I don't need your help. This is also the homework that master left for me. I have to memorize it myself. Iron Egg wiped his sweat and gratefully refused. Then he quickly went to catch up with Lisa Xuan. Memorizing textbooks is also considered homework. The two students stood behind, scratching their heads with a confused look on their faces. Brother Su, Brother Yu, why don't you go to the school? If you don't go now, you will be late. At this time, a student ran from behind and said breathlessly. Ah. Run. The two students hurriedly ran away. Chapter 174. Chonyo, Huayu, you two are here? When he arrived at the classroom, he saw the tall and burly Qing Chumo and the refined Qin Huayu sitting at the back. Li Zixuan recalled that day when Qing Chumo and the other old generals had entrusted their sons to the school of mathematics. However, he didn't expect that these second-generation generals would come today. Qing Chumo hung his head and said weakly, Brother, I didn't want to come. Brother, I didn't want to come either, but my father said that if I didn't come, he would break my legs. I thought he was just scaring me, but who knew that he was serious this morning? Even my mother couldn't hold him back. Fortunately, I ran fast, or else I would be lying in the Imperial Medical Department now. Sai, Xiao Xian, we used to be brothers. Now you suddenly became my teacher for no reason. This is so King disgusting. When Li Zixuan heard Qing Chumo's complaints, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Qing Chumo to be so cruel to his own son. He was about to comfort him when Qin Huayu said with a smile, Chonyo, Uncle Qing is doing this for your own good. Since you're here, you should learn well. Moreover, I just borrowed the notes of other classmates and found that Xiao Xian's new mathematics has many merits. Stop, stop, stop. Huayu, don't say any more. Your grades are good, so of course you don't care. But look at me, old Qing, how do I look like a scholar? I just heard that the last 5 in the monthly exam will have to clean the classroom and enter the roll of shame. I really don't know which son of a bitch came up with this rotten idea. It's going to kill me. Qing Chumo didn't wait for Qin Huayu to finish and interrupted him. His voice was very loud. 80% of the people in the classroom heard him. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Other than Qing Chumo and the other 2 newcomers, all the other students looked at this man who dared to speak so arrogantly. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He kicked Qing Chumo's thigh and said, F***ck, I was the one who came up with this idea. If you're in the last 5 this month, you'll have to clean my dorm for 2 months. Qing Chumo staggered from the kick. When he heard Li Zixuan's words, his eyes widened in shock. He stretched out his hand and stammered, Hey, Xiao Xian, don't. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there a need to be like this? Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Ha ha ha. When the students saw Qing Chumo's antics, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many of them knew the identities of Qing Chumo and the others. Those who didn't know found out after asking them in private. They thought that these second-generation generals were all arrogant, but they didn't expect Qing Chumo to be so funny. He was no different from ordinary people like them. Li Zixuan ignored Qing Chumo. He looked at the tanned and fat youth beside Qin Huayu and asked, You're Yuqi Baolin, right? The little fatty scratched his head and laughed, Yes, I'm Yuqi Baolin. You can call me Baolin, sir. Li Zixuan nodded and encouraged him, Okay, Baolin, study hard. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Iron Egg or me directly. Qing Chumo muttered at the side, TSK, what's there to learn from him? In the end, he still has to fight with me for the last place. Li Zixuan was so angry that he turned around and slapped him on the head. If you really get last place in the exam, we'll see how Uncle Qing will deal with you. I won't recognize you as a disgraceful brother. Qing Chumo rubbed his head like a wronged wife. He looked at him with an aggrieved expression and muttered, "Little Xian, you're not kind. I've always been so good to you. How can you be like this?" "Like what? Even I have to do as Sir says." "What else do you want, ugly ox?" Li Tai had just arrived at the academy on time. He heard Ching Chumo's aggrieved complaints and couldn't help but interrupt. Ching Chumo looked at Li Tai in surprise. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He held his forehead with his hand and sighed. It seemed like he had completely accepted his fate. "All right, let's start class. Students, take out your homework. Iron Egg, go collect your homework and pass it to me." The sound of a bell and drum came from outside. Li Zishuan had hired a night watchman to ring the bell for the academy. When the bell rang, Li Zishuan started a new day of classes. "Yes, master." Iron Egg stood up and collected the homework one by one. He had just handed out new books to all the students when he arrived in the morning. In addition, he was Li Zishuan's eldest disciple, so the students treated him very well. After a while, Li Zishuan took everyone's homework and skimmed through it. After a while, he frowned and shouted, "Wang Meng, get up." Wang Meng sat down and waited for Li Zishuan to praise him. He had thought for a long time before coming up with the homework. However, judging from Li Zishuan's tone, it was obvious that he wasn't going to praise him. Wang Meng stood up in shock and stuttered, "Yes, sir." "Tell us, what method did you write in your homework?" Wang Meng sweated and said, I wrote that if you saw the ginkgo tree down, then connect a few rulers on the ground to measure the height of the tree, you would be able to get the height of the tree." Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter after hearing this. Ching Chumo was also amused. He laughed and shouted, Brother Wang Meng, with you here, it seems like I don't have to be the last in the exam." Ha ha. Li Zishuan asked everyone to be quiet. He looked at Wang Meng and said, "Now do you know that you were wrong? The reason why I'm teaching you mathematics is so that you can apply what you've learned in your daily life. I don't want you to be like before, relying on brute force for everything." Wang Meng hesitated for a while and said, "But my dad said that when he was doing carpentry, he used this method to measure the length of the tree trunk." Li Zishuan was speechless. After wasting a lot of time with Wang Meng, Li Zishuan finally convinced this one-track-minded guy. Then, he began to evaluate the winners of the homework. All the students perked up and listened attentively. After much deliberation, I think that Meng Wenhao did the best homework. His method was to measure the length of the shadow of the person and the tree at the same time. Then, he multiplied the length of the shadow of the person and the actual height of the person to get the true length of the ginkgo tree. Other than Meng Wenhao, Li Tai's method was also outstanding. He made the person's eyes stick close to the ground and then moved a ruler until the top of the ruler was in a straight line with the person's eyes and the tip of the tree. Then, according to the ratio of the distance between the person's eyes and the ruler's distance, he multiplied the length of the ruler to get the true height of the ginkgo tree. Both of their methods were the smartest and the best. However, I think that Meng Wenhao's method is simpler and more accurate. He deserves to be first. Let us give a round of applause to these two students. Chapter 175. Clap, clap, clap. Regardless of whether it was sincere congratulations or fake flattery, there was still a warm round of applause in the classroom. Meng Wenhao clenched his fist and was so excited that his face was red. He did it, he really did it. His hard work for the day was not in vain. At this moment, he really wanted to shout to the sky. Kushirchin, who was sitting not far away from him, looked at him in surprise. At the same time, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. At present, the waters in the school of mathematics were getting deeper and deeper. It would not be easy to get first place in the exams like before. Li Tai sat in the front and was a little depressed. This method was discussed by him and a few mathematics experts for a long time before they came up with such an answer. He was very confident that he would get first place, but he did not expect that there would be an accident. However, he was also very impressed with Meng Wenhao's answer. Hence, the unhappiness in his heart quickly dissipated in the warm applause. Li Zishuan stood in front and looked at Meng Wenhao. He was a little emotional. He did not expect this child to be able to think of such an answer. He really could not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. The applause gradually stopped and Li Zishuan began a new day of teaching. What was different from the previous time was that today's class would have a 15-minute break every 45 minutes. This made the students more energetic in class, and the class was livelier than before. Li Zishuan believed that as time passed and they got used to this way of teaching, their learning progress would be much faster than before. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. After the morning court, Li Er gathered Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the plan to eliminate the locusts. Li Er knelt on the seat of honor while Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui knelt on the cushions below. Li Er looked up and asked lightly, "How are the three of you thinking these few days? Do you have any countermeasures for next year's locust plague?" Zhang Sun Wuji took the lead and said, "Your Majesty, since Your Majesty has already firmly believed that there will be a locust plague next year, I think that the most important thing now is to increase the storage of food in case of emergency." Li Er nodded and looked at Fang Xianling and asked, "What do you think?" "Your Majesty, I estimate that the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money left. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with this locust plague. I'm afraid that Brother Fuji's plan won't work." After some thought, Li Er explained just how difficult the imperial court situation was. It's true that the Bureau of Revenue currently has no more than 4 million strings of coins left. Adding on the various expenditures, we can only use a little more than 1 million strings of coins. Relying on this amount of money to buy food will not be enough for the people of the Great Tang to survive the plague of locusts. Du Ruhui could not help but say, "Your Majesty, this old subject did not think that the finances of the imperial court would be so tight. From today onwards, this old subject will voluntarily not take any salary from the imperial court. This subject is also willing to do so." Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling couldn't help but agree. Li Er waved his hand and refused, "My three beloved ministers, you have followed me to conquer the world and have suffered a lot. Now that the world is peaceful, how can I let you suffer? Let's continue discussing the locust plague." When Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui heard this, their eyes reddened. They were extremely touched. At this moment, Du Ruhui stood up and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you mobilize all the wealthy merchants to donate money? The imperial court can use this to tide over this crisis." It had to be said that old Du's idea was quite advanced. However, he had neglected a fact. But in what name will the imperial court use to mobilize the wealthy merchants to donate money? Li Er's eyes lit up at first. However, after a while, they dimmed again. The reason for the donation was indeed a big problem. Du Ruhui was taken aback when he heard this. He immediately reacted. The prophecy of the locust plague could not be made known to the world. Naturally, they could not use the name of the locust plague to get people to donate money. However, if that was the case, what convincing excuse could they find? The hall fell into silence. The three important ministers all calmed down and pondered carefully. Li Er was a little disappointed. He did not expect that the three ministers he relied on the most were also at a loss. Was there really no other way? "Your Majesty, Li Xianxing has asked Duke Lu to send in a secret memorial." At this moment, a chamberlain ran in with a memorial in his hands. He bowed and reported to Li Er. Li Er perked up and scolded jokingly, "This brat finally sent the memorial over. Quickly hand it over. If it's not written well, I will not let him off easily." The chamberlain quickly did as he was told and handed the memorial to Li Er. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui looked at each other. They were very surprised by Li Er's reaction. After about half an hour, Li Er put down the memorial and looked at the three old ministers. He smiled and said, "Li Zishuan has sent in a memorial. He mentioned some locust control strategies. My dear ministers, please take a look and see if they are feasible." The chamberlain took the memorial and handed it to Zhang Sun Wuji. The three of them gathered together and began to read it carefully. They saw the words written on it. I have thought hard and obtained 3 locust control strategies. I would like to present them to your majesty for your reference. Firstly, I believe that since the imperial court does not have much money left, why not send a large ship filled with silk and porcelain to the small countries in the Southern Sea to exchange for food? I have heard that the weather in the Southern Sea is extremely hot. Rice matures 3 times a year and the price of food is extremely cheap. Those uncivilized people have never seen such beautiful silk and exquisite porcelain of our great Tang. A bolt of silk can be exchanged for 5 dan of food. Actually, even if our great Tang has tens of millions of gold in our treasury, I do not agree to purchase food from within the country. That is just robbing the east wall to pay the west wall. It is no different from some grain merchants hoarding food in advance. In the end, the ones who will starve are the local people. Secondly, I believe that the imperial court can issue a decree to encourage the people to raise chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry through tax reduction. When the number of these poultry reaches a certain level, it can guarantee that the crops will not be harmed by the locusts when the locusts come. What the imperial court has to pay is just a portion of the tax for the coming year. Otherwise, when the locusts come and the people are unprepared, all the crops will be eaten by the locusts. At that time, not only will the imperial court not be able to collect 10% of the tax, they will also have to fork out additional money to provide relief. Thirdly, I suggest that your majesty issue a decree to allow the officials of the various provinces of Great Tang to set up warehouses to store the food collected this year. When the locusts come next year, the various provinces will open the warehouses to provide relief. This will prevent the transportation of food and huge losses during the journey. I have thought for half a night and came up with these 3 strategies. If there is anything wrong with them, I hope that your majesty will not blame me. A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui originally thought that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable. However, when they saw the last sentence, they almost laughed out loud. To dare to write such a joke in a secret memorial to Li Er, this kid is really bold. Chapter 176. Within the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er saw the expressions of the 3 ministers and knew what they were thinking. He smiled helplessly and said, "What do you think of Li Zishuan's 3 strategies for controlling locusts?" Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know much about the situation of the small countries in the Southern Sea. As for the poultry's ability to exterminate locusts, I also have my doubts. However, I feel that Li Xiannan's 3rd plan is very feasible." Li Er nodded and said with a smile, "Li Zishuan said that the situation of the small countries in the Southern Sea is true. A few years ago, I saw in some of the previous dynasties' nautical records that the rice in some of the countries in the Southern Sea does indeed ripen 3 times a year. The local grain prices are also very cheap. As early as the Sui dynasty, the imperial court had already started to establish maritime communications with Taiwan. Based on historical records, the Sui dynasty had at least 3 voyages to Taiwan Island. They were in the 3rd year of Day, 607, the 4th year of Day, 608, and the 6th year of Day, 610. From this, it could be seen that the shipbuilding and ocean navigation technology of the time were extremely advanced in the world. Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, "Since there is such a country, then I think that Li Zishuan's first strategy is completely feasible. The imperial court can send the navy to escort the caravan to Nanyang in exchange for food." The latter half of Li Xiannan's words aren't wrong. If we were to purchase rations from the other regions of Great Tang, the locust plague would inevitably lead to a shortage of rations. Thus, importing rations from outside is the best choice. Li Er nodded with relief and smiled, In that case, I will order Li Shaogong, Prince of Hejian, to prepare a navy in the near future. I will order the Ministry of Revenue to take out 500,000 strings of cash to purchase a batch of silk and porcelain. I will also recruit a caravan from the people to go south with the navy in June to trade with the Nanyang countries in exchange for food." The 3 old officials said respectfully at the same time, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er continued, "As for the ability of poultry to kill locusts, there is no need to doubt it. Previously, Li Zishuan told me that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 to 30 chickens can more or less guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. At the time, I didn't believe it, but later, I sent someone to the imperial plantation to ask the old farmer and verified that it was true. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other in surprise. In the end, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that Li Xiannan's 3 strategies for dealing with locusts should be implemented as soon as possible. With such a talent in the younger generation of my great Tang, a golden age is certain to continue. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty. Your subjects congratulate Your Majesty. Fang Xianling and Zhangsun Wuji also cupped their hands and praised. The 2 of them were shrewd old men. They knew that Li Er had been worried about the next generation of talents of the empire. At this moment, they could make Li Er happy. Not only did it not violate their principles, but it could also harmonize the relationship between the ruler and his subjects. Wasn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ha ha ha. Li Er laughed heartily. Du Ruhui's words had struck a chord in his heart. He swept away the gloominess from a few days ago and smiled. Minister Du is right. The great Tang will have to rely on these young people in the future. People of our generation are already old. Since the 3 of you agree, then the 3 of you should cooperate with me to implement the 3 strategies for dealing with locusts as soon as possible. This subject obeys the decree. At noon, the mathematics school was about to start classes. The Imperial College had its own canteen. After all, there were many students from outside the city. Of course, the Imperial College did not force the students to eat in the canteen. Therefore, many students from the city chose to go home for lunch. Huayu, how is Uncle Qin's health recently? After class, Li Zishuan found Qin Huayu and asked. Qin Huayu was still thinking about the lessons in the morning. Unlike Qing Chumo, who had been fooling around outside since he was young, the Qin residence's upbringing was extremely strict. Qin Huayu had been ordered by Qin Xiong to study hard at home since he was young. Therefore, although he was the 2nd generation of a military family, he was more like a gentle scholar. This was the first time he had heard of this new mathematics class. Even now, he was still immersed in it. Li Zishuan saw that he was in a daze and repeated it again. Qin Huayu was instantly awakened and said in astonishment, "Ah? Oh, thank you for your concern. Although my father's health is not as good as before, he is much better after these days of recuperation." Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry at the way Qin Huayu addressed him. This Qin Huayu was still immersed in the lesson and had not changed his identity. Huayu, after class, you can just call me Little Xian. If you still call me Mister, wouldn't it be too distant? That's right, that's right. Qing Chumo quickly echoed from the side. Even in class, this fellow was unwilling to call Li Zishuan Mister, let alone after class. Okay, then I'll call you Little Xian after class. Qin Huayu was much more awake now and quickly said. Huayu, I'll go check on Uncle Qin tomorrow afternoon. Send someone to inform Daoist Sunday. If Uncle Qin's blood has been completely replenished, then that's even better. If it's still as weak as before, then I'll give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. I've already built the tools for the blood transfusion. Li Tai also came over at this time. Hearing this, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Little Xian, this blood transfusion can be used to treat illnesses? How come I've never heard of it? Li Zishuan looked at him indifferently and said, Qin Ke, why are you so impudent and not calling me Mister anymore? Li Tai said bluntly, didn't you just say that I'll call you Little Xian after class to avoid alienation? Li Zishuan was speechless. This little fatty really didn't treat him as an outsider. That's right, Little Xian. I heard from my dad that you're going to give Uncle Qin a blood transfusion. Unfortunately, you didn't have the tools before. This time, I have to go and see. Qing Chumo said excitedly. I'll go too, I'll go too. Li Tai was also very curious about this novel treatment method. You two still have class tomorrow. Li Zishuan said unhappily. Qing Chumo curled his lips and said, then why don't you have class tomorrow? In the future, you two will have self-study in the afternoon. Assistant lecturer Su will be in charge. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask Mr. Su. Li Zishuan expressed that his reason for being lazy was very good. Su Hongji's foundation and talent in mathematics were originally very strong. In the end, Li Zishuan's new mathematics still had a lot of shadows of traditional mathematics. Su Hongji was able to comprehend by analogy. After studying the textbooks for a few days and asking Li Zishuan about some doubts, he had already digested most of the elementary mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan dared to be so lazy. Qing Chimo, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Tai were all speechless. After a while, Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and said smugly, "I'm going to be sick tomorrow and need to apply for leave in advance." Even Chancellor Kong can't say anything, right? Li Zishuan kicked Qing Chimo's butt and said unhappily, "You brat, why don't you go to heaven?" Chapter 177. Xian, come over here. After lunch, Madame Li mysteriously waved for her son to come over. Li Zishuan curiously walked over and asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Madame Li lovingly smiled and said, "It's a good thing. Yesterday, your father asked a matchmaker for Han Yushi's birth characters. Mother will go to Xiandu Temple tomorrow and find a Taoist priest to match your birth characters." Li Zishuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Really? That's great. But mother, what if that Taoist priest says that Yushi and I are not compatible?" Bah, nonsense. My son is handsome and elegant. The Han family's daughter is also dignified and beautiful. She is educated and reasonable. How can the two of you not be compatible? Madame Li lightly knocked on her son's head and said unhappily, "Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, mother." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and rubbed his head. He replied and quickly went to the West Court. "Xiao Shi, come over." In the main hall of the West Court, Li Zishuan sneakily asked Xiao Shi to come in. "Young master, it's still daytime. What do you want to do?" Xiao Shi looked at Li Zishuan and thought of something bad. Furthermore, Li Zishuan said those words last night. The servant girl immediately crossed her arms and looked at Li Zishuan vigilantly. She refused to go in. Now that Li Zishuan was about to get married, if he messed around with the servant girls, it was hard to guarantee that the future young mistress would not make things difficult for them. Although Xiao Shi had a good impression of Li Zishuan, she was very clear about what she should and shouldn't do. Li Zishuan stared at her and said, "What are you thinking? If you don't come in, I will definitely eat you up tonight." Oh. When Xiao Shi heard Li Zishuan say that, she knew that she was thinking wrongly. She quickly agreed and walked in. "Young master, what's the matter?" "Something big. Tomorrow, my mother is going to the Xuandu Temple to match Yushi and me. You should follow her and take the opportunity to give that fortune-telling Taoist some money. Let him pick something nice to say. Tell him that if he dares to talk nonsense, I will smash his Taoist temple." Li Zishuan finally got a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. He didn't want these weird Taoist priests to cause any more trouble. Puchi. When Xiao Shi heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Young master, how can you do this? Aren't you cheating?" At the same time, Xiao Shi was a little envious. If young master could care about her so much in the future, she would be willing to die. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and snapped, "What's wrong with cheating? Those Taoists of the Jianghu were always talking nonsense. How many of them could be accurate? My master's fortune-telling was accurate, but he never told people's marriage. He would rather destroy a temple than ruin a marriage. Do you understand?" Actually, Li Zishuan was overthinking this matter. Normally, Taoists would match people's birth characters. Regardless of whether the man and woman were suitable for each other, they would usually pick something nice to say. Very few Taoists would purposely break up people's marriages. If that was the case, the grudge would be too big. It wouldn't be in line with their principle of keeping a low profile to make a fortune. Hence, most of the time, the so-called matching of birth characters was just a formality to let the elders feel at ease. Xiao Shi stuck out her tongue mischievously. She felt that no matter what she said, her young master was right. Hence, she stopped arguing and smiled. All right, young master. Xiao Shi will do it tomorrow. Li Zishuan grinned and said, that's right, that's right. This is my family's good Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi blushed and ran out. She thought to herself that ever since the young master wanted to marry the young mistress, he liked to tease her and Xiao He more and more. Could it be that the young master had turned into a big pervert? If Li Zishuan knew what the little girl was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. He was also a man. Every day, he would guard these two pretty little girls. He couldn't eat them, and he would occasionally say a few flowery words. How did he become a pervert? Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Ma Zhou was sitting in the study room in the backyard. He was leisurely drinking tea and reading a book. On the table beside his hand, there was a thick pile of books. The current Ma Zhou was not the same as before. Ever since Li Zishuan came that day, his position in the workshop had skyrocketed. He sat firmly in the second position. Furthermore, because he was an authentic cultured person with great potential, his position in the workshop was faintly surpassing Faubert's. Therefore, he was naturally treated well now. There were even 2 servants outside the door who could be ordered around. He was really living a comfortable life. He was now reading the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, that Li Qingxian asked the eunuch to return. He was already working on the newspaper that Li Zishuan asked him to do last time. The stack of documents on the table was the recent major events in Chang, and that he had collected. He had also personally written the relevant manuscripts. Now that he was free, he wanted to read Li Zishuan's novel and see how the quality was. After all, Ma Zhou was very confident in his literary talent. He believed that if his article was published in the newspaper, it would definitely receive a lot of praise. However, he was not confident in Li Zishuan's literary talent. Ma Zhou was afraid that Li Zishuan's novel would be too lousy and drag down the overall quality of the newspaper. The beginning is so flat and straightforward. It doesn't pay attention to the rhymes. It's completely vernacular. How can this kind of article be presented? But what are the circles and dots in the middle used for? Why does it look like it's used for punctuation? This idea is not bad. Ma Zhou looked at the first chapter and couldn't help but say with a look of disdain. However, he was still very interested in Li Zishuan's punctuation. Forget it, let's read the next chapter. After thinking for a while, Ma Zhou still patiently continued reading. Cultivation. The idea of this chapter is a bit interesting. Ma Zhou had never read a Xuanhuan cultivation novel. The first time he saw the world structure and the cultivation system, he couldn't help but be deeply immersed. At this time, he didn't care about the literary talent of the article. TSK. Exciting. This eternal spring art is so powerful. How did Li Xiannan come up with it? Why is this bottle so strong that it can't be broken? This bottle has a great origin. It can actually accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Won't Hanli be able to level up quickly in the future? How did it end so quickly? At first, Ma Zhou was still disdainful of Li Zishuan's literary talent. In the end, he was quickly immersed in the novel and dreamlike plot. Unknowingly, he finished reading more than 20 chapters, and it was obvious that he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Although the beginning of the story is flawed, the more I read, the more exciting it is. The owner has completely created an unprecedented new world. It's really too novel and too interesting. Ma Zhou touched his chin and muttered to himself. After a while, he looked at the press release he wrote before and his heart wavered. Should I also write this article in vernacular? No, wouldn't that be too lacking in content? But I keep feeling that there's something missing. At this moment, Ma Zhou began to hesitate and feel conflicted. Forget it, I'll take it and ask the owner. Ma Zhou thought for a while and decided to personally listen to Li Zishuan's opinion. After all, the idea of this newspaper was originally proposed by Li Zishuan. Swordsmen are working so hard. Students who read pirated versions, can you come to QQ Bookstore and subscribe 2 chapters to support me? It's just a few cents. Give me some motivation to persevere. The results are too terrible. Chapter 178. In the afternoon, after Li Zishuan finished his nap, Xiao He came over and told him that a middle-aged scholar named Ma Zhou had come to see him and was waiting in the main hall of the front yard. Li Zishuan nodded and walked to the front hall. He saw Ma Zhou wearing a high hat and a wide belt. He was immaculately dressed, looking like a scholar with an imposing appearance and an elegant demeanor. His attire almost blinded Li Zishuan's titanium alloy eyes. Was this still the sloppy man he saw yesterday? TSK, Mr. Ma's style is almost as elegant as mine. If you walk on the street, won't other young ladies be stolen by Mr. Ma? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Zhou was about to get up and salute Li Zishuan. When he heard this teasing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Ma Zhou was not a person who couldn't make jokes. He smiled and half-joked with Li Zishuan's words. Lord Zhu, I'm now the brand of Chitsu culture. No matter what, I have to dress up a little. Otherwise, won't I embarrass Lord Zhu? In history, the Zhenguan dynasty was full of talents. Ma Zhouguan was able to rise so quickly because, in addition to his talent, he was indeed outstanding in his conduct and conduct of the world. Ma Zhou was a smart man. He paid more attention to art when remonstrating, unlike Wei Zheng who was straightforward. If Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country were great wisdom, then these trivial details could only be regarded as petty cleverness. However, it was this petty cleverness that smoothed the relationship between him and Li Shimin, so Li Shimin always treated him well. In the 12th year of Zhenguan, Ma Zhou was promoted to the secretary of the secretariat and was transferred to the secretariat to work. Li Shimin said to the attendants on his left and right, if I don't see Ma Zhou later, I'll miss him. From this, it could be seen that Ma Zhou was humorous, not inflexible, and knew how to conduct himself. Basically, he could make everyone like him. Li Zishuan was also amused by Ma Zhou's words. Mr. Ma is really humorous. I wonder what brings you here today. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhou stopped smiling. He took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve and handed them to Li Zishuan. He said with a smile, Lord Zhu, I have compiled the recent decrees issued by our dynasty as well as some major cases and strange stories around Chang, and into the kind of press release you mentioned. I'm here today to let you see if it's okay. Li Zishuan was surprised. So fast? Ma Zhou said embarrassedly, I was a little excited yesterday when I thought of the grand plans Lord Zhu mentioned, so I. Only then did Li Zishuan notice his panda eyes. This guy probably didn't sleep last night, right? Ma Zhou's outfit today was too eye-catching, so Li Zishuan ignored his facial expression. Brother Ma, you're well-read. You should know the principle of combining work and rest. No matter how great your ambition is, it still needs to be accumulated step by step. It's impossible to achieve it overnight. Your body is the most precious asset. He seemed to remember that in the history books of his previous life, Ma Zhou died very early. That was why he said this. He didn't want Ma Zhou, a talented and humorous person, to die young. In fact, in history, Ma Zhou suffered from chronic diabetes for a long time. He couldn't recover after a long period of treatment. In the end, he died on the 9th day of the first lunar month in the 22nd year of Zhenguan. He was 48 years old. Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's words. Although he was touched, he still didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. But I'm still in the prime of my life. Every time I think of doing something big with Lord Zhu and leaving my name in history, I feel excited. It's just that we met too late. I've wasted so much time in the past few years. Ma Zhou's words were sincere. Scholars all had the ambition to govern the country and pacify the world. Whether it was the dictionary or the newspaper, it was a great promotion for the education of the Tang Empire. At first, Ma Zhou came to the workshop to earn money to buy wine. But since he knew about Li Zishuan's ambition to let everyone in the world be able to afford to study, he felt that his body was full of vitality and he had more motivation to work. Li Zishuan insisted, work can be done slowly, but you can't ignore your health. Brother Ma, listen to me. Rest when you need to. The Tang Empire will only get better and better in the future. There are many things that Brother Ma needs to do and witness. Later, I'll instruct your servant to remind you to rest on time every day. Ma Zhou spread his hands and said helplessly, okay. I'll listen to Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he look at the manuscripts written by Ma Zhou. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects of His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were under His Majesty's control. For China, there was no such thing as the Turks, and the great and great Khans were helpless. Yantua and Tiela were in charge of the prefectures and counties. Gaochang and Tuhun were in charge of sweeping the land. Only the Goryeo were ordered by the successive generations, and Mok was poor. His Majesty reprimanded them for being traitors. Jingguan law interpretation, it said, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Yuan is the Minister of Justice, and he is punished for political and religious reasons. His sentiments are unscrupulous and foolish, and he knows Shen is ruthless. If he is big, he will mess up his area. If he is small, he will show his style. If he does not establish a system, he will not be heard of before. The murderer of the massacre of a family of 6 in Xinfeng County has been arrested by the authorities. In the spring of the first year of Jingguan, Lu Yuanyi's family was robbed by thieves. The family of 5 fought back with all their might, but the thieves were brave and brutal. Li Zishuan looked at the pieces of news in his hand. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally finished reading all of them. Then he put down the manuscripts in his hand and looked at Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, I have a few suggestions. See if they are feasible. If you think they are not, we can discuss it in detail. Ma Zhou nodded and said, I have the same idea. Lord Zhu, please tell me. I am all ears. Li Zishuan stretched out a finger and said, first, I think that you should add punctuation marks in all of your manuscripts. This will make it easier for the readers to read. As for what punctuation marks are, I believe that Brother Ma has already roughly understood part of it from my A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Later, I will systematically teach you the usage of all punctuation marks. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, I have indeed seen these marks before. At that time, I also guessed that they were used to punctuate sentences. I didn't expect it to be true. In this way, if we add these marks to the newspapers in the future, it will indeed have a good effect. Li Zishuan agreed and said, exactly. The same sentence can be punctuated in different ways. Each way of punctuation represents a different meaning. Such examples can be found everywhere. Only by introducing punctuation marks can we reduce a lot of unnecessary ambiguity. Chapter 179. In the main hall of the Li estate. Li Zishuan continued to speak with assurance. He extended a second finger and said, secondly, I think we need to figure out the audience of the newspaper. With the publication of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and the promotion of pinyin, the number of literate people will far exceed the current number of scholars. These people don't read much, so they definitely won't be able to understand profound classical Chinese. I think that in the future, the newspaper should mainly be written in the vernacular. But considering that the dictionary and pinyin haven't been fully promoted yet, we can do a preliminary experiment. We can divide the newspaper into a few sections. One section will be called Literati Interaction. In this section, everything will be written in classical Chinese. Here, the scholars can express their interpretations of the imperial court's decrees and different viewpoints from different schools of thought. This section will become a paradise for literati to communicate. The other sections will be written in the vernacular. Ma Zhou couldn't help but nod and say, that's a good idea. Before I came, I also considered this problem. Li Zishuan continued, thirdly, regarding the current news, Brother Ma, you can put it into a separate section. This section is mainly used to record the recent strange events, but the writing style can't be so serious. The title can't be as rigid as what you wrote. You have to write it in a relaxed and humorous way to attract people. Don't the people read the newspaper for fun and novelty? Ma Zhou worked so hard to write the news article for so long. Many of the words were carefully crafted by him. In the end, he was criticized as worthless by Li Zixuan. He was a little embarrassed and his stubborn temper almost flared up again. But this time, he forced himself to hold it back. He was a little unconvinced and asked, "Then Lord Zhu, how do you think I should write it?" Li Zixuan smiled. He could also see that Ma Zhou still had a little temper. But it was normal for literati to be arrogant. He didn't mind too much and said, "As for how to write it in a way that will attract people, Brother Ma has to figure it out yourself. But I can provide Brother Ma with an example. For example, you can start by writing, why did a 90-year-old woman die naked on the streets? Why did hundreds of female donkeys scream in the middle of the night? Why did the underwear of the courtesans of 100 Flowers Tower get stolen? Who was the perpetrator of the serial rape and killing of sows? Why did the old nun's door get knocked every night? Was it a person or a ghost? What was behind the accidental deaths of hundreds of female dogs? Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Was it the eruption of sex or the helplessness of thirst? Stay tuned for the 8th issue of Datong Daily. Pooh! Li Zixuan was really full of surprises. Before he could finish, Ma Zhou felt dizzy and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Where's your integrity? My Lord Zhu, where is your integrity? Ma Zhou felt that he had no integrity when he put down his pride as a scholar and shamelessly went to work in the workshop. However, he did not expect that there would be a scholar who was even more shameless than him. Ma Zhou now had some doubts. Was he too thin-skinned before? Lord Zhu, is it really okay to write like this? Will we be drowned by the saliva of all the scholars in the world? Ma Zhou looked like he was going to vomit blood and asked gloomily. It was as if he was saying to Li Zixuan, "Are you sure you're not King kidding me?" Li Zixuan deliberately ignored Ma Zhou's expression and said matter-of-factly, "Why not? Brother Ma, don't you think that the people will be more interested in reading if you write like this? As for the scholars' saliva, Brother Ma, you don't have to worry at all. If they want to scold us, let them. Only when there is controversy can we become more and more famous. Their saliva will only make our newspaper more popular. Moreover, in the future, our newspaper will definitely have the absolute power of public opinion. When that time comes, I'll see who dares to scold us." Ma Zhou wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Why did he feel like he had fallen into a pit of fire? Moreover, it was the kind of pit that was 10,000 meters deep. He could not jump out even if he wanted to. Lord Zhu, do you really want to write like this? Ma Zhou hoped that Li Zixuan would change his mind and not make things so shocking. Li Zixuan insisted, "Yes, just write in this style. There's a trace of exaggeration in the humor. Once people start reading, they can't stop even if they want to." "All right then." Ma Zhou could only agree helplessly. He cursed in his heart, is that a trace of exaggeration? It's simply too exaggerated. Li Zixuan thought for a while and continued, then the novel section at the end of the newspaper will be called Dahua Jianghu. In the early stage, I'll use my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to cover it. Every issue will have 4 chapters serialized. Later on, if the Ministry of Culture receives some high-quality novels, then they can be serialized together. Brother Ma, what do you think of my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Can I put it in the newspaper? Ma Zhou said awkwardly, "Ahem, of course." This Ma has also read this novel. Although the beginning is a little plain, from the last few chapters, this Ma has never heard of the huge world built in this novel and the cultivation system mentioned in the book. This Ma is simply unheard of. It is really too novel. I believe that when the time comes, there will be many people who will like to read it. Li Zixuan said proudly, "Of course, the story will only get more and more interesting. Brother Ma, you definitely won't be able to imagine it. Then when the novel is published, will the author write your name, Lord Zhu?" Ma Zhou suddenly thought of a very important question. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and smiled. There's no need to write my real name. I'll give myself a pen name. In the future, everyone who contributes can give themselves a pen name. My pen name will be Leather Knight. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, Master Forgetful, I'm sorry. I'll just copy this novel from you. I'll copy someone else's next one. Don't mind me. I'll be taking your novel to the Tang dynasty. You're welcome. Ma Zhou's face was full of doubts and asked, Lord Zhu, what's the meaning of the 3 words Leather Knight? Li Zishuan looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof, through the sky, and rushed out of the horizon. He sighed deeply and said, This is because I miss a person. A very great person. Without him, perhaps I wouldn't be who I am now. 2017. In a small rented house in Tiandu, a failed web novel author was crazily typing in front of the computer. Behind the Word document, there was clearly a program code that he had just finished running. Suddenly, he sneezed 3 times. Achoo! 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 Suddenly, the computer screen was full of saliva. He took a piece of tissue paper to wipe the computer and cursed, F***ck, it must be that old woman, the landlord, scolding me again. I just told her to pay the rent a few days later. Did she have to do this? Li Mansion. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's strange words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't Lord Zhu's father called Li Jingma and his mother called Yi Yuzhu? There isn't anyone called Leather Knight? Then why did Lord Zhu say that without Leather Knight, there wouldn't be him? Could it be? Ma Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. Pa! Li Zishuan saw this and slammed the table. He said angrily, What are you thinking? When my master was alive, he said that he liked the 3 words Leather Knight very much. Ma Zhou was obviously thinking the wrong way. Li Zishuan had no choice but to make up an excuse to avoid any trouble. Ma Zhou replied with an, oh, half believing and half doubting. Then, seeing that he had achieved all his goals today, he proposed to leave. Li Zishuan waved his hand helplessly, telling this bastard with a big brain to scram. Chapter 180. Jinda, Jijia, pharmacist, Jingda, why are you all here? The afternoon of the 2nd day, Niu Jinda, Qingyao Jin, Li Jing, and Yuqi Jingda arrived at the Qin manor, giving Qin Xiong a fright. Second brother, we heard that Xiao Xian was going to give you a blood transfusion, so we wanted to come and observe. Qingyao Jin smiled happily. Among them, he had the deepest relationship with Qin Xiong. They were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Thinking that there was hope for his good brother's illness, Qingyao Jin felt even better than killing hundreds of enemies. That's right. I've never heard of such a strange thing like stealing blood to save people. Today, I'm here to broaden my horizons and see if this method can be used in the army in the future. Shu Bao, please don't blame me for coming uninvited. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled reservedly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said, Pharmacist, you're treating me like an outsider. Come in and sit. Housekeeper, serve tea. The group sat down in the front hall under Qin Xiong's instructions. Maids and servants came to serve tea. Madame Qin also knew that Li Zishuan was coming today to treat her husband, so she waited in the front hall. Yuqi Gong took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Xiong and asked, Shu Bao, your complexion looks much better than usual. Can you still get on a horse and fight? Compared to half a month ago, Qin Shu Bao's complexion was indeed much better. At the very least, he looked more like a healthy normal person. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, Jingda is joking. Although I can move freely now, but if I get on a horse to fight, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to do so. I can't compare to Jingda, Jijia, you two have great martial strength. Niu Jinda comforted him. Shu Bao has been on a horse all his life. It's good that he can live peacefully. Now that my Tang Empire is going to be peaceful, Shu Bao can stay at home and enjoy life. Isn't that a good thing in life? Qingyao Jin also patted his chest and said, Yes, yes, yes. I can fight in the war. Second brother, you can't fight with me. Qinxiong shook his head. He looked to the north and sighed. The Turks in the north have yet to be wiped out. How can this old man retire at home in peace? Li Jing frowned and said, Shu Bao, you don't have to be too worried. The Turks aren't united. Last year, they took advantage of our great Tang's internal weakness to send their troops to the Wei River. As long as we prepare for war for 2 years, we won't be afraid of the Turks. Master, Daoist Sun and Daoist Li are here. At this moment, a servant came in and cupped his hands. Qin Xiong stood up and said excitedly, Please, please. A moment later, Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao walked in together. Behind Sun Simiao was Hu Jingjing. Li Zishuan had also asked the young lady at the door. Hu Hanyun and Hu Guiyuan's injuries had all been treated and they had already returned home. They had originally wanted to go to the Li family to kowtow and thank Li Zishuan for his kindness, but Li Zishuan had been in class at the time, so they gave up on the idea. After the few people in the room greeted Sun Simiao, Qing Yaojin began to scold Li Zishuan. Good lad, you made all of us wait for you. You're getting more and more arrogant. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and apologized. Please forgive me, uncles. I was late because I had to prepare some things. I didn't think it through. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. Jijia, don't scare children. As long as you can cure Shu Bao's illness, what's wrong with us waiting for a while? Li Zishuan looked at Li Jing and cupped his hands in puzzlement. May I ask who this uncle is? In his opinion, the person who could sit here and chat with Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong must be a big shot, so he asked. Niu Jinda pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, you don't even know the famous pharmacist Li. Li Zishuan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an awesome person. He hurriedly bowed and said, It turns out to be the Tang Empire's military god. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, General Li. Li Jing's face changed slightly. He waved his hand and forced a smile. Military god? Don't talk nonsense. You can also call me uncle like you call Jijia and Shu Bao. Li Zishuan hurriedly called him Uncle Li again. Li Jing said, Shao Xian, go and treat Shu Bao. I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't waste time here. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said yes. At this time, Sun Simiao had already checked Qin Xiong's pulse. Li Zishuan stood aside and waited for the results. He greeted Mrs. Qin with his eyes. Mrs. Qin gave him a kind smile. Half an hour later, Sun Simiao stood up and sighed to everyone. General Qin's internal injuries are gradually getting better. However, the qi and blood he lost in the early years has not been completely recovered. It has been a long time since the last time I checked his pulse. I'm afraid that less than 10% of it has been recovered. General Qin is approaching middle age and his qi and blood are not as vigorous as a young man's. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover all the qi and blood he lost through the power of the medicine. Everyone's face darkened and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zishuan and continued, Shao Xian, let's try your life-prolonging skill. Qing Yaojin agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Shao Xian, let's draw blood. See if my blood is suitable. Sir Li, please see if my blood is suitable. At this time, the housekeeper of Qin's mansion who was waiting on the side bowed and begged. Lord Li, please take a look and see if our blood is compatible. Suddenly, there was a roar of nearly 100 people outside the house. Qin Xiong and the others turned pale with fright. They hurriedly walked to the door and saw nearly 100 Qin clan generals neatly lined up in 10 rows. Everyone cupped their fists and knelt on one knee. This was standard military etiquette. The news that Li Zishuan was going to give Qin Xiong a blood transfusion had already spread among the servants of Qin's mansion. Correspondingly, they already knew about the theory that Li Zishuan had mentioned last time. How could they not help when their master was in trouble? Moreover, most of them had accompanied Qin Xiong in his early years and fought all over the world. Later, because of the battles, they were left with disabilities. Qin Xiong saw that some of them were lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took them in as his family soldiers. After so many years, he had been supporting them. Therefore, their feelings for Qin Xiong were deeper than anyone else's. Moreover, according to Li Zishuan, taking a little blood wouldn't kill anyone. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Qin Xiong felt as if he had returned to the battlefield. These were all brothers who would die for him. At this moment, he couldn't help but tear up. Zhuangqi, what do you want to do by bringing them here? Hurry up and go back. Family head, I, Zhuangqi, did everything I did today willingly. If it wasn't for you, I would have starved to death on the side of the road. Now that you are in trouble, forget about taking a bit of my blood, even if you want my life, I'm willing. The leader, Zhuangqi, clasped his fists at Qin Xiong and said loudly. Yes, master, we are all willing. We are all willing. Lord Li, please draw my blood. I have the most blood. When the other family soldiers heard Zhuangqi's words, they all shouted out. In an instant, the front yard of Qin's mansion was filled with roars. Li Zishuan was also moved by the brotherhood on the battlefield. Just as he was about to step out and persuade Qin Xiong, he heard a heroic laugh from outside the door. It is said that men on the battlefield are loyal. The family soldiers of Qin's mansion are all indomitable and loyal men. Please support me with a legal subscription. The author is about to vomit blood. Chapter 181. Following this forthright laugh, Li Er, dressed in a bright yellow uniform, strode in with large strides. Everyone was shocked and knelt down, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and laughed, Rise, Shu Bao, I heard from Qin Ke that Li Zishuan is going to give you a blood transfusion this afternoon, so I came to take a look. Shu Bao, you won't mind me being an uninvited guest, right? Qin Xiong bowed, I wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong was both gratified and happy that Li Er had personally come to see him. He had stayed out of the Xuanwu Gate incident last year because he did not want to participate in the tragedy of killing his brother and seizing the throne. It had nothing to do with his position. He had always been on Li Er's side. But from the rewards of the officials after the incident at Xianwu Gate, everyone thought that Qin Xiong had lost the favor of the emperor and would no longer be valued. Usually, only Qing Yaojin and Niu Jinda, these former battle brothers, were willing to come to the Qin Fu. Now that Li Er came out of the palace to see Qin Xiong, to a certain extent, it dispelled some of the rumors. Qin Xiong didn't care about these rumors, but he was still happy that Li Er came to see him personally. Don't just stand there, continue. Don't delay Shu Bao's treatment because of me. Li Er didn't rush everyone to do what they were supposed to do. Li Zishuan looked and said to Qin Xiong, Uncle Qin, since these men are willing to donate blood for you, why don't we start the blood test first? I said before that taking a small amount of blood is not harmful to the human body, but beneficial. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee this. Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, I believe you. Then, he looked at the group of family generals in front of him and said loudly, All of you, get up. This old man owes you a favor today. Zhuangqi stood up and grinned, Family head, you're too serious. Li Zishuan had them stand in a row, but he didn't need so many people. He planned to let them leave once he found a suitable blood type. He first used a porcelain bottle to take the blood of the 10 people and put their names on the bottle. Then, he took it back and tested it with Qin Xiong's blood. After a while, the results came out. Uncle Qin, Zhuangqi, and Mei Wenhua have the same blood type as you. You can use their blood. Li Er and the others watched from the side and clicked their tongues in wonder, but did not interrupt. In the courtyard, Zhuangqi heard Li Zishuan's words and immediately grinned proudly. You're so uncultured. Don't fight with me this time. Lord Li, you can just use my blood. Your uncultured body is not as strong as mine. A lame veteran in the first row was immediately unhappy. He scolded, Zhuang Laoqi, you're King looking down on us veterans. If you're not convinced, come out and fight with me. Qin Xiong could not help but scold, all of you, shut up. Don't be rude in front of His Majesty." Immediately, the two of them quieted down. Li Er waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He had been in the army for a long time and was already used to such fights. Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao looked at each other and stepped forward. "Uncle Qin, just use Zhuang Qi's blood. You can ask the others to leave." Mei Wenhua was indeed a little old. His own blood production ability was not enough. If he gave Qin Xiong blood, he would probably be finished. Qin Xiong nodded and shouted, "Zhuang Qi, step forward. The rest of you can leave." "Master." Mei Wenhua still wanted to fight for it, but he was glared at by Qin Xiong. Everyone came to a bedroom. Sun Simiao went forward to check Zhuang Qi's pulse to see if he was healthy and if he had any medical history. This was what Li Zishuan had told him when he came. He could not let Qin Xiong get infected after the blood transfusion and have other diseases. Zhuang Qi obediently allowed himself to be checked. His expression did not reveal any impatience. After a while, Sun Simiao nodded at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan ordered Zhuang Qi to lie on the bed. He also asked someone to bring a cushion for Qin Xiong to lie on the ground. This strange arrangement shocked Zhuang Qi. He quickly stood up and said that he wanted to lie on the ground and let Qin Xiong lie on the bed. Li Zishuan slapped him. If they really lay down like that, who would be the one to transfuse blood in the end? After the two of them were in position, Li Zishuan asked them to roll up their sleeves. He picked up the cotton swab, which was actually a ball of steamed coarse cloth tied to the front of a thin stick. In this era, cotton was still a rare ornamental flower. It was not popularized as a crop. Li Zishuan could not find cotton in a short time, so he could only do this. He dipped the cotton swab in alcohol and smeared it on the two people's arms. Suddenly, an unusually strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Cheng Yaojin sniffed hard. He was so greedy that his saliva almost flowed out. He thought to himself, "This kid is not honest. He has such a good thing and yet he is still hiding it." Although Li Zishuan liked to drink, he was more concerned about the purpose of Li Zishuan's action. He thought for a long time but still could not figure it out. He could not help but frown deeply. Sun Simiao did not have any scruples. He directly asked, "Xiao Xian, what do you mean by smearing alcohol on their arms?" As Li Zishuan busied himself, he replied, "It's disinfecting. There are some small bugs on the surface of a person's skin that can't be seen with the naked eye. This strong liquor can kill them. In fact, when someone was injured in the army, their wound would become infected because of these small bugs in the air." Although Sun Simiao did not know what air was, he understood the general meaning. He nodded thoughtfully. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He could not help but ask, if this kind of alcohol is used in the military, can it greatly reduce the death of injured soldiers? Li Zishuan nodded and said, "In theory, it can." Li Jing looked at Li Er excitedly. Li Er nodded at him, indicating that they should finish treating Qin Xiong's illness first. After disinfecting, Li Zishuan found the blood vessels on Zhuang Qi's arm. Looking at the thick needle, he gritted his teeth and stabbed it in. Zhuang Qi's body trembled, but he did not cry out in pain. Li Zishuan waited for the air in the needle to be exhausted. Then, he inserted the other end of the needle into Qin Xiong's arm. Because of the difference in height, the blood slowly flowed through the needle into Qin Xiong's body. Everyone in the room held their breaths and stared at the blood flowing through the needle. They were witnessing the first case of blood transfusion in human history. Gradually, Qin Xiong fell asleep with a satisfied expression. Li Zishuan stared at the hourglass on the table. After a while, he nodded at Sun Simiao. The two went forward to remove the needles from Qin Xiong's arm and used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to press on the wound. Then, Li Zishuan stood up and started to pack up the tools. Of course, Mrs. Qin went forward to press on the wound on Qin Xiong's arm. As for Zhuang Qi, he acted as if nothing had happened. After pressing for a while, he threw away the cotton swabs. Instead, he sniffed his arm for a while and muttered, "Good wine." A few old soldiers in the room gently carried Qin Xiong to the bed. They saw that his breathing was even and he was sleeping soundly. He was not awakened by the commotion outside. Mrs. Qin stood to the side, happily wiping away her tears. Sun Simiao went forward to check Qin Xiong's pulse again. After a while, he smiled and nodded at Mrs. Qin. This was clearly not the place to talk. After Mrs. Qin reacted, she apologetically called Li Er and the others to the front hall for tea. Li Zishuan wanted to leave after packing up, but Yuqi Jingda picked him up like an eagle grabbing a little chick and brought him to the front hall. Chapter 182. Li Zishuan, can this strong liquor really prevent the wound from getting infected and suppurating as you said? In the main hall of Qin's mansion, Li Er sat alone in the seat of honor while the others sat below in an orderly manner. Li Zishuan was tired for a long time and finally sat down to rest. When he heard Li Er's question, he really did not want to move, so he directly sat on the stool and cupped his hands to Li Er. Indeed, when my teacher treated the wounds of the farmers who were bitten by wild beasts, he would use strong liquor to disinfect them. If your majesty does not believe me, you can test it in the Imperial Medical Department first. Li Er nodded. Li Jing then stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er. This old subject earnestly requests your majesty to introduce this method of disinfection into the army. Every year, the death rate of wounded soldiers in the army is as high as 70%. Many good men did not die on the battlefield, but died from infection. This old subject is truly distressed. Li Er quickly said, I also understand the situation that the pharmacist mentioned. Li Zishuan, how much of this strong liquor do you have in your winery? He wanted to directly take the method of brewing the strong liquor into the imperial court's possession. After all, this strong liquor had become an extremely important strategic resource in terms of its effect. However, there were still shares of the Qing family in it. If he did so, it would not look good. Li Zishuan suddenly had a good premonition. He felt as if he was being targeted by a tiger. He cautiously said, Your Majesty, this strong liquor has no other use except for disinfection. Therefore, the winery only has a few bottles. I made it on the spot. Li Er stared and said, What do you mean by no other use except for disinfection? You really don't know the severity of the situation. Just by disinfection, you can save the lives of many good men in the Tang Empire. He shook his head and muttered, Can this liquor be brewed in large quantities and supplied to the army? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked, How much of this disinfection liquor does the Tang Empire need every year? Li Er did not know this. He looked at Li Jing and threw the question out. Li Jing was also a little confused. He knew how many injured soldiers there were every year, but how would he know how much strong liquor was needed? There are about 15,000 injured soldiers in the army every year. Little Xian, calculate how much hard liquor you need. Li Jing could only throw the question to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan calculated carefully. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, I have roughly calculated that the army needs to store about 600 liters of liquor every year to ensure that it is enough. Li Er nodded and slapped the table, saying, Good. Then your winery will provide 600 liters of hard liquor to the Ministry of War every year. As for the price, Li Zishuan rushed to say, at least 8 rounds per liter. Li Er was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Nonsense. You have the nerve to earn money from saving the lives of those soldiers. Li Zishuan felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, this is really the cost price. This disinfection liquor is more than twice as strong as the immortal drunken wine. Think about it, the immortal drunken wine is already sold for 5 rounds per liter. If you sell it for less than 8 rounds per liter, I will really go bankrupt. What he said was not entirely a lie. In modern times, alcohol was indeed very cheap, but industrial alcohol was generally obtained through chemical synthesis, not through fermentation and distillation of grains. In the Tang dynasty, 8 rounds per liter of medical alcohol was really not expensive. Li Er said angrily, Nonsense. How can this little liquor make you go bankrupt? Don't be unreasonable. 6 rounds per liter. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This Li Er was really not a good person. He was a robber, a robber. Qing Yao Jin stood up and snorted, "Your Majesty, the cost of this liquor is indeed very high. 6 rounds per liter is really going to be a loss." The Qing family had shares in this winery, so of course Qing Yao Jin would jump out and complain. Li Er saw that Qing Yao Jin was also pretending to be pitiful, and he suddenly had nowhere to vent his anger. "Fine, 8 rounds per liter it is. If you dare to cut corners, I will teach you a lesson." Li Er flicked his sleeves and left. All the big shots had seen what they wanted to see, and Qin Xiong was now sleeping. It was not appropriate for them to stay any longer, so they all said their goodbyes. Only Li Zixuan, Sun Simiao, and Qing Yao Jin were still there. Sun Simiao looked at Madame Qin and said, "General Qin's pulse is stable, and his body is no different from a normal person. Madame Qin, please don't worry." Madame Qin sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Dr. Sun." Sun Simiao waved his hand, looked at Li Zixuan, and said, "Xiao Xian, I have never heard of the small insects in the air that you mentioned. Can you tell me in detail some other day?" Chinese medicine focused on the 5 qi and 6 qi, the balance of yin and yang, and the integration of heaven and man. Li Zixuan's theories had really broken Sun Simiao's understanding of medicine. He seemed to have seen the door of a new world, waving at him. Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Of course. If you want to hear from me one day, I will tell you everything. In fact, these small things that can't be seen with the naked eye can be seen with some tools. When I make this tool in the future, I will invite you to come and see it together." Sun Simiao said in surprise, "There is such a strange thing?" "That's great. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. If you can really make that kind of tool one day, you must send someone to inform me. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, I must rush back to take a look." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Daoist Sunday. I will definitely inform you." Only then did Sun Simiao say goodbye with satisfaction. Who actually helped Sun Simiao carry the medicine box obediently? She smiled sweetly at Li Zixuan and waved goodbye. Then, she turned around and left with Sun Simiao. When Li Zixuan saw that everyone had left, he also wanted to say goodbye. However, he heard Madame Qin say, "Xiao Xian, don't be in a hurry to leave. Auntie has something to say to you." Li Zixuan stopped and respectfully said, "Auntie, please go ahead." Madame Qin said with a smile, "Why are you still standing? Sit down. Sit down and talk." Li Zixuan obeyed and sat down. Qing Yao Jin was about to leave, but when he heard Madame Qin ask him to stay, he sat down with Li Zixuan. Madame Li looked at Li Zixuan and couldn't help but say with emotion, "Xiao Xian, your Uncle Qin's illness is all thanks to you." Otherwise, Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and interrupted, "Auntie Qin, please don't say that. The Qin and Li families are like family. This is what I should do." Madame Qin smiled happily and said, You are right. I heard that you are going to marry Yushi. This girl is my adopted daughter. From now on, our 2 families will really be one family." Qing Yaojin's eyes widened. At this time, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed, No wonder you are so good to Han Tianhu. It turns out that you are interested in his daughter. You are so cunning." Li Zixuan's forehead was full of black lines. Did this old guy even know how to speak properly? Chapter 183. When Mrs. Qin heard Qing Yaojin's nonsense, she glared at him angrily. Qing Yaojin often chatted and laughed with Qin Xiong, but he still had some respect for this sister-in-law. Sensing Mrs. Qin's angry gaze, Qing Yaojin laughed awkwardly. Then, he consciously removed his left hand from Li Zixuan's shoulder and returned to his seat. Mrs. Qin smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Li Zixuan and said with a loving expression, "Between you and Yushi, one is Auntie's nephew and can be considered a talent. The other is my adopted daughter and is also naturally beautiful. You two are a match made in heaven. Auntie is very happy that the 2 of you can be together. Yushi, this girl, her mother passed away early and is also a pitiful child. Our Qin family can be considered half of her family now. I love her very much. In the future, you can't bully that girl, otherwise, I won't let you off. Sweat. Li Zixuan finally remembered that Mrs. Qin could be considered half of his mother-in-law. He hurriedly cupped his hands and promised, "Don't worry, Auntie. Yushi and I are truly in love. After we get married, I'll only love and dote on her. I won't dare to bully her." Mrs. Qin heard this and beamed with joy. "Haha, that's a good boy." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Li Zixuan finally left the Qin family. Although Mrs. Qin was only half of his mother-in-law, she wasn't easy to deal with. Li Zixuan's ears almost grew calluses from listening to her nagging. When Qing Yaojin left, he gave him a hand and walked out of the Qin family. How are you going to thank me this time?" On the street, Qing Yaojin patted Li Zixuan and laughed loudly. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "This time, I have to thank Uncle Qing properly. Otherwise, our winery would have to pay at least 1,000 strings of coins for the 600 liters of liquor His Majesty ordered." Of course. Kid, you have to treat me to a good drink on your wedding day. Use the liquor you disinfected Shu Bao today." Qing Yaojin laughed proudly. There were only a few people in the Tang Empire who could face Li Zixuan directly. Li Zixuan almost knelt down when he heard Qing Yaojin's words. "Boss, you dare to drink medical alcohol? You must be tired of living." Uncle Qing, you can't drink this disinfectant liquor. You have to tell His Majesty to strictly forbid the soldiers from drinking disinfectant liquor. This stuff can kill people," Li Zixuan said solemnly. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to tell Li Er about this matter. Most of the heroes in the army loved to drink. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be drunkards who had designs on this medical alcohol. If this person didn't die on the battlefield and instead died of alcohol poisoning, then Li Zixuan's sin would be great. Hearing how serious his words were, Qing Yaojin stopped smiling and asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "All right, I believe you. Your worries aren't unfounded. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow to clarify this matter." Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Qing." Li Residence West Courtyard. "Xiao Shi, come over quickly." Li Zixuan saw Xiao Shi holding a piece of cloth and looking like she was going to the front courtyard, so he quickly called out. "Young master, what's the matter?" Since they were outdoors, Xiao Shi wasn't worried that Li Zixuan would do something beastly in broad daylight. Thus, she quickly walked over and asked. "Xiao Shi, what did the Daoist priest say when my mother went to the Daoist temple this morning?" Although there was a legitimate reason, cheating wasn't something to be proud of. Li Zixuan asked softly. Xiao Shi smiled and replied, "Young master, so you are still worried about this matter." "Don't worry." Xiao Shi secretly gave the Daoist priest 200 coins when old madam wasn't paying attention. Afterwards, the Daoist priest told old madam that young master and young madam are a match made in heaven. Young madam is a blessing for her husband. After marrying her, young master will definitely be promoted and the Li family will have many children and grandchildren. Old madam was overjoyed. When old madam came back, she said that she will go to the Han family tomorrow. After a few days, she will set an auspicious date and young master will be able to get married officially. Yeah. That's great, Xiao Shi, you did well. When I, young master, get married, you will be greatly rewarded. Haha. Li Zixuan resisted the urge to carry Xiao Shi and twirl her around. He could only clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Xiao Xian, who is this Xiao Ming? Big brother, I must beat this son of a bitch to death. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just finished teaching everyone and was preparing to go home for lunch when Xing Chimo chased after him from behind and asked angrily. Li Zixuan was confused by the question and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Bah, this kid is really hateful. Look at him pouring water into the pond and then pouring water out. Does this son of a bitch have nothing better to do? Isn't he making things difficult for me, old Cheng? Also, this kid is always forgetful. He even forgot to bring his things to school. It's fine if he went back to take his things, but he actually asked me, old Cheng, when will he meet his mother? How the hell am I supposed to know? Also, you see. Ching Chimo pointed at the few math problems that Li Zishuan had set in the textbook and kept complaining about Xiao Ming's crimes. Looking at this guy's crazy look, he was probably tortured by these few problems. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely in his heart. Why was this idiot's brain always wired differently from other people? Wasn't it because he wanted to save time and effort when he was setting the questions, so he directly changed all the application questions to Xiao Ming? Does this guy have to be like this? Pfft. Ha, Cho Nyo, how can you understand it like this? Xiao Ming is just a code name. The reason why Mr. set this problem is to let us learn how to solve this kind of problem, not to let you care about who the problem is. Qin Huayu, who was following behind, heard Ching Chimo's funny words and couldn't help but help Li Zishuan to explain with a smile. Li Zishuan gave this guy a kick. He said unhappily, "Did you hear what Huayu said? You don't think about proper things and only think about crooked ways. If you continue like this, I'll pay a home visit to the Qing residence and talk to Uncle Qing about your recent studies." Although Ching Chimo didn't know what a home visit meant, he roughly understood after hearing the second half of the sentence. He immediately jumped up and said, F***ck, Xiao Xian, are you still my brother? How can you do something so immoral? What? You can't win a battle of words, so you want to fight? Come, we brothers haven't sparred in a long time. F***ck, only an idiot would spar with you. After following Li Zishuan for so long, this guy already knew how to call him an idiot. Ching Chimo was really afraid that Li Zishuan would want to spar with him, so he immediately ran away after saying that. Chapter 184. At noon, Li Zishuan finished his meal and prepared to go back to the west courtyard to take a nap. This guy was more carefree than some of the modern civil servants. He only worked half a day and rested for 2 days every 5 days. There was no one else like him. Perhaps even Li Er's quality of life was not as good as his. As soon as he arrived at the west courtyard, he saw Lan Er following him. Li Zishuan rubbed his head with a headache. With this little devil around, how could he sleep at noon? Lan Er, what's the matter? Yes. Lan Er quickly nodded. The little girl looked around and then mysteriously pushed Li Zishuan into the room. She hurriedly asked, "Brother, have you noticed anything wrong with Iron Egg recently?" Li Zishuan patted his clothes that were messed up by his little sister's pushing and shoving. When he heard this boring question, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could be wrong? Of course there is. Brother, as a master, why don't you care about your disciple at all? Li Zishuan said angrily, "How do you know that I don't care? Don't I check on his progress every day?" No, I'm saying that you don't care about Iron Egg's inner feelings. Li Zishuan was a little confused by Lan Er's words. He asked impatiently, "Lan Er, what do you want to say? Just say it." You're really unqualified as a master. Haven't you noticed that Iron Egg has become more and more silent recently? He even talks to me less often. Lan Er pouted and said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Isn't this normal? Iron Egg has to practice and go to school. How can he have so much time to chat with you? That's not it. Iron Egg used to practice and go to school. But every afternoon after class, he would come to play with Lan Er. But recently, after Iron Egg came back, he didn't look for Lan anymore. Brother, go and check on Iron Egg at night. What I said is true. Lan Er said anxiously. The more Li Zishuan listened to his little sister, the more mysterious she became. But in order to avoid being pestered, he could only agree, Okay. I'll go and take a look tonight. Thank you, brother. Lan Er smiled sweetly. Li Zishuan's heart melted when he heard that. He thought to himself that his little sister was becoming more and more coquettish. After Lan Er achieved her goal, she did not cause any more trouble in the west courtyard. Li Zishuan's ears finally had some peace. He moved the recliner to the entrance where he could feel the cool breeze. Then, he put on the eye mask that he asked Xiaoxi to sew for him and laid down on the recliner, taking a beautiful afternoon nap. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zixuan felt a few drops of cold water dripping on his face. He subconsciously wiped his face, thinking that it was raining. He instantly woke up and saw Lan, holding a dripping towel, laughing mischievously beside him. "Oh, Lan, didn't I just promise you? What else do you want? Stop fooling around. Let me sleep for a while more." Li Zixuan was about to throw a tantrum when his afternoon nap was interrupted. However, when he saw his little sister's innocent smile, his temper instantly died down. However, he still said unwillingly, Brother, don't sleep anymore. Faubert sent someone over to say that the new car you asked for is ready. Quickly accompany Lan, to sit in the beautiful new car." Lan, grabbed Li Zixuan's arm and kept shaking it. She was like a little sparrow chirping in Li Zixuan's ear. Li Zixuan was just thinking that if Lan, was still here, he would tell her a ghost story to scare her away. However, when he heard that the new car was ready, he immediately sat up and said excitedly, "Lan, where's the new car? Has it been sent over?" "It's still in the workshop. Faubert said that he wants you to go over and see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Brother, bring Lan along." Previously, Li Zixuan had told her about the new car a few times. According to Li Zixuan's description, Lan had always been looking forward to the new car. Now that she heard that the new car was ready, how could she hold herself back? Li Zixuan laughed heartily and stood up. He rubbed Lan's head and said with a smile, "All right. I'll bring you along." Ignoring Lan's cheers behind him, Li Zixuan went out and asked Xiaoxi to get a basin of water to wash his face. He instantly felt refreshed. San Bao brought Da Bai over. Li Zixuan carried Lan and got on the horse. He laughed loudly and said, "Let's go. Let's go look at the car. Hee, I can't afford a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Ferrari in the modern era. Then, I'll make my own luxury car in the Tang dynasty." Li Zixuan thought proudly in his heart. Accompanied by the clatter of the horse's hooves on the ground, the siblings arrived at the workshop in a short while. When they walked into the workshop, they saw a huge four-wheeled carriage that was about 12 feet long and 3 feet wide. The sides of the carriage were angular and there were some exquisite carvings. The dark red paint on it gave people a sense of low-key luxury. Compared to the current 4-foot-long and 2-foot-wide ordinary carriage, this luxury car looked like a huge beast from afar. Moreover, it had 4 wheels, so it looked more stable. Li Zixuan was very satisfied just by looking at its appearance. Only then did he have the time to look around the carriage. He discovered that other than Uncle Fu, Yan Xiaoning had also come today. This guy had not been seen for a while, so he did not know where he went. "Hey, Brother Xiaoning is here today. It's rare. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Xiaoning, how have you been?" Li Zixuan held Lan's hand and walked over quickly to greet Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning said with a bitter face, "The workshop has been so lively recently. Of course, I wanted to come and take a look. However, some time ago, His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Works to mass-produce curved plows and promote them to other provinces and counties. The Ministry of Works is short of manpower. My father recruited temporary craftsmen from the public and took me to be a supervisor. I was released today and heard that you made something good, so I came to take a look." Li Zixuan looked at this poor kid sympathetically and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, It's good that you're here. You're the technical director of our workshop. Without you, our workshop's progress has slowed down a lot." Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent was undeniable. He was even better than Faubert. In the future, he could become a god. With such an awesome engineer, Li Zixuan was very assured about the workshop's future development. Yan Xiaoning could not help but roll his eyes. He had just jumped out of the pit that his father had dug for him. Why did he feel that he had jumped into Li Zixuan's pit? This kid was obviously treating him as a coolie. However, he still had 10% of the workshop's shares. This counted as working for himself, right? Yan Xiaoning's mood improved a little when he thought of this. He was too lazy to care about Li Zishuan. He came over and pulled Lan. He smiled gently and said, "Let's go, Sister Lan. Brother Xiaoning will take you to see the new carriage." Okay. The two of them jumped directly into the carriage. Li Zishuan was immediately stunned and hurriedly cried out, "Hey, this is my carriage." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 185. After entering the carriage, Li Zishuan looked at the interior furnishings. Even though this was designed by him, he was still shocked. He saw two single sofas placed on both sides of a small long table. Due to the hot weather recently, Faubert specially placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make it look cooler. Li Zishuan secretly praised Faubert's quick-wittedness. Behind the long table, there was a long sofa. It was about 2 feet wide and 8 feet long. It looked like it was just enough for one person to rest on. If there were 2 people, then they could only lie on top of each other. Li Zishuan suddenly had an unhealthy thought in his mind. Faubert was quite thoughtful. He even placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make people want to lie on top of it and sleep. In the innermost part of the carriage, there were 2 compartments side by side. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and looked inside. He found that one was the bathroom, and the other was the water storage room. The water storage room's container was a large rectangular iron can. It looked like it was specially designed to save space. The iron can could store about 70 to 80 pounds of water. There was an iron pipe at the bottom of the iron can. There was a simple switch at the top of the iron pipe. Although it was not as professional as the modern faucets, its functions were similar. TSK, perfect, too perfect. Li Zishuan looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the lack of air conditioning, sound system, and electric lights, the interior of the carriage was perfect. It was simply a must-have for traveling with a family. Oh my God, Xiao Xian, you have sinned. Such a luxurious carriage, only a rich person like you can enjoy it. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but exclaim while touching the sofa and the window. Hee brother, Lan'er will sleep here tonight. Lan'er seemed to have discovered a new world. She lay on the sofa and rolled around while laughing happily. Li Zishuan was speechless. This girl was really a little overlord. Young master, is there anything else that needs to be changed in this carriage? At this moment, Faubert had also boarded the carriage. He chuckled at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand in satisfaction. No need, Faubert. I'm very satisfied with this carriage. Let's pull it back now and see if it's comfortable to run on. Faubert nodded and said, all right, this old man will go and saddle the young master. 15 minutes later, Dabai was able to pull this massive object with the strength of a single horse, under the astonished gazes of the workers in the workshop. The wheels of the carriage began to roll slowly, and it spun faster and faster. Dabai snorted joyfully, indicating that it was so easy. Faubert arranged for a worker from the workshop to sit in front of the carriage and drive the horses. He also sat in the carriage with Li Zishuan to feel the performance of the new carriage when it ran. Wow, little Xian, how come this car doesn't feel bumpy at all? This is too amazing. Or has the roads in Jianghu become so flat? Yan Xiaoning nestled comfortably on the sofa and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the tea on the table didn't spill. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he didn't feel any bumpiness at all. Li Zishuan drank a mouthful of water contentedly and smiled proudly. Of course it's because our carriage is good. Don't you know what the roads in Jianghu are like? What do you think? Little brother's carriage is awesome, right? Yan Xiaoning said excitedly, awesome, of course it's awesome. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Won't you understand when you go back to the workshop later and ask Faubert to look at the blueprint? Li Zishuan didn't want to explain it to Yan Xiaoning again. He was busy right now. Busy with what? Isn't this nonsense? Look, that young lady outside the carriage window is so pretty. Most importantly, she's wearing very thin clothes. Unfortunately, Big White's speed was too fast. Li Zishuan was only able to catch a glimpse of her chest and couldn't see it anymore. Inside the carriage, Faubert saw Yan Xiaoning's unsatisfied look and explained with a smile, "Young Master Yan, some special shock absorbers have been added to the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, the sofa we're sitting on is also very useful for shock absorption. As for the detailed structure of the interior, you can only go back to the workshop to look at the blueprint." Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully. "Wow, husband, look at that carriage. Why is it so tall and so big?" A white-clothed lady in her 20s saw the huge carriage that just passed by in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled the man beside her and exclaimed, "It's really big. I've never seen such a huge carriage before. Husband, should our family buy a carriage like this too? Otherwise, you'll have to accompany me back home every year. It'll be so hard on you." The man was speechless. He wanted to say that it wasn't hard on him, but looking at his wife's pleading face, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He hurriedly nodded and agreed. The pretty lady in white cheered happily. She leaned over to the man's ear and whispered, "Husband, you're so nice. I'll change my style of serving you tonight." The man stiffened slightly to show his respect. He looked excited and laughed. "Look, such a big carriage can be pulled by only one horse. It's really amazing." Unlike the cheating couple, this person who spoke was obviously slightly knowledgeable. "Yes, not only that, you see, this carriage actually has 4 wheels. It's really stable when it runs. It doesn't feel like it's swaying at all. Tisk tsk, this carriage's appearance is so beautiful. I wonder where it's sold. I really want to buy one. Squire Wang is really generous. This carriage isn't something that ordinary people like us can afford. This carriage came from an Lane. Maybe it was made by the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Oh. Then it's really sold. That's great." Li Zishuan and the others sat in the new carriage and left under the envious eyes of the passers-by. Suddenly, "Bah, whose carriage is so arrogant that it choked me with a mouthful of dust. Damn, this carriage's size is too coquettish. There's actually such an arrogant person in Chang'an. Hey, the carriage in front, stop." Cheng Chumo, who had just returned home after class, was caught off guard by the rolling carriage on the roadside. He choked on the dust and was instantly furious. There was actually someone more arrogant than him in Chang'an. He immediately ran wildly and chased after the carriage, shouting all the way, "It's Virgo." Yan Xiaoning stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Then he turned back and said to Li Zishuan, "Damn, Yan Xiaoning, it's you. Stop the carriage quickly. I'm going to rob you. This carriage is mine." Cheng Chumo's eyes were sharp. He recognized Yan Xiaoning the moment he stuck his head out of the window. He immediately shouted like a bandit. In the carriage, Li Zishuan was speechless. He shouted outside, "Stop the carriage." Then the carriage slowly came to a stop. Cheng Chumo cheered and quickly ran to the front of the carriage. With a leap, he jumped onto the carriage. "Wow, Xiaoxian, Lon, Faubert, you're all here too. Then I won't be polite. Gee, what's this stool made of? It's so damn comfortable." Cheng Chumo acted as if he had returned home. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Lon was pushed to the side by this guy. The little girl was unhappy. She stood up and pulled Cheng Chumo's cheek. She said unhappily, "Humph. Brother Cho Nyo is really thick-skinned. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 186. Hee hee, little Xian, your carriage is so comfortable. Why don't you give me one? Although Cheng Chumo was pulled off the sofa by Lon, he was not angry at all. He wandered around the carriage like Granny Lu in the Grandview Garden, looking left and right and touching everywhere. After a while, when he carefully looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage, Chimo could not help but be shocked. This kind of carriage was the standard for rich playboys like him. It would be so flashy and cool if he drove it out. Thus, he licked his lips and begged Li Zishuan for it. Hee, in your dreams. This carriage is the only one in the world. Li Zishuan curled his lips. Don't. Little Xian, why don't you ask your workshop to make a few more? Chimo urged. Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and said, I can, but this carriage is expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but can you afford it, Chonyo? Didn't this guy always say that he was poor? Li Zishuan did not believe that he could afford a luxury carriage now. Damn, you're looking down on me. As long as you have this kind of carriage, I can afford it. Tell me, how much is it? Chimo was immediately unhappy. His family had shares in the winery. With the sales of the Drunken Immortal and Gentle Beauty, the Chimo had also earned a lot of money. Correspondingly, Chimo's pocket money had increased recently. This guy was now quite wealthy and was very confident. Li Zishuan looked at this jokester's face and could not help but want to attack him. Thus, he said, no bargaining, only 999 strings of cash. He had asked Faubert about the cost of this carriage on the way here. Currently, the average horse carriage sold in the market cost between 200 to 500 strings of coins. However, due to the addition of a lot of advanced technology, such as shock absorbers, roller bearings, iron plates in the compartment of the carriage, and a separate toilet, the cost alone was as much as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Li Zishuan set a price of 999 strings of cash, which wasn't considered expensive. This price was equivalent to buying a Porsche in modern times. With such excellent performance, such a domineering appearance, and such luxurious interior, Li Zishuan believed that even if it was sold for more than 1,000 strings of cash, there would definitely be rich people rushing to buy it with gold bricks. However, Chimo was not a rich person. He only had a small amount of wealth. When he heard such a crazy price, Chimo's mouth. Little Xian, you're robbing me, damn it, this carriage is not made of gold. Is it expensive? Chonyo, if you think it's expensive, our workshop will release a cheaper version of the carriage. There's no sofa like the one you're sitting on. There's also no water storage where you washed your hands. It's only 666 strings of cash. If you still think it's expensive, we will release a beggar's version. There's no sofa, no water storage, no toilet, and no iron plates in the compartment. We'll sell it for 555 strings of cash. How about that? You can afford it, right? Li Zishuan sipped a mouthful of water and said slowly. Damn, I don't want a beggar's version. Chimo was furious. This beggar's version was not a good thing just from the name. He, Chimo, would rather not buy this carriage than make a beggar's version and embarrass himself. Ahem, little Xian, money is just a worldly possession. Do we need to be so calculative? If your workshop makes another one, give it to me. How about it? If the hard way did not work, he could only use the soft way. After all, everyone knew that Chimo was thick-skinned. So what? Since money is a worldly possession, why don't you give all your pocket money to me for safekeeping, Chonyo? Bah, no way. Chimo expressed that he was not an idiot. Why would he give away his money to someone else? Damn, little Xian, if you don't give me one, I'll go to your house and not leave. I'll eat and drink your food. Let's see if you lose out. Chimo saw that Li Zishuan was unmoved by force or persuasion, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, shamelessness. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lan did not have so many scruples. The little girl was so happy that she kept giggling and kept saying, Brother Chonyo, you're shameless. Li Zishuan was also speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. Up to you. Our house is short on rooms recently. We can only sleep in the woodshed. Damn, you're so unrighteous. You're the one who wanted to stay. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I see that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Chin are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go out. I plan to give each of them one of these carriages in the near future. Cho Ox, you can stay in our woodshed. Little Xian, you're... Before Ching Chimo could finish cursing, he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence and finally understood that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He didn't even bother to get angry and hurriedly corrected himself. Little Xian, you're such a good brother. Haha. After laughing for a while, Yan Xiaoning asked seriously, Little Xian, do you want to give this carriage a name? In the future, when we sell it, it can be better differentiated from other normal carriages. Li Zishuan thought about it and agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Ching Chimo interrupted, Of course. Xiaoning is right. If it were up to me, we should give it a more impressive name. Only then can it match such a perfect carriage. How about we call it Little Tyrant? Isn't this name domineering enough? After saying that, he proudly winked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Little Tyrant? This guy really knows how to think. Nothing much. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it this. As he said that, he dipped one finger in water and wrote 3 letters on the table, BMW. Ching Chimo went over and was stunned. What does this mean? Yan Xiaoning frowned and muttered, Is this pinyin? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh? Brother Xiaoning actually knows pinyin? Yan Xiaoning shook his head and said, His Majesty mentioned in the morning court a few days ago that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. He also showed it once in court. I also heard it from my father when he came home. The shape of your characters is very similar to what my father described that day. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He wasn't surprised at all as to how Li Er knew pinyin. If it wasn't Li Tai who said it, then it was that little fatty Li Qingqian. What pinyin? Little Xian, just tell me what it means. I'll see if it's better than my Little Tyrant. This guy still couldn't forget about his Little Tyrant. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, These 3 characters mean, Don't touch me. Ching Chimo grinned and laughed, I thought it was a good name. It's really not as good as my Little Tyrant. Yan Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered, That's right. Little Xian, isn't this name a little too weird? Li Zishuan insisted, Just use this name. Ugly Ox, if this carriage could speak, do you know what it would say to you? Ching Chimo touched the exquisite carvings on the carriage wall and replied, What would it say? F***ck off, don't touch me. F***ck. Chapter 187. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. It didn't take long for the carriage to enter Yongla Lane and arrive in front of the Li residence. Ching Chimo reluctantly got down from the Don't Touch Me carriage. He had never sat in such a comfortable carriage before. Li Zishuan angrily slapped his hand away. Along the way, every part of the carriage was touched by this fellow. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy. Otherwise, he really suspected that the carriage would be fractured by this fellow. In the end, Ching Chimo still turned around and left. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the carriage in. He followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to the front hall. Li Zishuan asked in satisfaction, Xiaoning, how does it feel to sit in this carriage? Comfortable. I feel that this carriage is very suitable for long-distance travel. Sitting in it, I don't feel tired at all. Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and replied. Even Brother Xiaoning said it's good. Then it will definitely sell well. Faubert, the workshop will organize people to speed up the production of this new type of carriage. First, make 20 of them and send them to me. I have a use for them. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Faubert with a laugh. Faubert was dumbfounded and stupefied. Young master, what do you need so many carriages for? The cost of 20 carriages was more than 10,000 strings of cash. Faubert couldn't help but be surprised. A part of it is to give to people. In the past few months when I returned to Jianghu, I owed a lot of people. It's easy to repay money, but it's not easy to repay a debt of gratitude. This carriage can not only repay a part of the favor, but also make a name for myself in the circle of nobles. As for the other part of the carriage, I have a use for it. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. This young master is about to get married. When I pick up the bride, how can I do it without a grand carriage? Falbert was speechless and could only agree. Oh right, Falbert, how's the paper machine? Are there any difficulties? After talking about eating, drinking, and having fun, Li Zishuan finally remembered what he wanted to do. Young master, the paper machine structure is complicated, and the amount of work required to build it early is quite large. It's not difficult to build it according to the blueprint, but it will take some time. Falbert thought for a moment and replied. How long will it take? 7 days. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, are there not enough ordinary craftsmen in the workshop, or are there too few skilled craftsmen? Of course it's because there are too few skilled craftsmen. Young master, skilled craftsmen are too hard to find. I'm afraid there are less than 10 skilled craftsmen in the workshop. Falbert said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan thought for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. He could only say, Falbert, send more people to other states and counties to look for craftsmen. As long as they are skilled and are willing to come to our workshop, we can talk about the benefits and treatment. As for the paper machine, you guys should try to speed up the progress. Ma Zhou is almost done with the preparations, and we're just waiting for you guys to start. Oh, Xiaoning happens to be free these few days. Why don't you go to the workshop and help Falbert with the paper machine? This should be able to speed up the progress a lot. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning, who was leisurely at the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested. Falbert quickly nodded in agreement. He admired Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent very much. Yan Xiaoning staggered, and his face was full of black lines. He had just been released from his father's prison sentence, and now he was going to be thrown into prison by Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to object, he saw Li Zishuan raise a finger and said, Brother Xiaoning, don't refuse. This paper machine is very important, and it must be done as soon as possible. Moreover, this workshop also has your shares. At worst, I'll give you a don't touch me carriage after it's done. How about it? Yan Xiaoning was a little moved, and he nodded after a moment. Unlike Li Zishuan, who casually owned dozens of don't touch me carriages, in the Tang dynasty, a carriage was a very precious asset for other families. After dinner, Li Zishuan went to Mingyue Xian and saw Iron Egg squatting on a big rock beside the pond, hugging his knees, and looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. Li Zishuan's heart was slightly moved. It seemed that his little sister was right. Iron Egg really had something on his mind. Could it be that this kid had taken a fancy to a girl and started to think about love? If that's really the case, what should I do? This is obviously puppy love. As his master, should I stop it? Li Zishuan's thoughts ran wild in the distance. The more he thought, the more tangled he became. In the end, he shook his head and slowly walked towards Iron Egg. Iron Egg, what are you thinking about? Li Zishuan walked behind Iron Egg and found that this kid was still in a daze, so he could only ask. Master, you're here? Iron Egg heard the sound and instantly woke up. This child was a little panicked and hurriedly said. Don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Li Zishuan patted his disciple's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Iron Egg obeyed and sat down, but his eyes were somewhat evasive when he looked at Li Zishuan. Say it. Master, Iron Egg was not thinking about anything. There must be something. Do you think I don't know you, kid? Hurry up and say it. What can't we talk about? Master, it's really nothing. This kid seemed to be born in the year of the walnut. Li Zishuan frowned and suddenly said with a smirk, Oh, I understand. Did you fall in love with a little girl? You were just looking at the moon and thinking about love. Iron Egg, it's not that I don't want you to find a wife. It's just that you are still young and should put your mind on your studies. Having such an unreliable master, Iron Egg almost vomited blood in his heart. His cheeks instantly swelled red and he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Master, it's not like that. It's not like that. Then what is it like? If you have nothing on your mind, why would you be staring at the moon in a daze? Hurry up and say it. You're a man, why are you wasting time? Li Zishuan slapped Iron Egg down again. With Li Zishuan's jesting, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly became relaxed. Iron Egg was no longer as reserved as before. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, are you going to marry my sister? He had been staying with the Li family all this time, so he had more or less heard about Li Zishuan's marriage. Li Zishuan nodded and frowned. Yes, Iron Egg, could it be that you don't want your sister to marry me? Iron Egg scratched his head and said awkwardly, yes, and no. Kid, what are you trying to say? Li Zishuan angrily knocked Iron Egg's forehead. Iron Egg hurriedly said with a conflicted face, Master, Iron Egg has been thinking recently. If Master marries my sister, will Iron Egg call you brother-in-law in the future? Or Master? Yes, he called me Big Sister. Where's Big Sister? Or Master's wife? Holy shit, even though Li Zishuan was used to all kinds of strange questions, he was still shocked by Iron Egg's two powerful questions. Chapter 188. Li Zishuan felt a little dizzy after hearing Bruiser's words. It seemed like he could call him anything he wanted. But if he called him whatever he wanted, wouldn't it mess up the seniority? In the end, Li Zishuan stopped thinking about it. He rubbed Iron Egg's head angrily and said in a muffled voice, Call me by my original identity. Don't think too much. Go back and do your homework. Don't embarrass me in this week's exam. Oh. The next day, Li Zishuan ate his breakfast and brought Iron Egg to school. Lan, who had been playing truant recently, came along today. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly liked to study, but because Li Zishuan drove a luxury car to school today. The little girl was still excited about yesterday, so she came along. After Li Zishuan's consolation, the day before, Bruiser was no longer unhappy. The three of them chatted on and off in the car. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial College. Wow, whose carriage is this? It's so grand. I don't know. This carriage is really big. It should be Mr. Li's carriage. I know the driver. It's San Bao. The person who spoke was a student of the School of Mathematics. Under the gaze of dozens of students, Don't Touch Me slowly came to the entrance of the School of Mathematics. The three of them got off the carriage one after another. The students in the school heard the commotion outside and ran out to take a look. They were shocked by the huge carriage in front of them. Hello, Mr. Li. What a luxurious carriage. It's even four-wheeled. The interior of this carriage should be very spacious. SSS Little Xian, where did you buy this carriage? It's even more luxurious than the carriages in the palace. I'll go up and take a look. When Li Tai saw the carriage, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This little fatty didn't know how to be polite. He excitedly jumped into the carriage. After a while, a series of exclamations came from inside. Damn! This stool is so comfortable. The space here is so big. Damn, there's even a latrine. There's a switch on the pipe. Ah! Impressive, he actually went easy on him. Li Tai screamed inside for a while, then came down and said excitedly to Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, sir, where can I buy this carriage? I must buy one too. This carriage is just too perfect. I can't buy it anywhere right now, but I should be able to buy it at the Strange Interest Pavilion soon. Go back to class. Li Zishuan said indifferently. Li Tai's face was full of regret. He touched the carriage and reluctantly returned to the teaching house. The rest of the students couldn't help but take a few more glances at this luxury car before returning to class. The commotion caused by the carriage in the Imperial College was far from over. During the break between classes, students from other schools joined in to watch. It had to be said that under the leadership of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department, the entire directorate of Imperial College had started a 3-minute class and a 15-minute break. If they didn't do this, there was no other way. The students would keep making a fuss. Now, the instructors of the other schools hated Li Zixuan to death. This carriage looks so luxurious. I wonder what's inside. It would be great if we could go in and take a look. When Sanbao heard this, she immediately opened her arms and shielded the carriage behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. This carriage is so domineering. I want to ask my father to buy one too. Do you know where to buy one? The person who spoke was obviously from a wealthy family. He didn't even ask for the price, only where to buy it. I've never seen this before. But since this carriage is from Professor Li, he probably knows about it. I know where to buy it. Wang Mingming, hurry up and tell me. If you're right, I'll reward you with money. Thank you, young Master Cui. I heard from my friends in the Mathematics and Mathematics Department that this carriage is from the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. It will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion after a while. Good. When the time comes, I'll definitely buy one. Ah Cho, reward me. Yes, young master. Thank you, young Master Cui. During the 4th period, Kang Yingda came to the door of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department. He waved at Li Zixuan, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Li Zixuan let the students study by themselves. He followed Kang Yingda outside the classroom. Chancellor Kang, you're looking for me? Li Zixuan asked softly as they approached the carriage. Yes, during the morning assembly a few days ago, His Majesty said that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. I'm here today to find out more about pinyin. Kang Yingda said with a serious face. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. Yan Xiaoning was still talking to him about this yesterday. He didn't expect Kang Yingda to come looking for him today. So it's about this. Chancellor Kang, why don't we talk about it in the carriage? Li Zixuan didn't wait for Kang Yingda to reject him. He pulled open the curtains and invited Kang Yingda in. Kang Yingda hesitated for a moment, nodded, and got into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Kang Yingda was shocked to see that the interior decoration of the carriage wasn't inferior to a small independent room. He finally understood why Li Zixuan insisted on him getting into the carriage to talk. This was simply a moving luxury room. After sitting on the soft sofa, Kang Yingda was shocked again. This time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on a serious face and said to Li Zixuan earnestly, Little Xian, Mencius once said that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body. I know that your family is wealthy, but you can't be too immersed in luxury. Li Zixuan was speechless. He saw that Elder Kong was old and it was quite tiring for him to stand outside. That's why he let him get into the carriage and talk things over slowly. Who knew that he would be lectured the moment he got into the carriage? Who the hell could he find to reason with? Chancellor Kong, students nowadays study hard all their lives. Other than realizing their ambitions, most of them use their knowledge to change the lives of their families. This kid's luxurious carriage is used to motivate them. It's to tell them that if they want to sit in such a good carriage like this kid, they must study hard. This way, they will have a goal and be able to study even more diligently. What's more, even though my family is wealthy, I have never forgotten to help the poor. Han Family Manor and Plum Village have nearly 500 families. Because of this kid, they are able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. It shouldn't be too much for this kid to use the extra money to enjoy life, right? Li Zixuan said with sincerity. Traditional Confucian scholars like Kang Yingda usually believe that people with lofty ambitions must endure hardships and not enjoy life wholeheartedly. Li Zixuan didn't agree with this kind of thinking. What's wrong with me spending the money I earned for myself to enjoy? It's not against the law. What's more, I'm not the kind of person who is heartless and stingy. I've already helped the poor people around me, how can I not be allowed to enjoy life? How can there be such logic in this world? Kang Yingda was rendered speechless by Li Zishuan's seemingly strong excuses. He couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really good at talking about crooked practices. I've really underestimated him. Li Zishuan didn't want to make this principal too embarrassed and immediately stopped while he was ahead. He coughed dryly and said, cough cough, Chancellor Kong, let's talk about pinyin. Chapter 189. In front of the Institute of Mathematics. In the luxurious carriage of the Li family, Li Zishuan forcefully changed the topic. Kang Yingda saw that he could not persuade the young man in front of him, so he simply went with the flow and discussed the issue of pinyin with Li Zishuan. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the carriage. Li Zishuan took the brushes and wrote and drew while teaching Kang Yingda some pinyin knowledge. This old Confucian scholar's cultural foundation was indeed profound. In less than half an hour, Kang Yingda had a simple grasp of pinyin. Not bad, not bad. Professor Li, pinyin is indeed magical. If you can spread this method of learning words, your name will definitely go down in history. I want to be the first to spread pinyin in the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. I wonder if Professor Li is willing? After Kang Yingda understood the magical effects of pinyin, he could not help but praise. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course. Although the students of the Imperial College had long learned how to read, there was still a need to teach them how to read. Most of the students belonged to the elite class of the current young people. After they understood the benefits of pinyin, when they left the Imperial College, they would either become officials, enter the court, or just become teachers. However, they would all bring pinyin to other places. They would also be the first batch of seeds to spread pinyin. Thus, Li Zishuan agreed with Kang Yingda's idea very much. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll have to trouble Professor Li to teach pinyin to all the instructors, professors, and teaching assistants of the Imperial College every afternoon. I estimate that after 4 or 5 days, all of them will have mastered the pinyin literacy method. At that time, they will teach the students of the Imperial College. What do you think? Kang Yingda thought for a moment and said the pinyin teaching plan that he had been considering for a long time. Kang Yingda had learned that Li Zishuan would be lazy every afternoon. Although this guy had his own legitimate reasons, the fact that he was lazy was indisputable. Therefore, Kang Yingda deliberately set the training time to be every afternoon. This way, it would not delay the teaching plan of the School of Mathematics, and it would also promote pinyin in the shortest time possible. When Li Zishuan heard old man Kang's words, he was immediately flabbergasted. Damn, is this old man purposely messing with me? Does this count as me digging a hole and burying myself? Chancellor Kang, you mustn't do that. You might not know, but this junior contracted a strange illness when I was young. Later on, I was saved by my master and this junior avoided the misfortune of dying early. However, for the next few years, this junior must rest every afternoon. Otherwise, this junior will definitely lose my life. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea and immediately cried out pitifully. Although Kang Yingda didn't know what it meant to spit out a mouthful of old blood, at this moment, he was really about to vomit blood because of Li Zishuan. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people and things. What kind of strange things had he not heard? As soon as he heard Li Zishuan's words, he knew that this kid was talking nonsense. You. Kang Yingda pointed at Li Zishuan with a face full of anger. He was so angry that he trembled and couldn't say anything. When Li Zishuan saw the situation, he felt that he had gone overboard. He immediately stood up and patted Kang Yingda's chest to soothe his heart. Chancellor Kang, calm down. This kid was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously. Kang Yingda drank a cup of tea and only then did he catch his breath. He lectured Li Zishuan with a solemn face. Brat. I know that you have some attainments in mathematics and have some smarts in other areas, but you have to know that a Taoist also has a conscience. At the beginning, a man's nature is good because he has a conscience. Therefore, a teacher should follow a person's good nature and promote their good nature while suppressing their evil. This is to pass on Taoism. As a teacher, if you don't study how to teach and educate people wholeheartedly, how can you be a role model for others? The spread of pinyin is extremely important to the education of our great Tang. You have to do it diligently. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to stay in the Imperial College to teach and not go anywhere. Kong Yingda's voice was stern and he was so frightened that he spat at Li Zishuan's face. Li Zishuan's face was full of helplessness. It seemed that old Kong was really angry this time. Yes, Chancellor Kong's lesson is right. This kid will definitely teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he could continue to rest in the afternoon, Li Zishuan could only compromise and sacrifice these few days to teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't go up and fight with this old man. Although he was sometimes a little muddle-headed, he still knew how to respect the old and love the young. Moreover, Kong Yingda had the moral high ground and his words weren't without reason. The spread of pinyin was indeed very important. Kong Yingda nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get off the carriage. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "I heard from His Majesty that you, the Crown Prince, King Wei, and the others are working together to compile a dictionary that includes pinyin. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me and I will send some scholars of the Imperial College to assist you." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Chancellor Kong, but I have enough manpower." He had received news yesterday that Su Shizhang, Xue Shou, Yan Xiangzuan from the Eastern Palace, as well as Xiao Diyan, Gu Yin, Jiang Yaqing, Xia Yan and the other scholars of the literature hall under Li Tai were all in the back hall of the workshop. The compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary was already in full swing and they had enough manpower. Yes, this dictionary is very important. Professor Li, you must pay attention to it. After the compilation of the dictionary is completed, you must inform me. I must go and take a look at such a grand literary event. Of course, of course. Rest assured, Chancellor Kong. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and promised. He only hoped that the Chancellor would leave quickly and not create any more trouble. A moment later, Li Zishuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent away the old-fashioned great scholar of the present age. He thought to himself, it seems that this brother's good days are about to come to an end. This is really King miserable. But it should only take a few days of hard work. He hoped that the instructors of the Imperial College could learn pinyin fast enough. After a while, the bell for the morning class rang. Li Zishuan went home with Iron Egg and Lanner in a low mood. The two little guys could see that Li Zishuan was not in a good mood, so they did not talk and laugh along the way. They were very obedient and accompanied Li Zishuan. After lunch, the two little guys continued to go to school. Of course, it was still the luxury car that picked them up. Li Zishuan enjoyed this last leisurely afternoon alone in the west courtyard. He could not help but start to think about spring again. If only my baby Yushi was here. He could hug his wife every day, eat, sleep and play with Daodu. This kind of life, even the gods would not change. As he thought about it, he could not help but drool. Chapter 190. Li Zishuan was a little drowsy by the summer breeze. When he was on the verge of waking up and falling asleep, he saw Xiao Shi in a bright yellow dress, walking over gracefully. She said softly to Li Zishuan, "Young master, Wang Biyao and his father want to see you. Butler Wang is waiting in the front hall." "Oh." Li Zishuan's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Well, Xiao Shi, come with me to have a look." At the same time, there was a touch of coldness in his heart. The Wang family should give me an explanation for the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. In the front hall of Li Mansion, Wang Biyao and a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky waist were sitting on both sides. The two of them looked at each other and did not say a word. The hall was very quiet for a while. Wang Zhong looked at the tea table beside the two of them. Some of the tea was about to turn cold. He hesitated for a moment and was finally forced to retreat by the oppressive atmosphere. He retreated to the side and did not dare to say a word. The main reason was that the pressure on the middle-aged man was too strong. In a moment, Li Zishuan came to the front hall. Wang Renbiao took the lead to stand up and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li, long time no see. How have you been? Let me introduce you. This is my father. He just arrived in Cheng and yesterday. Today, he went to the palace to see His Majesty, and then came to visit Li Mansion with me." According to the rules of the imperial court, the provincial governor of a state could not leave the territory under normal circumstances. Wang Renbiao's father came directly to Cheng and had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. However, he was also a relative of the imperial family. If he directly reported to Li Er, no one dared to say anything. Li Zishuan's eyes stopped on the middle-aged man. He thought that this man turned out to be Wang Yu, who married Li Yuan's sister. Qing Yao Jin had told him a lot about the Wang family in Taiyuan-Chi County. Today, he finally saw the real person. This person's facial features were resolute and sharp. From his face, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wang Renbiao. There was also a dignified aura around him. It was probably because he had been in a high position for a long time. Regardless of what he was thinking, Li Zishuan still cupped his hands towards Wang Yu and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to Governor Wang. In the first year of Zhenguan, Li Er divided the world into 10 provinces. There were a total of 360 provinces in the country. These provinces were divided according to their population into Upper Province, Middle Province, and Lower Province. The provincial governor of Upper Province was secondary grade 3, the provincial governor of Middle Province was primary grade 4, and the provincial governor of Lower Province was primary grade 4. The Sui province that Wang Yu was in charge of belonged to the Central Province. As the provincial governor of Sui province, if calculated according to rank, he belonged to the upper 4th rank. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was a secondary class 5th rank official, regardless of whether he was a county founder of the country or a doctor of the Imperial College. But logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he was able to reach secondary class 5th rank at his age. Because Li Zishuan was a full 4 ranks lower than Wang Yu, he had to open his mouth and address himself as a humble official. In the officialdom, one had to abide by the rules of the game. If one casually treated a superior with disrespect, then one would not only offend one person, but also the entire official class. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Yu's tense face. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Sir Li Zishuan, there is no need to be so courteous. Although this official is far away in Sui province, I have long heard of Sir Li Zishuan's matter. The curved yuan divine plough has spread throughout the world, benefiting the millions of poor commoners of my great Tang. Today, this official represents the elders of Sui province in thanking Sir Li Zishuan." After saying this, he actually gave Li Zishuan a deep bow. Li Zishuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is no need for this, Provincial Governor Wang. Although this little one invented the curved yuan plough, His Majesty has already rewarded me. Thus, this little one cannot accept this gratitude." At the same time, his impression of this Provincial Governor Wang had changed quite a bit. This person held a high position and came from a large clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. In terms of personality, he was very similar to Wang Renbiao. The only difference was that he had a very powerful aura. No matter what, the commoners of various lands have benefited from the curved yuan plough. This is an indisputable fact. In truth, this old man has come today for another matter. I presume that Sir Li Zishuan has already guessed it. Wang Yu straightened his body and clasped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Today, this old man has come to apologize to Sir Li Zishuan on behalf of my unfilial son. A few days ago, that unfilial son actually colluded with bandits to kidnap Sir Li Zishuan's fiancée. He even had designs on the Li family's immortal inebriation formula. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreversible consequences. Otherwise, that unfilial son would have died 10,000 times. In the end, this matter is because this old man did not teach his son well. If Sir Li Zishuan has any requests, you can raise them. Do not harm the relationship between you and my Renbiao because of this matter. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. They had finally come to the main matter. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. From the start, this Wang Yu had a very humble attitude. Logically speaking, as the provincial governor of a province, backed by a large clan, and even married Li Er's aunt, he should not have such a humble attitude towards him. Actually, on the surface, this was indeed the case. However, Wang Yu had his own considerations. Although Li Zishuan was only a provincial governor, his growth potential was enormous. Not only did he have a good relationship with Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a bunch of other military veterans, he also had a close relationship with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. From the current situation, first of all, Li Qingxian's position as crown prince was very stable. Even if something happened in between, the throne would only fall on Li Tai's head. However, no matter what, Li Zishuan would at least be able to survive through 2 dynasties. His official position would only soar to the skies. Moreover, Li Er's intention to weaken the power of the large clans was already clear. Although Wang Yu had married Li Er's aunt, under the teeth of the storm, his every move would be infinitely magnified. Thus, Wang Yu's current standard of conduct was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. If he caused trouble, quickly turn it into a small one, and a small one into nothing. What if I want Wang Rini to die? Regardless of the meaning behind Wang Yu's humble attitude, Li Zishuan still wanted to sound him out. Of course, if he could directly have Wang Rini die, that would be the best. He had always harbored killing intent towards those who dared to touch his woman. Hearing this, Wang Yu's body clearly trembled. A trace of paleness and struggle flashed across his wrinkled old face. No matter how mischievous his son was, he was still his son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he watch his son die before his eyes? Wang Rinbiao looked at his father's pale face from the side. He hurriedly went up to Li Zishuan and clasped his hands. Sir Li, although my younger brother did some foolish things, in the end, you arrived in time to save Miss Han. There was no tragedy. Thus, I hope that Sir Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. Li Zishuan stared into Wang Rinbiao's eyes and asked, the person who showed me the way at Rhinoceros Slope that day, was it one of your people? When he heard the second half of Wang Rinbiao's words, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that day when he was in despair, a piece of silk with words written on it flew to him. Wang Rinbiao looked at Wang Yu, then nodded to Li Zishuan. It was Yu Yao who was by my side. The day before the incident, Yu Yao found out that my younger brother was sending people to harm you. However, she did not hear their specific plans. Thus, I had Yu Yao follow Xiao Ying. When I found out that they were going to harm Miss Han, I ordered Yu Yao to help you save Miss Han. Thus, I hope that Sir Li can give me face and spare my younger brother's life. Chapter 191. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. After Wang Rinbiao finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan, hoping that he would agree. Wang Yu was silent for a moment and said, our Wang family was in the wrong in the kidnapping of Xifeng Stockade. We are willing to pay some price in exchange for forgiveness. If Mr. Li has any requests, you can tell me. I just hope that you can save my son's life. Wang Yu paused and said with a sad expression, no matter what, Ren Yi is my child. I'm almost 50 years old. To be honest, I've already become indifferent to fame and fortune. I only hope that Ren Yi can be safe and sound. I hope that Li Xiannan can understand me from a father's point of view. If Mr. Li can be merciful this time, our whole Wang family will remember this kindness in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. Although Wang Yu had been in a high position for many years, at this moment, he was just like an old father. Only, Li Zishuan didn't understand. With such an irresolute and indecisive personality, how had he managed to get to the position of patriarch? In the novels in his previous life, the heads of the big families should be indifferent and ruthless. Everything should be based on the interests of the family. Provincial Governor Wang, since you said so, and cousin Rini did provide me with a lot of help in the kidnapping that day, then let's forget about this matter. But I don't want Wang Rini to jump out and harm my relatives in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him at all costs. At that time, even if the Chui and Wang families attack me together, I will not be afraid. The 7 big families have been high and mighty for thousands of years. Others are afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, I will pierce a hole in the sky. Li Zishuan thought about it. This time, he really could not kill Wang Rinni. Putting aside the friendship between Wang Yu and Wang Rinbiao and the pressure from the Chui and Wang families, Li Er had protected Wang Rinni before. Moreover, after the incident that day, Wang Rinni, a villain, had escaped in advance. Now, except for Wang Yu and Wang Rinbiao, no one knew where Wang Rinni was. Fortunately, he gave up and did Wang Rinbiao a favor. However, he still had to take precautions. If there was a next time, even if Li Zishuan had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would still kill Wang Rinni with his sword. Wang Yu was delighted at first, but when he heard Li Zishuan's murderous words, he was shocked. This young man was only 14 or 15 years old, but he had such a strong murderous aura. Don't worry, County Magistrate Li. That unfilial son has already been imprisoned by the clan's punishment hall. He won't come out to do evil again. For this matter, our Wang family owes you a favor. If Li Xiannan needs any help in the future, feel free to let Ren Biao know. Once this old man receives the news, I will definitely do my best to help. Li Zishuan nodded his head silently, but his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the Wang family to have a law enforcement hall. This plaything sounded similar to the cultivation sects in some cultivation novels. There were law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, and so on. It seemed that none of these traditional aristocratic families were simple. In order to express my sincerity, this old man has specially prepared some humble gifts. I hope County Magistrate Li can accept them. After saying this, Wang Yu took a red sandalwood box from Wang Rinbiao's hands and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. The matter had already been discussed and the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Wang Yu, as the provincial governor of a province, actually still wanted to give a small 5th-rank official like him a gift. What was he trying to do? Was this old man really the Wang family's patriarch? Why was he so low-key? No need, no need. Provincial Governor Wang is too polite. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. After all, one's mouth was too soft for others. There are only some worthless things inside. County Magistrate Li's refusal, could it be that you are still unwilling to reconcile with the Wang family? Wang Yu pushed the box in front of Li Zishuan again. After a few more times, Li Zishuan finally accepted. In any case, Wang Yu said that the things inside were worthless. Since he had accepted them, then so be it. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu and his son tactfully took their leave. During this time, the two sides naturally reached many agreements. For example, the cooperation that Li Zishuan and Wang Rinbiao had previously discussed. After the kidnapping incident, Li Zishuan had unilaterally stopped the supply of wine to the Strange Interest Pavilion and the winery. At that time, Wang Rinbiao felt that the Wang family was in the wrong, so he did not raise any objections. Now that the relationship between the two sides had been mended, the cooperation was restarted. After returning to his room in the west courtyard, Li Zishuan was no longer sleepy. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark red sandalwood box beside his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Hey, it's quite heavy. I wonder what's inside it. Li Zishuan carefully opened the wooden box, and was immediately blinded by the light. The wooden box was divided into 2 rows and 4 rows, and there were 8 small compartments. In each compartment, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl lying quietly. Inside the luminous pearl, the fluorescent light flowed like liquid. If there was only one, it might not be so dazzling, but when all 8 of them were placed together, it was really dazzling. Oh my God! That old geezer Wang Yu actually said that these were just some worthless playthings. If they weren't valuable, then what was valuable about them? The Wang family seems to be richer than me. Li Zishuan had only seen these genuine luminous pearls in some documentaries in his previous life. Although the principle of the luminous pearl was very simple, and there were many artificial luminous pearls that cost 6 yuan on certain treasures, these natural luminous pearls in front of him were really priceless. At least, he had not seen anyone selling luminous pearls of this size on the market since he transmigrated here. He did not know where that old man Wang found so many luminous pearls. He really put in a lot of money. Father, are you going to give those 8 luminous pearls to Li Zishuan just like that? Wang Renbiao asked Wang Yu in a vermilion carriage on the street. Wang Yu had been resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he said without opening his eyes, they are just some inanimate objects that emit light. If we keep them in the family's treasury, they will only gather dust. It's better to use them to ease the relationship between the two families. Father, is the situation of the aristocratic families really so bad? Wang Renbiao was also very surprised by his father's humble attitude today. But after thinking for a while, he guessed why Wang Yu was like this, but he still did not quite believe it. Wang Yu finally opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Renbiao and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have an audience with His Majesty. His Majesty has also indirectly warned me to restrain the children of the family. And according to His Majesty's intention, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he makes a move on the aristocratic families. Renbiao, remember, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision. He will definitely not allow the aristocratic families to surpass the imperial court. And I believe that even if all the aristocratic families were to join forces, they would not be a match for His Majesty. The other aristocratic families cannot see the situation clearly and are futilely trying to stop the chariot with their arms. But our Wang family must see the situation clearly and learn to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong the imperial favor is, the Wang family will be destroyed in an instant." Wang Renbiao nodded with a solemn expression. "Yes, father, I will remember." Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of people outside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he sighed with a tired face, "Sigh, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." Chapter 192. The rain was pitter-patter, and the sky was gloomy. Due to the lack of light in the classroom, it was dark and gloomy. Li Zishuan sat at the lectern, his eyes fixed on the students who were doing their test papers. There was no lectern in the classroom, but he felt that it was uncomfortable to lecture on flat ground, so he had someone build a lectern and moved it in. It was a rare day of cool weather. After so many days of heat, it finally rained. Li Zishuan was wearing a thin white gown. He was lying on the tall and long desk in front of the lectern, looking at the students who were doing their tests. He felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, he was like them, sitting upright and still, racing against time to answer the questions. Not only did he have to ensure that his answers were correct, but he also had to ensure that they were correct. That was not a normal kind of hard work. Now, he could be considered to have opened up a god's perspective. He was high up, watching others take their tests. Naturally, he felt different. That's right. Today was the small test that was held every 7 days. However, Li Zishuan habitually called it a weekly test, in his mind, even though people in the Tang dynasty did not know what a weekly test was. His thoughts flew back to 2 days ago. Under Kong Ningda's strict supervision, Li Zishuan had no choice but to conduct 2 afternoons of pinyin, special training sessions, for all the instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College. Letting a 14-year-old child teach to these old scholars who were mostly in their 40s, and there were even some who were in their 60s, was bound to cause some people to express their dissatisfaction. However, this time, Kong Ningda personally supported Li Zishuan and made it clear that if anyone did not pay attention and did not learn pinyin in the end, Kong Ningda would personally report to His Majesty and expel them from the Imperial College. This kind of extremely strict punishment system directly nipped in the bud the restless instructors who wanted to jump out and cause trouble in the bud. One had to know that the positions of instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College were a great honor for scholars. Speaking of which, these positions were even more awesome than being a professor at Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life, because these positions all had ranks. In this lifetime, they had studied hard for decades, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they bear to be stripped of this glorious position just like that? Therefore, during the 2 afternoons of classes, there was no such thing as showing off or slapping people in the face. Instead, each of them was more serious than the other, and with the help of the blackboard, the learning efficiency of these teachers of the Imperial College was surprisingly high. However, their attitude towards Li Zixuan had completely changed after they had grasped the basics of pinyin. After so many years of teaching, how could they not see the greatness of pinyin? As a result, their attitude towards learning became more and more correct. During class, the expressions on their faces were as fanatical as if they were on a pilgrimage. Sigh, these teachers learn things really fast. But this is even better. I estimate that in another afternoon, they will all be able to grasp pinyin. At that time, wouldn't she be able to return home every afternoon to sleep and tease the servant girls? How carefree would that be? Li Zixuan propped up his cheek with one hand and sat there thinking happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement below. His position had a high platform view. Some students might think that Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to see what they were doing under the table, but what they didn't know was that sitting on the podium, he could use the high platform view to see every single movement below clearly. Li Zixuan used his fingers to pick up a piece of chalk, folded it half an inch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it in a certain direction below. That half-inch piece of chalk was like a cruise missile, accurately smashing into Qing Chimo's head. Qing Chimo, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Huayu's paper, was shocked by this sudden attack. He quickly looked toward the podium and met Li Zixuan's fierce gaze. Humph. If there's a next time, I'll give you 0 marks. Li Zixuan coldly harumphed and said this arrogantly. In his heart, he thought that this was the catchphrase of the invigilator in his previous life. It felt so good to use it. The students in the classroom all raised their heads, trying to figure out who Li Zixuan was talking about. Qing Chimo rubbed his forehead as if nothing had happened. Then, this fellow acted as if Li Zixuan was not talking about him and pretended to calmly look at his paper. Even though he did not understand some of the questions, at this time, he definitely could not let everyone know that Li Zixuan was talking about him. Even though he was thick-skinned, plagiarism was too shameful. Qing Chimo expressed that he still wanted to show some face. Seeing that Qing Chimo had calmed down, Li Zixuan did not continue to pursue the matter. He walked down from the podium and began to patrol. The first place he came to was Li Tai's position. This little fatty was writing at a rapid speed. He did not seem to be affected by the commotion just now and was quickly doing calculations on the draft paper. Li Zixuan glanced at his paper and was slightly surprised. This little fatty had actually finished the second to last question. His speed was really fast. There was still nearly an hour before the exam ended. He just did not know how accurate this kid was. Li Zixuan paused for a while before continuing his patrol. He found that most of the students were still stuck at the 5th or 6th last question. Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and Kusher Qing had all finished the 3rd to last question. Moreover, Li Zixuan saw that they had all answered the questions correctly. What surprised Li Zixuan was that Meng Wenhao had also finished the 2nd to last question. Li Zixuan had learned a lot about this child's family background from Su Hongji. This child was truly from a poor family. In this era, it was dozens of times more difficult for a poor family to nurture a child into a talent than it was in modern society. It was also very difficult to pass through the layers of selections in various places and finally enter the Imperial College. Therefore, in Li Zixuan's opinion, whether it was Meng Wenhao or Meng Wenhao's father, they were truly amazing people. Li Zixuan sincerely admired their perseverance. From the part that Meng Wenhao was writing at the moment, he had completely thought through the train of thought for this question. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, he would definitely be able to get all the points for this question. Li Zixuan secretly nodded and thought to himself, if this child can get into the top 3 in this weekly exam, then I'll pay a visit to their home and help their family solve some of their living difficulties. He admired hardworking and diligent children like Meng Wenhao from the bottom of his heart. When Qing Chimo saw Li Zixuan coming over for an inspection, he hurriedly covered his paper and glared at Li Zixuan to prevent him from looking. Li Zixuan was speechless and thought to himself, Is this guy's brain short-circuited? Aren't you going to show me your paper sooner or later? Why are you covering it now? Li Zishuan snorted unhappily and returned to the podium. Chapter 193. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Li Zishuan stood up, knocked on the table, and shouted, "Stop writing, stop writing. The last student in each row, stand up and collect the papers. If you don't stop writing, I'll give you 0 marks." Ching Chimo's wrist shook, and he quickly put down his pen. He looked at Li Zishuan bitterly, and then stood up to collect the papers. After all, he was sitting in the last row. After a while, all the papers were collected. Li Zishuan tidied them up, and then he looked at the weather outside and said, "We'll have a break in the afternoon. You don't have to come. Have a good rest at home." The exams had just finished, so no one was in the mood to go to class. Moreover, it was raining heavily outside. Although the children all had straw raincoats, the raincoats were barely enough to block the rain. Also, tomorrow and the next 2 days were off, so he might as well give them an extra half-day off. "Oh, sir, that's great. We finally have a break. We actually have an extra half-day off. The students from the other schools can only be envious, haha." When the students heard the good news, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. At present, the other schools in the Imperial College were under pressure to adopt the daily schedule of the School of Mathematics. However, the School of Mathematics' 2-day break for every 5 days of classes was firmly rejected by the instructors of the other schools. Therefore, although the pace of learning in the School of Mathematics was very tense, with a small exam every Monday and a senior high exam every month, and there was a feeling of being eliminated at the end of the class, the students of the School of Mathematics had more rest time. This was something that the students from the other schools envied. Holding the papers and watching the students disappear into the misty rain, Li Zishuan put on his straw raincoat and prepared to go to the canteen of the Imperial College for lunch. "Master, you're not going back at noon again?" Iron Egg ran over and asked. I'm not going back." "Iron Egg, you can take the carriage and go back by yourself. I'll ask San Bao to bring the carriage here in the afternoon." In the past few days, Li Zishuan had to stay in the Imperial College to teach the instructors in the afternoon, so he basically didn't go back at noon. Instead, he ate in the canteen of the Imperial College. 2 days ago, Iron Egg also stayed with him and didn't go back. However, the Institute of Mathematics was closed this afternoon, so Li Zishuan asked Iron Egg to go back first. "Oh." Iron Egg responded and quickly packed his things, preparing to go out. There was a guy waiting outside for a free ride. "Hello, Mr. Li." "Hello, Dr. Li." "Greetings, Grand Master." Due to the heavy rain today, many students were unwilling to go home for lunch, so there were many people in the cafeteria. As soon as Li Zishuan came in, many students greeted Li Zishuan. Some were from the Institute of Mathematics, and some were from the Institute of Imperial College, for Gates Academy, and other institutes. This guy was now a popular figure in the Imperial College. First, he came up with the blackboard chalk, then came up with the recess system, and then came up with a 2-day recess system that made all the students in the other institutes extremely envious. In addition, in the past few days, he had been training all the instructors in pinyin, so there were often students who came over to watch the fun. Therefore, some students would occasionally call him Grandmaster. Yesterday, Li Zishuan heard someone call him Grandmaster for the first time, and he almost knelt down. After that, he went over to the student and asked for the reason, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was not even 15 years old, and he had already become someone's Grandmaster. Li Zishuan ordered a meal, found a seat at random, and began to eat. To be honest, the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. It was completely incomparable to the food in the Li family, but it was still bearable. "Hey, Grandmaster. Is there no one here? How come Iron Egg isn't eating with you today?" A loud and clear voice sounded in his ear. Li Zishuan raised his head and saw that it was the little bastard who first called him Grandmaster yesterday. His name was Sun Zifan, and Li Zixuan had almost been annoyed by Sun Zifan's name yesterday. This guy was a top student in the Imperial College, but he had only gotten in because of his father's relationship. His father's name was Sun Fujia, and he was an amazing person. During the 5th year of the Tang dynasty's Wuda era, he had obtained first place in the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He could be considered the first top scholar in China's history. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was bestowed with the title of Baron, living in Luoyang, and becoming a vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was equivalent to the modern Supreme People's Court, and the vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court was equivalent to the vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. It was a lower third-rank official, and there were usually 2 of them. Yuan Wendao, who had impeached Li Zixuan last time, was also a vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, this guy was not as talented as Sun Fujia, so Sun Fujia was definitely more likely to be promoted to vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. Li Zixuan lowered his head and continued to eat. He casually replied, "Yes, the Imperial College will be on holiday this afternoon," so Iron Egg went back. Sun Zifan had just sat down unceremoniously when he heard Li Zixuan's words. He immediately exclaimed, "Damn, why is the Imperial College on holiday early?" Sun Zifan immediately expressed that he could not accept the fact that the Imperial College was on holiday at the weekend. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Sometimes, he really wondered if this unlucky kid was Sun Fujia's biological son. Logically speaking, since Sun Fujia could be the top scorer in the exam, even if his son's results were not top-notch, he should at least be polite, right? In the end, this guy was obviously the same as Qing Chimo, a careless and rash person. However, he was much younger than Qing Chimo, probably only in his teens. They just finished the exam this morning. I saw that they were working too hard, so it's not too much to give them half a day off, right? Even if Chancellor Kong knows about it, he can't say anything. Li Zixuan said faintly, but his words really attracted some hatred. "Ah. Mr. Li, how can you do this?" "That's right, Professor Li, how can you give the people from the Imperial College such a long holiday?" "Ah. I can't take it anymore." When the students from the other schools who were eating nearby heard Li Zixuan's words, they all started to denounce him. Li Zixuan had been eating in the canteen recently and had become familiar with many students. As his personality was more casual and he was very young, about the same age as most of them, many students liked to talk to him. Sometimes, they would make some harmless jokes, but Li Zixuan was not angry. Instead, he would go along with their jokes and tease them. This led to everyone calling him teacher, but they would always talk to him as if he was a good friend. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. "Who asked our Imperial College's students to have such outstanding results? As a teacher, of course, I have to sympathize with them. What's wrong with giving them half a day off?" Suddenly, there was a wave of wailing from the surroundings. "Damn!" Sun Zifan put down his chopsticks, indicating that he could not take it anymore. He shouted exaggeratedly, "Grandmaster, do you still want people from the Imperial College? Quickly take me in as well." A 10-year-old kid was dancing and shouting there, looking very funny. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter from the surroundings. Chapter 194. In the canteen of the Imperial College. Hearing Sun Zifan's words, Li Zixuan put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and glanced at this joker. He said unhappily, "Go back and ask your father if he's willing to let you come to the School of Mathematics." It wasn't that Li Zixuan was belittling himself, but there was a hierarchy among the 6 schools of the Imperial College. The School of Mathematics, School of Books, and School of Law were basically at the bottom. The students of these 3 schools had to stand out in the annual assessment to have the chance to be promoted to the 4 Gate schools, then the School of Imperial College, and finally the School of Imperial College. Sun Zifan was able to enter the School of Imperial College because his father was a third-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, if his father was more powerful and was promoted to a third-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court, then he might be able to enter the Imperial College directly. Under the current hierarchy of the Imperial College, it would be strange if Sun Fujia was willing to let Sun Zifan go to the School of Mathematics. Sun Zifan chuckled and said, "Hee hee, Grandmaster, my father already knows that you invented pinyin. He also admires you very much. Moreover, the Prince of Wei and the sons of the three dukes are currently studying in the School of Mathematics. Why wouldn't my father want me to go? Just tell me if you'll accept me as a student or not. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person watching over it. With Li Tai, Qing Chimo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin, these awesome second-generation hedonistic sons of rich families leading the way, what other people had to worry about? Although Sun Zi Fan this fellow's mouth was unrestrained, his heart was clear. When the other students heard this joker's analysis, they all felt that it was reasonable. In this way, not only did the School of Mathematics have good benefits, the teachers were friendly, and there was also Li Tai, Qing Chimo, and these hedonistic sons of rich families supporting them. They didn't have to worry about their future. Only a fool wouldn't go to such a good place. Therefore, Li Zishuan's surroundings immediately became lively. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Li, is your school still hiring? My name is Wang Wenhua. My results in mathematics were very good back then. Wang Wenhua, you are bullsh** ting. You think your grades are better than mine? Dr. Li, don't listen to him. My grades are better than his. Please accept me. Grandmaster, please accept me. Take me in. Take me in, collect your sister. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't even eat. F***ck, if it were a group of female students crying and begging him to accept them, he would be very excited. At least it would prove that he was very manly. However, in front of him, there were some men clamoring for him to accept them. What the F***ck was this? Ahem, I can't make the decision on this matter. The rules of the directorate don't allow you to go wherever you want. You should go and talk to the chancellor. Li Zishuan hurriedly threw away the responsibility. If he really accepted them, he would offend a lot of people. When that time comes, how would he survive in the directorate? He might as well just throw the problem to old man Kong and let him have a headache. He originally thought that saying this would make Sun Zifan and the rest retreat. After all, as students, how many of them dared to meet the principal? However, he underestimated this fellow's character. When Sun Zifan heard that Li Zishuan didn't explicitly reject him, his eyes instantly lit up. He smiled and said, "Fine, if Chancellor Kong agrees to change classes with me, Grandmaster, you have to accept me." In his eyes, his father was a lower-class third-rank official. The Chancellor of the Directorate was also lower-class third rank. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean that all the students weren't afraid. There were also some gutsy students who secretly left the crowd. These people mostly relied on their own hard work to rise up from the three academies of mathematics, history, and law. They didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to follow Sun Zifan. However, there were still a lot of second generations who followed Sun Zifan and echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Zifan, I'll go with you to find Chancellor Kong." I'll go too. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. After saying that, this group of people didn't even eat and ran out noisily to find Kong Yingda. Li Zishuan was stunned. This group of bastards was really out of control. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Let Kong Yingda have a headache. After a quick lunch, Li Zishuan came to a vermilion building in the center of the directorate. This could be considered the office building of the directorate's teachers. There were more than a dozen rooms of various sizes inside. Li Zishuan's position had been there since the beginning, but he hadn't been there before. 2 days ago, he didn't go back at noon and just rested there. During this time, he got to know quite a few teachers. Mr. Li. Professor Li. As soon as he entered the office, 2 of his colleagues greeted Li Zishuan. Strictly speaking, they were also Li Zishuan's students. Recently, Li Zishuan's reputation in the directorate was like the sun in the sky. It was necessary to show some respect. Hee, Assistant Xiao, Assistant Mao, you 2 haven't gone home yet? Li Zishuan chuckled and greeted the 2 of them. One of them was from the Four Gates Martial School, while the other was from the Imperial College. Both of them were decent people. At the very least, they wouldn't rely on their seniority to show off in front of newcomers. No, it's raining so heavily. How can we go back? Yes, that's true. They chatted for a while. Seeing that there was still a long time before the afternoon training, Li Zixuan returned to his seat and began to grade the papers. Zhao and Mao saw this and looked at each other in surprise. Although Li Zixuan came to the office 2 days ago, he only chatted with them for a while before lying on the table and sleeping. Today, he came to work here. Did the sun rise from the west? Li Zixuan didn't care about what these two people thought. He picked up the vermilion brush and seriously graded the papers. It should be noted that the so-called vermilion brush was not a brush dipped in red ink, but a pigment made by grinding vermilion into powder. Its main chemical composition was mercury sulfide. Although this stuff was poisonous, it didn't dissolve in water and didn't evaporate easily. As long as it wasn't swallowed directly, it wouldn't be inhaled under normal circumstances. This was why Li Zixuan dared to use this stuff. While Li Zixuan was having an easy time, Kong Yingda was in complete misery. Old Kong had just finished his meal and returned to his single office. Just as he was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. "Chancellor, open the door. Students are looking for you." "Yes, Chancellor, quickly open the door. We are all looking for you." Kong Yingda heard the noise outside and frowned slightly. This was because he heard a few very familiar voices from the noisy crowd. The owners of these voices were all troublemakers from the directorate. Kong Yingda rubbed his head and got up to open the door. Chapter 195. "Chancellor, I want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics." "I also want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics." Me too, me too." When Kong Yingda opened the door, he was instantly stupefied by the chattering bastards in front of him. Transfer to the School of Mathematics? Ever since the directorate was divided into 6 academies, there had never been such a transfer from the top to the bottom. "Sun Zifen, are you sure you want to be transferred from the School of Imperial Studies to the School of Mathematics?" Kong Yingda frowned and asked. I'm sure. "Chancellor, can you quickly transfer me to the School of Mathematics?" Sun Zifen hurriedly nodded his head excitedly. "What about you guys?" Kong Yingda was in disbelief as he looked at the other students and asked. "Chancellor, we all want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics." Kong Yingda was completely stupefied at this moment. He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly putting on a stern face and berating sternly, "Sun Zifen, who instigated all of you to be transferred to the School of Mathematics?" Sun Zifen said with a blank face, "Chancellor, no one instigated us, we all did it willingly." Yes, we all did it willingly." Kong Yingda asked with an ugly expression, "Then do all of your elders know?" Cough, my father still doesn't know." Sun Zifen coughed awkwardly. "Transferring academies is an important matter, you all must discuss it with your elders. If they agree, then I will allow you all to do it. If they don't agree, then you all must reflect on your own actions today." Kong Yingda's thoughts turned and decided to drag it out like this. Otherwise, if so many students were to be transferred to the School of Mathematics all of a sudden, wouldn't that be a complete mess? Moreover, although these students were muddle-headed, Kong Yingda didn't believe that their fathers would also do muddle-headed things. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and smiled as he agreed, "Chancellor is right, I will go home today and ask for my father's opinion." After saying that, he bid farewell to the other wastrels and left. Kong Yingda's eyelids twitched fiercely as he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Li Zixuan marked the test papers for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he went to another classroom to prepare for the training session for the instructors. In the office, the other 2 teaching assistants naturally followed him. The afternoon training session was surprisingly smooth. After a little more than 2 hours, the last bit of pinyin knowledge was taught. Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was finally done with his work. In the future, he could continue to live a leisurely life. After the teachers finished asking their questions, Li Zixuan dismissed the class in advance. He packed up his teaching materials in high spirits and prepared to go home. In this terrible weather, he should be cooped up at home teasing his servant girl. Instead, he came out to give a lecture. God knows if his brain was flooded with water. I want to go home, I want to go home. Li Zixuan's brain was now dominated by the strong desire to go home. As for the teacher's pinyin knowledge test, Kang Yingda was naturally responsible for it. Dr. Li, please wait. Just when Li Zixuan finished packing up his things and was preparing to leave, he heard Kang Yingda's voice. Li Zixuan secretly cursed his bad luck. Chancellor Kang, is there anything else? Li Zixuan stopped and asked. Dr. Li, Sun Zifan and the other students from the Imperial College want to be transferred to the Institute of Mathematics. Do you know about this? Kang Yingda chased after him and asked with a serious face. Li Zixuan opened his eyes wide in shock and his face was filled with disbelief as he asked, there is such a thing? That is really strange. I have never heard of such a strange thing. Could it be that Chancellor is purposely making fun of me? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that it had anything to do with him. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was the group of students who wanted to cause trouble. Kang Yingda saw Li Zixuan's exaggerated expression and frowned. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Oh, then forget it. You can go now, Dr. Li. Okay. Outside, Sanbao had already brought the carriage over. Li Zixuan took off his straw rain cape and got on the carriage. The carriage moved slowly and gradually out of the Imperial College and into the drizzling streets of Chang'an. Li Zixuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some hot water. He looked at the rain outside the window and was lost in thought. This scene reminded him of a modern poem, Dai Wangshu's Rainy Alley. It was a pity that he didn't have a girl with the same color and fragrance as a lilac beside him. Alright, to put it more simply, this guy was starting to miss his wife again. Sigh, ancient times have their good points, and modern times have their good points. Ancient beauties are pure and natural, and ancient beauties are more charming. Modern times have all kinds of high-tech. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, when you miss your wife, you can send her a message, call her, or even accept a video call. Li Zixuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after experiencing so many years of long-distance love in modern times, he would still have to endure the pain of a long-distance love for a few months after transmigrating to ancient times. Although this so-called long-distance love was only a few dozen miles away, due to secular etiquette, this few dozen miles was a gap that he and Han Yushi could not cross in these few months. Young master, we are home. Just as Li Zixuan was lost in his thoughts, the carriage arrived at the Li residence. Li Zixuan came back to his senses. He got off the carriage and took the oil paper umbrella from Sanbao. He walked alone to the west courtyard. Sanbao looked at Li Zixuan's back and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his young master was a little off today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Young master, you are back? Xiao Shi will go to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for you to get rid of the cold. When he returned to the west courtyard, he met Xiao Shi as soon as he entered the house. The little girl went up to Li Zixuan to wipe the rain off his face as she went to get the ginger soup for Li Zixuan. Don't. Xiao Shi. Li Zixuan called out softly. Xiao Shi could hear that her young master's voice was a little off. She was startled and asked, Young master, what's wrong? Ah, no young master. It was Li Zixuan who turned around and hugged Xiao Shi tightly. The little girl was shocked by this sudden attack. She instinctively wanted to twist her body and break free from his embrace, but he hugged her even tighter. Don't move. Let me hug you quietly for a while. Li Zixuan said softly. Xiao Shi saw that Li Zixuan was only hugging her and did not do anything out of line. The little girl felt relieved and stopped moving. She let Li Zixuan hug her quietly. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Shi felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. After a while, she heard the sound of even breathing. It turned out that Li Zixuan had fallen asleep while hugging her. The smell on this little girl's body was simply too nice. Luckily, they were not standing too far away from the bed. Xiaoxi dragged Li Zishuan onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. The little girl saw the tired look on her young master's face and couldn't help but cry. She sobbed softly at the side. Woo young master, you have worked hard. Chapter 196. Xiaoxi, why did go to sleep the moment he came back? Madame Li came to the west courtyard in the evening to look for her son, but was told by Xiaoxi that Li Zishuan had already fallen asleep. Madame Li could not help but ask in surprise. Madam, young master has been too tired these few days, and young master seems to be missing young mistress. Xiaoxi's face turned red as she spoke. Madame Li froze for a moment. Just as she wanted to ask Xiaoxi how she knew that Li Zishuan missed his wife, she saw Xiaoxi's flushed face. Madame Li instantly thought that something must have happened between her son and this servant girl. However, as a mother, she did not dare to say too much about this matter. In any case, her son would definitely not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, she shook her head, looked at Xiaoxi strangely, and left. At the same time, she thought that her son's wedding date should be set earlier so that she could hug her chubby grandson earlier. Ah, madam, it's not what you think. When Xiaoxi saw Madame Li's strange gaze, she immediately came to a realization. She knew that Madame Li must have misunderstood, so she quickly explained. However, Madame Li was not going to listen to this explanation. Come. You didn't eat last night. Eat more today. In the morning, Li Zishuan was woken up by hunger. He only managed to make it in time to have breakfast with his mother. Yes. Thank you, mother. Li Zishuan said vaguely as he stuffed food into his mouth. You child, why are you being so courteous with me? My son has been working hard in the Imperial College these few days. Mother will make something good for you in the afternoon. Madame Li said with a smile. Yes. What else could Li Zishuan say? He could only nod his head happily. Your wedding date with Yushi has been set. Daoist Qingxian said that the 25th of next month is an auspicious day and is suitable for marriage. Your father, Han Li, and I are discussing. Although time is a little tight, with the manpower and resources of our Li family, we can definitely prepare it. Therefore, we have set your wedding date on the 25th of next month. Madame Li looked at her son and said kindly. Ah. Li Zishuan widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment, he reacted and said excitedly, Yes, this is great. Mother, I thought I would have to wait for at least 2 months. Look at how anxious you are. When you have a wife in the future, are you going to forget about mother? Mrs. Li couldn't help but tease her son when she saw that he couldn't wait to get married. How could I? Mother, don't worry, you will always be the most important person in my heart. Little rascal. Li Zishuan didn't have to go to school today, and after hearing such good news in the morning, he instantly forgot about the sadness in the rain yesterday afternoon. Now, he was in the mood to go out and have fun. However, there were only a few places he could go. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to go to the workshop to check on the progress of the dictionary and newspaper compilation, as well as the development of the paper machine. Good morning, boss. As soon as he entered the workshop, a servant came over to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of people surrounding the east side of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what are they doing? Boss, I heard that the paper machine was completed yesterday afternoon. Today, Manager Fu and young Master Yan are trying it out. The servant replied respectfully. Oh. Li Zishuan was delighted. With Yan Xiaoning involved in the development of the paper machine, the progress was indeed much faster. He was really lucky today. Go ahead, I'll go over there and take a look. Li Zishuan waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk over. Zhao De, control the horse's speed. Zhang Xiaohua, go and fill the pulp pool. Guo Lu, go and lead the ox. As soon as he got close to the crowd, he heard Yan Xiaoning giving out orders like a marshal. Look, paper is coming out. The paper is so big, and the paper is coming out so fast. The thickness of the paper is also quite uniform. According to this speed, it will probably only take a few breaths of time for one cut of paper to come out, right? Generally, one cut of paper refers to 100 sheets, yes, yes. As soon as Li Zishuan squeezed into the crowd, he saw a huge and cumbersome machine standing in the open space on the east side of the workshop. The monster-like machine, under the pull of the animal, made caw-caw sounds of parts rubbing against each other. The paper was quickly coming out of the paper outlet. There were wooden shelves under the paper outlet. After the paper was sent to the shelves, the craftsman immediately took the paper to the side to dry it. Overall, the paper production efficiency was very high. Success! Great, we did it! Seeing that the paper machine could come out normally for 15 minutes, the group of craftsmen standing beside Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but cheer excitedly. God knows how much effort they had put in over the past few days. Xiaoning. Li Zishuan saw that their excitement was almost over and walked over. Xiao Xian, why are you here? Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. Congratulations, this paper machine will be the cornerstone of our Tang dynasty's education industry in the future. The effort you have put in today will be enough to leave your names in history. In the future, every piece of paper used by the scholars of our Tang dynasty will be credited to you. All of you are good. Li Zishuan looked at the true technical backbone of the workshop in front of him. Among them, the older ones already had white hair, while the younger ones had just turned 20. As craftsmen, they lived at the bottom of society, but their creativity was comparable to a regular army. They deserved to be respected. Looking at them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of the scientists in his previous life who worked hard on the front lines of research. They also worked hard, but a lifetime of research couldn't even compare to the money a celebrity could earn from acting in a movie. At the thought of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shout. He felt injustice for the craftsmen. Oh! We are good. Li Zishuan's words made the craftsmen's blood boil. They worked overtime because Li Zishuan treated them extremely well in the workshop, so they wanted to repay him. They had never imagined that the thing they made would have such great meaning behind it. Thus, these craftsmen couldn't help but cheer. All the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper machine will be rewarded with 2 strings of cash. Now, go back and have a good rest. Your health is your greatest asset. Li Zishuan looked at the craftsmen in front of him. Although most of them had excited expressions, the exhaustion in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Thus, he hurriedly had them go back and rest. Hearing that they would be rewarded with 2 strings of cash, the craftsmen who had just been satisfied on a spiritual level were now satisfied on a material level. They bowed and expressed their thanks. Thank you, boss. Thank you, young master. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, go and rest. Chapter 197. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen dispersed. Li Zishuan followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to a room and said, Brother Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work these days. Faubert politely waved his hand and said, it's no trouble at all. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, snorted in dissatisfaction, it's really hard work. You were the one who came up with this idea. Logically speaking, you're the most suitable person to do this, and you'll be the fastest. But you just had to be lazy and leave everything to Faubert, causing us to work so hard. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Why did this guy's tone sound like a disgruntled housewife? But when he heard the second half of Yan Xiaoning's sentence, he immediately complained, Brother Xiaoning, I didn't slack off these 2 days. Recently, I've been teaching pinyin to the instructors of the Imperial College. I'm almost as tired as a dog. Yan Xiaoning was teased and laughed. He pretended to size up Li Zishuan and then teased, Hey, little Xian, you really do look a little like a dog now. Pfft. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unhappily, Chow, get lost. After joking around for a while, Li Zishuan began to talk business with Yan Xiaoning and the others. Brother Xiaoning, How much is the output of our paper machine and the cost of producing paper? Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and said, according to my preliminary estimation, the paper production efficiency of a paper machine is about 30 to 40 times that of manual labor. Moreover, the paper produced by the paper machine has a uniform thickness and is more delicate. The quality seems to be better than the current Xian paper. Overall, the cost of our paper is about 20 copper coins per cut. As far as I know, the cost of paper for other paper mills in Chang'an is about 500 copper coins per cut. Moreover, their paper is still in short supply. When the time comes, not only will our paper be cheaper than theirs, but the quality will also be better. I believe that once our workshop starts producing at full capacity, the traditional Xian paper will be completely replaced by our paper. Hearing Yan Xiaoning's confident words, Li Zixuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the paper production cost could be reduced to 1/25 of the original through the paper machine. It was really amazing. Mark said that if capital had 50% profit, it would risk everything. If it had 100% profit, it would dare to break all the laws of the world. If it had 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If Li Zixuan sold the paper from the workshop at the price of ordinary paper, he would earn more than 25 times the profit. This huge profit was enough to make anyone go crazy. The three people in the room gradually thought of this. The three of them were shocked by the high profit and their breathing became rapid. Li Zixuan shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The purpose of his paper machine wasn't to make money, but to let the poor be able to read. It wasn't that he was a saint or that there was something wrong with his brain. It was just that he had promised Ma Zhou that he would let everyone in Tang be able to read. Li Zixuan had to do what he said. As for money, it was something that he couldn't earn in his lifetime. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, our new paper can't be sold at an expensive price. My original intention of inventing the paper machine wasn't to make money. In my opinion, the price of the new paper should be set at 30 to 40 copper coins per cut. What do you think? Li Zixuan used 20% of his internal energy and said in a deep voice. Wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of such a huge profit, even Faubert and Yan Xiaoning almost lost their minds, let alone the others. Absolutely not. Young master, if you set the price like this, wouldn't you offend all the paper mills in the world? At that time, a large number of craftsmen will lose their jobs. Faubert had just been awakened by Li Zixuan's shout and heard Li Zixuan's shocking price. His heart trembled and he quickly dissuaded him. Yeah, Xiaoxian. If you set the price like this, it will be a devastating blow to the rice paper mills. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but say. Li Zixuan frowned. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning's thoughts were still somewhat stubborn and conservative. During the First Industrial Revolution in England, it also had a devastating impact on the traditional handicraft industry. In the end, large machinery production replaced the inefficient handicraft industry, which also caused a large number of traditional craftsmen to lose their jobs. But didn't England survive in the end? Not only that, England also became the world's largest country after the First Industrial Revolution. Xiaoning, Faubert, in the future, our workshop will have batches and batches of new technology. At that time, do you still want us to adapt to the backward handicraft production of this era? The purpose of our development of new technology is to break the inefficient and backward technology of the current era. As the era progresses, so does technology. We should let people catch up and adapt to the pace of our new technology. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. Our Strange Taste Pavilion workshop must lead the new technology trend and promote the technological innovation of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan felt that he had to correct Yan Xiaoning and Faubert's thoughts. These two were the top technical backbone of the workshop. If their thoughts were shackled and they did things fearfully, it wouldn't be good for the development of the workshop. Good. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. Li Zixuan, I've underestimated you. Just when Falbert and Yan Xiaoning were still immersed in Li Zishuan's enlightening impromptu speech, Li Er's laughter came from outside the room. Li Zishuan was speechless. Why did the people of the old Li family like to eavesdrop on others? Last time, it was Li Qingxian. This time, it was Li Er himself. This father and son pair was really unique. After Li Er's laughter came, he pushed open the door and entered without any hesitation. Empress Jiangsun was accompanying him. In the room, Falbert and Yan Xiaoning finally reacted. Both of them were shocked and quickly bowed. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only follow suit. Although he hadn't seen Jiangsun before, this woman could wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe beside Li Zishuan. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning just said that this was the empress. He, Li Zishuan, wasn't stupid. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. All rise. Li Zishuan, come here. I just heard you say that the cost of your new paper is only 20 copper coins. Is this true? Li Zishuan was speechless. Didn't you eavesdrop just now? Why are you still asking when you already know the answer? You're really too free. Your Majesty, this is only our initial estimate of the cost. However, the final result is not far off. Even though he was cursing crazily in his heart, Li Zishuan could only answer obediently. Chapter 198. Good. Good. With your cheap and high-quality paper and the upcoming Pinyin version of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, I estimate that in less than 5 years, the scholars of Tang Dynasty will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is a great achievement for the present and benefits for the future. Li Er sat at the head of the table with Jiangsun and couldn't help but praise. Jiangsun smiled and said, I congratulate your majesty. Hundreds of years ago, Qin Huang and Han Wu failed to achieve the great cause of educating the people. Now, your majesty is likely to achieve it. The empress is right. Li Er was delighted and was very proud. Li Zishuan curled his lips. You didn't invent the paper-making machine and Pinyin, so what are you so proud of? Also, is it really okay for you husband and wife to flatter each other and show off your love in public? Aren't you just bullying me because I haven't married yet? When I get married, I will pull my wife along every day and show off my love in front of you. Yesterday, I heard that your workshop had made a paper-making machine, so I brought the empress to see the effects of this thing. I didn't expect it to be so much beyond my expectations. Li Zishuan, your workshop has done well this time. Later, do a summary of the relevant personnel and submit it to me. I will reward all of them. The first part was all nonsense, which made Li Zishuan roll his eyes. However, the last part of Li Er's sentence was very conscientious. Li Zishuan was invigorated when he heard it. He quickly put on an act and cupped his hands and said, on behalf of the workshop's 3,000 craftsmen, I thank your majesty for your kindness. Pfft! Li Er spat out a mouthful of tea and immediately choked. He said in a bad mood, what 3,000 craftsmen? I am talking about the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper-making machine. Are you going to report all the craftsmen in the workshop? Replying to your majesty, the development of the paper-making machine, whether it was the smallest part or the huge wheel, whether it was the logistics or the front line of production, there were countless craftsmen in the workshop. The reason why the paper machine can be made in such a short time is definitely not something that can be done by just a few dozen people. It can't be done without the efforts of every craftsman. Although Li Zishuan's words were a little exaggerated, they were basically the truth. The structure of the paper machine was not simple. To be able to make it in such a short time was really a miracle. However, behind every so-called miracle, there were countless people who worked hard in silence. This time was no exception. He had just learned from Yan Xiaoning that during the few days of the paper-making machine's development, the entire workshop was in a state of overload. All the craftsmen in the workshop were dedicating themselves to the development of the paper-making machine. Among them, some were at the front desk, directly responsible for research and development, but most were behind the scenes. They were all on standby 24 hours a day, providing the most reliable logistical support for the research and development personnel at the front desk in all aspects. It was this kind of fighting spirit that led to the success of the papermaking machine in such a short time. After listening, Li Zixuan was silent for a long time. He could also see that when Li Zixuan said those words, there was sincerity in his eyes. It was easy to reward 30 people, but how could he reward 3,000 people? But if he didn't reward them, then where would he put his face as the emperor? To be honest, Li Zixuan was really in a dilemma. Your Majesty, I think that it would be better to let the 3,000 craftsmen in this workshop work under the general work supervisor. They are different from ordinary general work supervisors in that they are only in name. Normally, they still work in the men's workshop in Li County. Secondly, His Majesty would bestow upon them some scattered official positions, such as generals and scholars. In this way, these craftsmen would at least have an official position, and no one would look down upon them in the future. What do you think, Your Majesty? Seeing that Li Zixuan was in a dilemma, Zhang Sun had a bright idea and suggested. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. This Zhang Sun was indeed worthy of the title of Great Tang's Virtuous Empress. She really saw the problem very clearly. Her analysis was right. At present, the craftsmen in the workshop lacked the recognition of the outside world the most. Otherwise, they would still be the craftsmen living at the bottom. He raised his eyes and secretly glanced at Zhang Sun. He saw her sitting high in the seat of honor. Her facial features were beautiful, her body was graceful, and her bones revealed a graceful aura. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. I don't know how Li Zixuan got lucky to marry such a perfect wife. Good, the Empress is right. Li Zixuan, what do you think of this? Li Zixuan smiled happily. Li Zixuan quickly replied, I have no objection. Your Majesty is wise, Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Zixuan slapped the table and said, Good, I will write the decree later. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert looked at each other and couldn't help but be happy. Li Zixuan, Yan Xiaoning, Fu Yuanqi, when the Tang dictionary is finished, I will reward the three of you separately. Li Zixuan was very generous today. He had just rewarded 3,000 people, and now he promised to reward the three of them. Li Zixuan really didn't know what was wrong with Li Zixuan, but if there were benefits to be gained, only a fool would refuse. He, Yan Xiaoning, and Faubert went forward to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan nodded happily. He was really happy today. No one could understand the great significance of the paper machine better than him. It could destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families. Li Zixuan, you said before that under the rolling wheel of time, whoever can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. I agree with this very much. Do it boldly. I am looking forward to what this workshop will change Tang Dynasty into in the future. I joined the army when I was young and was about to conquer the world. I like your drive to forge ahead. Li Zixuan's blood was boiling. He thought to himself that today's trip wasn't in vain. Li Zixuan couldn't help but be excited when old Li was so sure of his radical thinking. He went forward and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I believe that the changes that the workshop will bring to Tang Dynasty in the future will definitely surprise Your Majesty. Zhang Sun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, Your Majesty, this child is young, but his tone is really big. Li Zixuan held Zhang Sun's hand and stood up with a smile. Li Zixuan, I will wait and see. Farewell, Your Majesty, farewell. The few people in the room bowed again. Xiao Xian, we did well this time. I guess it won't be long before our workshop is famous in Chang'an, right? Not only that. This time, we gained both fame and profit. Li Zixuan laughed and said, you are satisfied with just this? Don't worry, there will be more opportunities in the future to make you even more satisfied. Chapter 199. Hey, Xiaoning, I still want to make another type of paper machine. Hey, don't go. Come and take a look. Li Zixuan suddenly thought of toilet paper. Now that the paper machine had been made, he only needed to add a scraper to it to make toilet paper. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yan Xiaoning to make a toilet paper machine. Who knew that this guy would turn around and leave before he finished listening? Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Pfft, it's easy for you to say that. We worked tirelessly for so many days to make a paper machine, and you want to do something new? If you're so good, then do it. Don't call me, I have to go back and rest. Yan Xiaoning spat in exasperation. Cough cough, Xiaoning, listen to me first. This paper machine doesn't need to be troublesome. Its general structure is similar to the paper machine you made before. It's just that its dryer is more special. It's a dryer with a large diameter. On the other side of the dryer, there's a scraper to remove the wrinkles from the paper. Li Zishuan pulled Yan Xiaoning and explained. Yan Xiaoning was puzzled. If you do it this way, won't the paper be soft and fluffy? How do you write on this kind of paper? Falbert thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, young master, the paper you make can't be used at all. Li Zishuan immediately retorted. Who said it can't be used? This kind of paper is soft and fluffy. Wouldn't it be extremely comfortable to use it to wipe your butt in the toilet? Yan Xiaoning's face was full of black lines. He was really speechless towards Li Zishuan. Don't you have toilet paper chips to use in the toilet? Why do you have to do this? Li Zishuan stomped his feet. Damn, the toilet paper is so hard. How do you use it? How can it be more comfortable than this soft paper? This was the most unacceptable thing for Li Zishuan after he transmigrated. He could live without a computer or a phone, but he couldn't live without toilet paper. Why the F***ck do you want me to use bamboo to wipe my butt? Then what do you usually use in the toilet, young master? Falbert couldn't help but ask. Cough cough, I asked someone to make the rice paper soft before using it. But this is really troublesome. Li Zishuan said after thinking for a while. Falbert and Yan Xiaoning suddenly felt a toothache. They really wanted to beat him up. What a waste. You brat, you're simply a refined scum. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan's nose and scold. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and felt very helpless. Isn't it just wiping your ass with a piece of paper? It's so normal. Is there a need for that? In the end, Yan Xiaoning agreed to Li Zishuan's request. There was no other reason other than Li Zishuan saying that this thing could also make a lot of money. After reducing the cost of paper, Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as paper could be mass-produced, many of his later plans could be carried out smoothly. Well, the most important thing was that the toilet paper problem was solved. He could finally see the most commonly used industrial product in ancient times. This made him feel a little closer. After leaving the room, Li Zishuan went to the back hall. He wanted to see how Ma Zhou and the others were progressing. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw that there was an earth-shattering change inside. Dozens of tables were arranged in the hall. Each table was piled with all kinds of information. Then, dozens of middle-aged scholars were bent over the tables, carefully checking and recording. These must be the scholars sent by Li Tai and Li Qingqian. Li Zishuan's arrival didn't cause any waves. Perhaps in these people's eyes, Li Zishuan wasn't as important as the documents in their hands. Lord Zhu, you're here? Ma Zhou quietly came up to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and also said softly, Yes, brother Ma, let's talk somewhere else. Everyone here was busy with their own things. Li Zishuan really didn't have the heart to break the silence. When they came to the next room, the two of them sat down. Li Zishuan asked, Brother Ma, how is the compilation of the dictionary going? Ma Zhou cupped his hands and answered, Lord Zhu, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Wei attached great importance to this matter. They sent a total of 12 scholars. A few days ago, the compilation of the dictionary was fully launched. Currently, it is steadily being carried out. Brother Ma, did these scholars deliberately make things difficult for you? Were they arrogant and rude? Ma Zhou looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated and said, They didn't make things difficult. The compilation of the dictionary is more important than anything else. Presumably, Crown Prince and King of Wei have already told them. However, most of these scholars are knowledgeable people. They are more or less arrogant. I can understand. Li Zishuan frowned slightly. He had deliberately emphasized to Li Qingxian and Li Tai that the main person in charge of the compilation of the dictionary was Ma Zhou. He didn't expect that when it came to the final moment, those people would secretly look down on Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, who has been rude to you before? Tell me. I will tell Crown Prince and King of Wei. Li Zishuan had always attached great importance to Ma Zhou. Now, how could he sit by and do nothing? Ma Zhou quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Zhu, there is no need to do this. Ma Zhou is just a commoner. Those scholars belong to the rank 6 imperial residence or the Eastern Palace. It is natural for me to be looked down on. However, I should be the one to fight back. Ma Zhou believes that with his talent and knowledge, I will definitely be able to make these scholars look down on me. Ma Zhou's meaning was clear. He would get back the face he lost in the future. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Ma is so bold. Just based on this point, those scholars can't compare to Brother Ma. Lord Zhu, you flatter me. Huh, that's good. If Brother Ma needs help in the future, just let me know. Oh, the workshop has finished the paper-making machine today. Our paper cost has been greatly reduced. Brother Ma, you can start the newspaper and the copying of ancient books. The most basic and most important technology of Chitsu culture had been prepared. The copying of ancient books for sale and the publishing of newspapers had been completed. There were no more obstacles. Yes, Lord Zhu is right. I have heard about the trial production of the paper-making machine today. I am also preparing for it. A few days ago, I have selected 10 ancient books from the King of Wei's residence. We can start printing them. In less than 5 days, we can print 400 to 500 books and sell them at Chitsu Culture Bookstore. Ma Zhou spoke slowly as if everything was under his control. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled, yes, that's great. Brother Ma, it seems that we will be able to let all the scholars in Tang be able to read books soon. Ma Zhou said happily, that is true. Every time I think about participating in the cause of universal education, I am very excited. Now that I think about it, joining the workshop was probably the best decision I have made in my life. Oh, by the way, according to Lord Zhu's previous suggestion, I have made a new edition of the newspaper. Lord Zhu, do you think it is suitable? Chapter 200. In the back hall of the workshop. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up when he heard Ma Zhou say that he had made a new edition of the newspaper. He said impatiently, Brother Ma, let me take a look. Please wait a moment, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou replied and went to get the materials. After a while, he came back in and handed Li Zishuan a stack of papers. Lord Zhu, this is the new edition of the newspaper. Please take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded as he took the papers. He opened them and looked at them carefully. Detailed explanation of punctuation, this was the first section of the newspaper. It seemed that Ma Zhou had thought about it thoroughly. He wanted people to accept punctuation as soon as possible. Next was the interactive section of the literati. Li Zishuan had said that this section could be written in classical Chinese. The content and format were not much different from last time. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects to His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were all under His Majesty's control. Explanation of Zhongguan law, it is said, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Zishuan felt that this section was boring. He thought to himself, I'll leave this section for the literati of Tang dynasty to spit at each other. In any case, this young master will not read it in the future. The second section was the current news. Li Zishuan was excited. He wanted to see what Ma Zhou would write this time. As soon as he saw it, he could not take his eyes off it. Shocking. Murderer is so deranged, exterminating an entire family. This content was considered normal. It only talked about a massacre that had just been solved in Xinfeng County not long ago. The process was quite complicated. As Ma Zhou did not use classical Chinese this time, Li Zishuan was very interested. He carefully read the whole story. Next article. The drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. When Li Zishuan saw the title, he thought that the drunken scholar had used the alcohol to force himself on the brothel's top courtesan. But when he looked down, he immediately vomited blood. It turned out that the drunken scholar had drunk too much and had the urge to pee, so he had peed on the side of the road. Who knew that the brothel's top courtesan had seen him and scolded the scholar for being vulgar? As a result, the two had an argument, which finally alarmed the Cheng and Marshal Marquis. Cheng and Wu Ho rushed to the widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night, and the reason was actually like this. Seeing this title, you will definitely think that Wu Ho went to the widow's house to have an affair, right? Li Zishuan also thought so at first, but in the end, it was not the case. Wu Ho only went to the widow's house to put out the fire, and from the beginning to the end, it was just a piece of news about a fire. Shocking. A woman actually dared to do such a thing in broad daylight. What is it? You must have thought it was something embarrassing, right? In the end, the woman's skill was just a bit better, and she met a thief on the street. She was not robbed by the thief, but instead captured the thief. Shocking. Shocking. Men will be silent, women will cry. Alright, after reading up to this point, Li Zishuan was already immune to it. As expected, the content was just a notice that Chitsu Culture was offering a large sum of money for a literary competition. Ma Zhou was F***king trying to stir up trouble. After seeing the current news section, Li Zishuan was really shocked, and his mouth was wide open. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Ma Zhou, "Brother 666666666, tomorrow please come to the UC Shock Department to work." Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Ma Zhou, who had received a traditional Confucian education, would be able to use the shocking words he had said last time, and so quickly learn how to use it. This was simply too much of a prank, okay? He wondered if Li Er would come and kill him if he knew that his future prime minister had been trained to such a state by him. How is it? How is it? Lord Zhu. When Ma Zhou saw that Li Zishuan had finished reading the current news section, he hurriedly asked with a face full of expectation. For this new version of the current news, he had pondered over the words Li Zishuan had said that day for a long time before he understood some of the essence, and then he tried to change it into this. Li Zishuan covered his face and said, "Okay. Brother Ma, your change this time is really great. This little brother really admires you. Just print it like this, the faster the better. Now we can make our own paper. You better have Master Lu arrange for the first batch of newspapers to be printed within these 2 days. The first batch of newspapers should be printed in 1,000 copies. When the time comes, remember to recruit a group of children from poor families to help sell the newspapers." Li Zishuan was a little flustered at this moment. He was originally such an excellent and honest great scholar. How did he become like this? Whose fault is it? Anyway, it's not my fault. This young master didn't mean to be like this. Ma Zhou felt that Li Zishuan's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was at the moment, so he could only agree, "Yes, Lord Zhu, now the workshop has a lot of ready-made technologies. I estimate that I can rush out the first batch of newspapers tomorrow, and by the morning of the day after tomorrow, it can be sold in Cheng and City." Li Zishuan nodded. He had introduced another modern product into the Tang dynasty. In the future, when he had nothing to do at home, he could read the newspaper. In this era where entertainment and culture were extremely lacking, to be able to lie on the chair and read the newspaper was already a great enjoyment for Li Zishuan. Brother Ma, newspapers and dictionaries are the most important things in the future of Chitsu culture. During this period of time, you have to work hard and pay attention to these 2 things. After this period of busy, you can go and find a group of assistants. As long as you think that it's suitable, no matter how much it costs, you have to hire them. This way, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Li Zishuan instructed. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to read the last section of Dahua Jianghu. Although he had high hopes for this section, because he could read novels from here in the future, but currently, there was only one novel written by him, so it wasn't very interesting to read it. After a while, when someone submitted a novel, he would pay more attention to this section. When he thought about it, countless scholars would fight to submit to Chitsu culture, and countless wonderful novels would appear. He just had to stay at home, sleep on the chair, and listen to Xiaoxi softly reading the novel to him. If he was happy listening to the novel, he would spend a lot of money and give the novel author a big reward, so that he could quickly release more chapters for him. Damn, this kind of life, just thinking about it makes me feel good, right? This is the life of a nouveau riche second-generation otaku. Li Zishuan couldn't help but drool as he thought about it. He seemed to have discovered something amazing. Chapter 201. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Freshly printed Datang Daily. Only 5 copper coins per copy. 5 copper coins won't make you lose out or get scammed, but you can buy a big Datang Daily. Brother, do you want to buy one? After spending the weekend happily at home, Li Zishuan sat in a carriage early in the morning and headed to class at the Imperial College. Inside the carriage, he could hear the sound of children hawking newspapers outside. Li Zishuan asked San Bao to stop the carriage first. He looked out through the window and saw 4 or 5 children wearing blue shirts with the logo of queer culture on them. They were holding newspapers and riding on scooters. They were peddling newspapers on the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. This was one of the benefits for the children of Chitsu culture who sold newspapers. They usually had scooters as a means of transportation. If they sold newspapers for 3 months in a row, the scooters would be given to them for free. This directly led to the long queue in front of the workshop when they were recruiting paperboys yesterday. Later, Ma Zhou only picked 40 to 50 clever children after much deliberation. Hey, which family are you from? What the hell is this newspaper? What's in it? At this time, he heard a man speaking in a rough voice. Uncle, this newspaper has articles by great scholars and some interesting things that have happened around Chang'an recently. There are also some novels serialized in it. It's very interesting. Oh. I'm not interested in the articles by great scholars, but I want to read the novels. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Here, uncle, for you. 5 copper coins per copy. Hiss, this newspaper is so big, and the words on it are all engraved and printed. It's only 5 copper coins. Kid, did you remember wrongly? Don't go back and your shopkeeper will punish you just because you remembered wrongly. This person was still a conscientious person and was not willing to take advantage of a child. He opened the newspaper and was immediately shocked by the size of the newspaper. Such a big newspaper must be worth more than 5 copper coins. That's right. Could it be that you remembered wrongly? Even if there's nothing written on such a big piece of rice paper, it's still worth more than 5 copper coins. At this moment, a passerby walked over and looked at the newspaper in the burly man's hand. The paperboy politely bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, uncles. But this newspaper is only sold for 5 copper coins per copy, so it can't be wrong. This was personally instructed by our manager. Oh my, is your manager an idiot? This is obviously a losing business. TSK. Quickly give me a copy. Let's not talk about what's written on it first. 5 copper coins for such a big piece of paper. When I go back and paste it on the wall, it will show that I'm a cultured person. Pfft. Dumbo, you're such a disgrace. Little doll, give me a copy too. My ergo doll is studying in a school in Chang'an. He is literate. I'll buy it for him to read the essays of the great Confucian scholars. While you're at it, read the novels to me. Shoo. Butcher Zhao, you're here to show off your ergo doll again. Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan shook his head. This was the first time these people bought a newspaper, and they bought it for the cheap price. It was really, San Bao, let's go. Let's go to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan said aloud. The people who bought the newspaper now were just some people who liked the novelty. The real popularity of the newspaper was definitely not because of these people. However, this was a good start. With this first batch of people taking the initiative to promote, the follow-up effect would be better. Yes, young master. Sanbao replied, and the carriage continued to move slowly. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. In this weekly exam, there are a total of 3 people who scored full marks. They are Li Tai, Kushirqin, and Iron Egg. There are 2 people who scored 99. They are Zheng Ziren and Meng Wenhao. These students are the top 5 of this weekly exam. Excellent. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and looked at the report card in his hand and said. He felt that it was a pity for Meng Wenhao. This kid wrote a step that was slightly ambiguous in a proof question. Li Zishuan thought about it again and deducted 1 point from him. As a result, this unlucky kid would not be able to get into the top 3. Clap, clap, clap. The students in the classroom, regardless of what they were thinking, whether they were jealous or not, all of them applauded together with Li Zishuan. Although Meng Wenhao was a little annoyed, he had just looked at the paper that was handed out. There were indeed some small problems in that part of the paper. He was sincerely convinced by the deduction of 1 point. As for the last 5 of this weekly exam, as the applause gradually stopped, Li Zishuan said loudly again. However, he deliberately paused for a moment and then looked at the back row. Ching Chimo's chrysanthemum, oh no, his heart suddenly tightened. He then repeatedly winked at Li Zishuan, hinting him not to say it out loud. As for the last 5, I won't mention them today. You should know who they are. Ah no, you should know who they are. Li Zishuan's heavy breathing almost scared Ching Chimo to death. However, when he heard that Li Zishuan still did not mention his name, he could not help but feel a little happy. Here, this is the solution to the last question. Those who did it wrong, take a good look at it and clear your thoughts. You must make sure that you will not make a mistake the next time you encounter the same question. After a simple introduction of the results, Li Zishuan began to explain the test paper to them. The questions were relatively simple, so he explained them quickly. In less than 1 class, he had finished explaining. Damn, this is great. This novel is so F***ing great. This brother is too good. Suddenly, a roar came from the classroom, scaring all the students. Li Zishuan was also a little startled, but then he became angry. He quickly found the source of the sound and shouted angrily, "What the hell? Wang Meng, stand up." Wang Meng suddenly shivered. In fact, after he shouted, he had already sobered up. Now that he heard Li Zishuan's angry voice, how could he not know that he had already eaten a pill? Sir, I was wrong. Wang Meng's face was bitter, and his voice was trembling. Li Zishuan sneered, "Humph, now you know you were wrong. What were you doing just now?" Wang Meng hesitated and did not dare to say anything. Li Zishuan sternly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to quit school?" Wang Meng did not dare to hesitate anymore. He quickly took out a piece of paper from under his seat and said anxiously, Don't, sir, I'll tell you. I was reading a novel just now. This is what I bought from a newspaper boy on my way to school. It said, it's called a newspaper." The other students looked at it curiously, wanting to know what kind of magical item this newspaper was. On the other hand, Li Zishuan's old face darkened. Of all his calculations, he did not expect that running a newspaper would make students addicted to novels and affect their studies. In modern times, bad students often did this in class. He did not expect to encounter it in ancient times as well. Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? Chapter 202. Inside the School of Mathematics. Li Zishuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Wang Meng was so scared that his heart was trembling. He had never seen Li Zishuan so angry before. "Wang Meng, tell us how many points you got this time," Li Zishuan said with hatred. When Qing Chimo heard this, he grinned and looked at Wang Meng with a gloating expression. Wang Meng replied weakly, Sir, this time I got 66 points. Li Zishuan slammed the table and said angrily, You only got 66 points and you didn't pay attention in class? If you can get full marks like Li Tai and Kusher Qing, I won't criticize you even if you didn't pay attention. Are you serious? At this moment, Li Tai's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Li Zishuan's face was filled with black lines. This bastard never knew how to give him any face. Shut up. I'm talking about Wang Meng. Li Zishuan said angrily. Wang Meng couldn't be angry anymore. He said softly, Sir, I was wrong. Is the novel good? Li Zishuan asked fiercely. Yes. Sir, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's terrible. I was obsessed with it. Wang Meng was about to say that it was good, but he quickly changed his words. Li Zishuan nodded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was the one who wrote the novel. Wasn't Wang Meng scolding him by saying that? He couldn't stand it anymore. A piece of chalk hit Wang Meng's forehead accurately. Li Zishuan said even more angrily, Why did you read it if it wasn't good? You'll be standing in class today. Feeling wronged, Wang Meng scratched his head and thought to himself, I've already said so, is it wrong? What did Sir mean by that? Haha. Wang Meng, what are you reading in class? Take it out and show it to me. During the break, Qing Chimo saw that Li Zishuan wasn't in the classroom. He quickly went to Wang Meng and asked him for the newspaper. No, I won't be able to see it if I give it to you. Even though Wang Meng's legs hurt from standing for an entire class, his brain was still working fine. When he heard Qing Chimo's words, he immediately reacted. He picked up the newspaper and hugged it tightly. Wang Meng, you're such a disloyal brat. I'm just looking at it. I don't want your newspaper. Take it out and show it to me. Qing Chimo was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey. That's right, that's right. Wang Meng, why don't you take it out and let everyone have a look? We definitely won't take yours. If it's really good, we'll go and buy another set. Yuchi Baolin chimed in. That's right, that's right. Take it out and let us have a look. We're all classmates. Don't be so stingy. Li Tai, the little fatty, also brought some students over to join in the fun. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He felt like he was alone. All right, I'll let you have a look. But you must remember to return it to me. I haven't finished reading it yet. Wang Meng could only reluctantly hand over the newspaper. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would be attacked by the crowd. Don't worry, don't you dare ask around. I, Qing Chimo, am the most trustworthy person in Chang'an City. Qing Chimo waved his hand nonchalantly and said arrogantly. Then, he couldn't wait to take the newspaper and sat down next to him to start reading. The surrounding students also curiously surrounded Qing Chimo and began to bend over to read the newspaper. Cho Nyo, turn the page. What's so good about this scholarly article? That's right, that's right. Time is of the essence. Let's read the rest of the novel. Wang Meng was so engrossed in it last class. Turn the page and let me see if this story is interesting or not. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and read the novel. Otherwise, class will start soon. All right. I, Qing Chimo, am not interested in these scholarly articles anyway. Qing Chimo felt that it made sense. Hence, he turned the page. Instantly, the words "A Record of a Mortal's Journey" came into view. Wow, a record of a mortal's journey? Just the name alone sounds impressive. Cultivation? Could this novel be about cultivation? Could there really be people who can cultivate? I suddenly feel a surge of emotions. The students wanted to continue reading just by looking at the name of the novel. Chapter 1, a mountainside village. Dumbo's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering his body had already turned a deep yellow, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was also a faint musty smell. After a moment, Chingchimo finished reading the first chapter. He smacked his lips and said doubtfully, Chingchimo, don't feel that this first chapter is very interesting. How could Wang Meng have been so engrossed in it before? It's really ordinary. However, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to have some tricks up their sleeves. It seems like this world can really cultivate. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. Alright. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and read on. What they did not notice was that after Li Tai saw the title and the author of the novel, he curled his lips and secretly left the crowd. He had read this novel before, but he was very puzzled by the author's name on the newspaper. Chapter 2, Black Ox Town. This is a small town. Although it's called a small town, it's actually just a slightly larger town called Black Ox Town. Only those ignorant natives who live in the nearby ravines call it Black Ox Town. After a while, the surrounding students began to discuss again. This is interesting. I'm guessing that the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf gang will have an earth-shattering battle in the future. Let's fight. Old Chang's saber is already thirsting for blood. Hurry up and read the next chapter. Seeing that the others were enjoying the novel, Wang Meng could not help but come over. He had also just finished reading the third chapter. Chapter 3, Seven Mysteries sect. The smell in the carriage was obviously not pleasant. It's no wonder that there were nearly 30 children squeezed into the carriage. Although a child is much smaller than an adult, it still makes the car unbearably crowded. Damn, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to be very powerful. Indeed. I just don't know if this Hanli will be able to pass the examination. It's a pity that it's gone. The author of this novel is really asking for a beating. He only wrote so little at a time. Mr. is here. Hurry up and leave. Immediately, all the students hurriedly returned to their original seats. Chingchimo cleverly spread out the side of the newspaper that had the novel printed on it and directly spread it on Wang Meng's table. Then, he immediately slipped away. F***ck. Wang Meng looked at Chingchimo and then looked at Li Zishuan, who had just entered. Immediately, he cursed Chingchimo countless times in his heart and hoped that Li Zishuan would stop messing with him. Chapter 203. Li Zishuan went to the outhouse during the break. When he came back, he saw a group of people crowding around the classroom. When he walked to the door, the group of little bastards scattered like birds. He had good eyesight and naturally saw that Chingchimo had tricked Wang Meng. However, he did not say anything this time. He only looked at Wang Meng indifferently and then continued with his lecture. Wang Meng hurriedly put away the newspaper and let out a big sigh of relief. He felt a little strange. He was not afraid of anything before, but when he faced Li Zishuan, he always felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Imperial College Building. Damn, awesome. Ziffin, quickly turn the page. In a corner of the building, a chubby little boy sat next to Sun Ziffin. The two bastards had their arms around each other's shoulders and lowered their heads as if they were looking at something together. The little fatty couldn't help but urge in a low voice as he watched on. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet. Wait a minute. Sun Ziffin impatiently mumbled. Damn, the Seven Mysteries sect is awesome. I also want to cultivate. Is there any cultivation sect in Great Tang? Sun Ziffin unhappily said, Kid, are you drunk? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you to death when you go back? Forget it. A moment later. Huh. That's it? Damn, it's over already? Sun Ziffin could not help but shout. However, his voice was a little too loud, and Assistant Master Mao finally noticed the commotion. Sun Ziffin, you Donkai, what are you two doing? Assistant Master Mao was slightly angry and said in a deep voice. He always had a headache when it came to the students of the Imperial College. These bastards were used to being arrogant, and it was difficult to discipline them even in the Imperial College. Nothing. Teacher, you must have misheard. Sun Zifen quickly calmed down. Then, he stood up and said with a calm face. Yes, sir. We really didn't read the novel just now. No. I mean, we didn't read the newspaper just now. No. Yu Dongkai was not as calm as Sun Zifen. His expression was slightly flustered, and in the end, he accidentally exposed himself. Sun Zifen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. He glared fiercely at the scammer next to him, wishing he could strangle him to death. When assistant teaching assistant Mao heard this, how could he not know that these two bastards must have been secretly causing trouble downstairs? He walked down from the podium. Yes, the podium. After the School of Mathematics introduced the blackboard chalk, the other schools introduced the podium one after another. This was because the chalk was very useful to the teachers as it could predict the enemy's moves. Teaching assistant Mao walked up to Sun Zifen and said coldly, "Take it out." Only then did Yu Dong realize that he had cheated his good brother this time. He looked at Sun Zifen pitifully. Sun Zifen felt a headache in his heart. It was as if he had forked a dog. "Teacher Mao, what do you want?" Sun Zifen really liked the newspaper now and could not bear to hand it over. He still wanted to put up a resistance. "Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the newspaper that Yu Dongkai was talking about. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Sun Shaoqing and Assistant Minister Yu about your performance in the Imperial College." Teaching assistant Mao was helpless against such a troublesome student, so he could only use the student's parents to threaten him. Ugh! Sun Zifen and Yu Dongcai's faces immediately fell. They were not afraid of the teaching assistant, but they were afraid of their own parents. "Here." Sun Zifen reluctantly took out the newspaper from under the table. He was cursing teaching assistant Mao in his heart. What's the difference between a teacher who uses his parents to threaten a student and a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man? This teaching assistant Mao is so boring. Teaching assistant Mao definitely did not know that in a certain student's heart, he was already the same kind of person as a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man. He took the newspaper and returned to the podium to continue his lecture. "Zifen, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, I'll buy you another newspaper when I go back in the afternoon." After the morning class, Yu Dongkai eagerly chased after Sun Zifen and said with a fawning expression, "Humph, of course you should buy me another newspaper." Sun Zifen said angrily, Yes. I'll go buy another newspaper in a bit." "Brother Zifen, where did you buy that newspaper?" "I bought it this morning from a newspaper boy on the roadside. I don't know where to buy it now." Sun Zifen rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "But I saw that at the top of the newspaper was Strange Culture. I don't know which store it came from, but judging from the name, it should have something to do with the Strange Culture Pavilion. Why don't you go to the Strange Culture Pavilion and ask?" "Strange Culture Pavilion?" Yu Dongkai repeated in confusion. Then he suddenly said excitedly, "Zifen, I heard that the Strange Culture Pavilion is the property of Professor Li's family. Didn't we tell the Chancellor that we were going to transfer to the Imperial College of Mathematics? How about it? Zifen, did your father agree to it?" Sun Zifen chuckled as he took out a document from his bosom. He smiled proudly and said, "Hee, everything is under control. I'll go find the Chancellor after I finish eating." Yu Dongkai raised his thumb and praised, "Brilliant, Brother Zifen is brilliant. I thought I was the only one who succeeded." Sun Zifen said in astonishment, "What? Your father also agreed?" "Yes. I was still wondering why my father was so easy to talk to this time. Brother Zifen, when you go find the Chancellor later, bring me along. If I go with you, I'll feel more at ease." Yu Dongkai expressed that he wanted to hug his thigh when he went to find the principal. When Sun Zifen heard this, he instantly thought of the things that Yu Dongkai had done in the class just now. He hurriedly refused in a bad mood, No, you go by yourself when the time comes." So that you won't trick me again. Yu Dongkai immediately became anxious. He chased up and said, Don't. Brother Ziffin, bring me along. I promise that I won't say a word this time. I definitely won't trick you. Are you sure you won't say a word? Yes, I'm sure. I definitely won't say a word. All right then, I'll bring you along this time. But remember to quickly buy me a newspaper. Yes, I'll send my errand boy to find out where to buy the newspaper. Yu Dongkai hurriedly said excitedly. On the other side, teaching assistant Mao finished his class and went to the canteen of the directorate. He took a meal, went to a seat by the window, and began to eat. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in his hand and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that it would be better to eat while reading what was written in the newspaper. It actually made his students so fascinated in class. But once he opened the newspaper, he couldn't stop reading. Chapter 204. In the dining hall. Teaching assistant Mao's eyes gleamed as he read the article titled Detailed Explanation of the Use of Punctuation Marks. TSK, this punctuation mark is quite novel. It seems very practical. I wonder who came up with it. Should I suggest to the Chancellor that we should popularize this punctuation mark? Teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but mutter to himself after reading the explanation of the punctuation marks. He couldn't help but stop eating. He had been teaching for many years, so he naturally understood how important punctuation marks were to a student's reading efficiency. This was why he wanted to popularize them. After sighing for a while, teaching assistant Mao continued reading. Interaction between scholars? What is this so-called newspaper trying to do? Are they trying to gather all the scholars of the Great Tang together for a debate? When teaching assistant Mao saw the words interaction between scholars, he was a little confused. Hiss on Taizong's commentaries. The person who wrote this article is quite bold, daring to talk about court politics. Ma Zhou? Who is Ma Zhou? This person is a little too arrogant. Unlike Wang Meng, Qing Chimo, Sun Ziffin, and Yu Dongkai, who had skipped over the other parts and directly read the novel, teaching assistant Mao was naturally very interested in the article on the meaning of the classics. But when he saw the title of the first article, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the successes and failures of the past generations, the Li Shu rebelled and gathered together as bandits, and all the countries were destroyed. Although the rulers of the country wished to change their ways, none of them were safe. For those who practice politics and religion, when they are at the point of being able to practice it, it is useless to regret it as soon as an accident occurs. Thus, whenever the rulers of the country see the death of their predecessors, they know the cause of the loss of their politics and religion, but they do not know the loss of their own bodies. Thus, Yin Zhou laughed at the death of Xia Jia, and Yuan Li laughed at the destruction of Yin Zhou. At first, teaching assistant Mao thought that Ma Zhou, a commoner, was being too impudent in discussing court politics, but as he read on, he immediately put away his contempt. His expression grew more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of a country is not dependent on the accumulation of wealth, but on the happiness of the people. Taking recent events as an example, the Sui family stored the Luoco storehouse, and Li Mi used it, the eastern capital accumulated cloth and silk, and Wang Shichong occupied it. The western capital's treasury was also used by the state, and has not been used to this day. Xiangshi Luoco, Dongdu does not have grain or silk, that is, Shichong and Li Mi may not necessarily be able to gather the masses. But stockpiling is a common thing in a country, one must wait until one has excess strength before withdrawing it. If we take it by force, and use it to fund the bandits, it will be useless. Good. Unique insight. This person is a great talent, a great talent. Based on this article alone, we can see that Ma Zhou's ability to govern the country is not inferior to some of the officials in the imperial court. When he reached the end of the article, teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but slap the table and laugh wildly. When a scholar comes across a good article, he is more excited than when he sees a beautiful woman. In history, Ma Zhou, in the 11th year of Zhenguan era, wrote an article called Shang Tai Zong Shu, and presented it to Li Er. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Governance had a very high evaluation of this article, and it could be called the #1 article in public security policy since ancient times. Although some of Ma Zhou's ideas had yet to reach the realm of Mahayana, it already contained many of his later political ideas. Therefore, this article could be considered an extremely rare masterpiece. How can such a great talent be unknown? Alas, there are so many talented people in the world who have been buried. It seems that this Datong daily can also be used to discover talents, right? Teaching assistant Mao's interest in the newspaper was growing. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on the paper as if he were caressing a beautiful woman, and continued reading. Chancellor, we have something to talk to you about. The miserable Kong Yingda was once again woken up by those little bastards during his lunch break. He went to open the door with a gloomy mood. What do you want? Anyone who was interrupted during their lunch break would be unhappy. Although Kong Yingda had read the books of sages, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, there was some anger in his words. Chancellor, we are looking for you to change the school. Although Sun Zifen could see that Kong Yingda was unhappy, he wasn't afraid and still told him the purpose of his visit. Oh. Kong Yingda looked at these little bastards in confusion and asked with a frown, "Didn't I tell you before that you need to get your father's permission? Why are you here again today?" Sun Zifen restrained the complacency in his heart and smiled faintly. "Chancellor, we went home and got our father's permission before we came to look for you." "Chancellor, look, this is the statement written by my father to change the school. There is absolutely no mistake." Yes. "Chancellor, my father also agreed. This is the statement written by my father. This is written by my father. Chancellor, please take a look." The 7 or 8 students behind him immediately scrambled for the documents in their hands and stuffed them into Kong Yingda's hands. Compared to the last time, the number of students who came to look for Kong Yingda this time seemed to be less. It was obvious that some of the students' parents didn't know much about the current school of mathematics. Kong Yingda was really a little Spartan at this moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. How could the fathers of these little bastards agree to their ridiculous request? No matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible for them to agree. Kong Yingda was in a daze for a long time before he was woken up by Sun Zifen. He sorted out his emotions and opened up the document that Sun Zifen gave him. He looked at it carefully and saw that the handwriting was horizontal and vertical, vigorous and powerful. This was indeed Sun Fujia's handwriting. Sun Zifen was still unable to imitate it. At this moment, the last trace of luck in Kong Yingda's heart was instantly shattered. He found it hard to understand why these people's fathers would agree to transfer their children to the school of mathematics. However, before he could think about it carefully, the surrounding students had started to urge him. It was still Sun Zifen who took the lead and said, "Chancellor? Look, we have the document to change the school of mathematics. Can the students be transferred to the school of mathematics?" "That's right. Chancellor, you promised us before that as long as our fathers agree, you will let us transfer to the school of mathematics." That's right. Chancellor, your knowledge is the best in the world. You can't go back on your words. Chancellor, quickly tell us, can we do it or not?" At this moment, Kong Yingda really felt that there were hundreds of flies buzzing around his ears. He waved his hand with an extreme headache and said in a deep voice, "Quiet. What I said before naturally counts. After 2 days, your application to change the school of mathematics will be approved." Even though Kong Yingda was extremely unwilling, but as the chancellor of the directorate, how could he do something like going back on his words? "Oh, Chancellor, that's great. Haha. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, then shall we return to class? There are still some fellows here pretending to be obedient." Just as Kong Yingda's voice fell, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Kong Yingda hurriedly waved his hand and said, All right. Quickly return to class." Chapter 205. Kong Yingda heaved a sigh of relief after sending the brats away. However, when he thought about the fact that he would have to switch schools for them, he felt a headache coming on. Sigh. What were the fathers of these students thinking? In the cafeteria. The food in front of teaching assistant Mao had already turned cold, but he didn't care at all. Ma Zhou's brilliant articles had completely captivated him. At this moment, he had truly entered a state of oblivion. He no longer cared about what was happening in the outside world. An interpretation of the law of Jianghu states, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Good, good, good. Ma Zhou's summary is so incisive. Qin dynasty's political commentary states, looking at the previous generations, from the Xia, Yin, Zhou, and Han dynasties to the world, it has been passed down from one generation to the next. Some have been passed down for more than 800 years, while some have been passed down for less than 400 to 500 years. Since the Wei, Jin, Zhou, and Sui dynasties, most have been passed down for no more than 50 to 60 years. How thorough! I really want to drink and chat merrily with Ma Zhou and discuss his grand ambitions. I wonder if my articles can be published in this newspaper. When the time comes, I can discuss my political views with the world's literati. Teaching assistant Mao read several of Ma Zhou's political essays in a row. He was so excited that his hands were red from clapping. Of course, he was slapping the table. The servants next to him were scared witless. They were very worried that teaching assistant Mao would break the table. Most of the students and teachers who were eating in the cafeteria were scared away by teaching assistant Mao's crazy shouts from time to time. A few of the bolder teachers leaned forward to read the newspaper in teaching assistant Mao's hands. As soon as they read it, they were immediately immersed in Ma Zhou's literary feast. Gradually, 7 or 8 people surrounded teaching assistant Mao. However, teaching assistant Mao was completely unaware of it. He was still slapping the table and cheering. Mr. Mao, Mr. Mao. Several urging voices interrupted teaching assistant Mao's wandering between the lines of the newspaper. He raised his head, only to be startled by the colleagues around him. Aya. Dr. Wang, Dr. Zheng, Dr. Su, teaching assistant Sun, teaching assistant Xiao, teaching assistant Yuan, teaching assistant Chen, why are you all here? The white-haired old man smiled gently and said, Assistant Instructor Mao, such a masterpiece is like fine wine in a dark alley. For people like us who have been immersed in literature for years, it's extremely attractive. Another scholarly scholar also stroked his beard and said with a smile, Brother Yaluan's words are true. This Ma Zhou quotes from the classics, scrutinizes the past and present, and picks and delves into the complex. His essay is reasonable, not a word can be added, and not a word can be subtracted. Listening to it makes people feel comfortable and tireless. Even the ancient Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhong Jun, and Jia Yi were like this. Gentlemen, it's past lunchtime for this cafeteria. It's time to close. The page boy at the side could not help but muster up his courage and ask. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, please follow me out. Teaching assistant Mao only just noticed the errand boy in the cafeteria. He hurriedly said with an apologetic expression. Although they were teachers and were a cut above the rest, teaching assistant Mao had always been well educated. He could not bully the errand boys. That's great. Let's talk about this Datong daily together. Wang Yaluan nodded in agreement. With this old scholar's words, the other teachers did not dare to object. They all followed him out of the cafeteria. The page boy bowed and thanked them profusely. Eastern Palace. Illustrious Virtue Hall. Li Qingxian leaned against the couch, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. Since he also had 20% shares in Chitsu culture, he knew a little about the newspaper. However, he did not know the details. Therefore, when he learned that the newspaper was officially released today, he specially sent someone to buy a copy and come back to read it. This Ma Zhou's ability to conduct affairs is impeccable. He's even better than some of the scholars in my Eastern Palace. It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had been so confident in Ma Zhou's abilities back in the workshop, sparing no effort to support Ma Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Zhou would be able to shock the world with a single feat, and he might even alarm Imperial Father. Should I recommend this person to my father? After reading Massachusetts Joe's article, Li Qingxian fell into deep thought and could not help but murmur. After a while, he shook his head and decided to continue reading. Shocking. The culprit is actually so deranged as to exterminate an entire family. Oh, Great Tang's laws are strict. How can there be such an outlaw? Li Qingxian whispered doubtfully. After a while, he finished reading the article. Not bad, not bad. This county magistrate of Xinfeng County is quite quick-witted. The person who wrote this article is also not bad. The title is very attractive. Li Qingxian praised. But in an instant, he regretted what he had just said. Drunken scholar encounters brothel courtesan and actually does such unbearable things. Pfft! What kind of title is this? How could such vulgar and unbearable content be published in this newspaper? Let me take a look. Half an hour later. Damn, this was written by Ma Zhou? This is simply not right. It's not what I thought before. Even someone as calm as Li Qingxian could not help but curse after reading the content of this article. But when he read the other articles, he realized that he was too young. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman actually does such things in broad daylight. Shocking. Shocking. Men will be silent, women will cry. Pfft, is this still the Ma Zhou that I know? Is this still the Ma Zhou that wrote so many beautiful articles before? Li Qingxian was about to vomit blood at this moment after encountering headlines, one after another. But even though he knew that some of the headlines were a trap, Li Qingxian could not help but continue reading. He even had a faint trace of expectation in his heart. Perhaps this was, let him abuse you 1,000 times, but you still treat him as your first love. Wasn't this A Mortal's Journey to Immortality written by Xiao Xian? Why does it say, Leather Knight? Li Qingxian had previously read the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, so he was not very concerned about the latter part of the novel. He originally planned to put down the newspaper directly, but after inadvertently seeing the author's name under the title of the novel, he could not help but be stunned. He knew the author of this novel better than anyone else, but what the hell was this Leather Knight? After thinking for a long time, Li Qingxian could not figure out what Li Zishuan was up to. He put down the newspaper and prepared to take a lunch break. Chapter 206. Oh. We can finally transfer to the School of Mathematics. Brother Ziffin, it's all thanks to you this time. In the future, we can also take 2 days off every 5 days. Inside the School of Imperial College. Yu Dongkai patted Sun Ziffin's shoulder excitedly and laughed. Dongkai, do you think I went through so much trouble to transfer to the School of Mathematics just for this? Sun Ziffin laughed in a low voice. The little fatty's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He sneakily approached Sun Ziffin and asked, Oh? Brother Ziffin, do you have a deeper meaning? Haha. Sun Ziffin laughed proudly and then said mysteriously, Of course, Dongkai, think about it carefully. Dr. Li taught Assistant Master Mao and the others before. Strictly speaking, we have to call him Grandmaster, right? Yes, that's right. But after 2 days, when we are transferred to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, Professor Li will become our master, and Assistant Lecturer Mao will become our senior brother. As for us, won't we become the other students' martial uncles? Aha! Sun Ziffin said with a cheeky smile. Yu Dongkai was stunned by his brother's strange way of thinking. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case, so he quickly gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Yes, Brother Ziffin's words are reasonable, very reasonable. Haha. I didn't expect you and me to become martial uncles so soon, ha ha ha. This wild laughter immediately attracted the attention of the other students in the school. Slap. Sun Ziffin slapped him hard and said angrily, Are you stupid? Do you want everyone to hear you so loudly? Sorry. But why hasn't Assistant Master Mao come today? Yu Dongkai rubbed the back of his head and then asked doubtfully. Sun Zifan rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? But I told you to buy a newspaper for me this afternoon. Did you buy it?" Yu Dongkai hurriedly laughed and said, Brother Zifan, don't worry. I've already sent my errand boy to the Strange Interest Pavilion to inquire about this newspaper. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to buy it. In the pine forest to the east of the Imperial College. The 9 teachers from different academies sat on the stone benches in the forest, drinking and chatting merrily. They sat down and discussed the Tao, feeling very comfortable. Assistant Teacher Mao, for this Ma Zhou to be able to write such a splendid essay, he must be a virtuous sage. Have you heard of him before? Wang Yaluan held a cup of wine and took the lead to ask. Dr. Wang, this person has always been unknown. I've never heard of him before. Now, this Ma Zhou has amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. Assistant Master Mao hurriedly replied. Wang Yaluan nodded, stroked his beard and said, "Well, I have a different opinion about some of this Ma Zhou's points of view. I just don't know if I can write an essay and publish it in the Datong Daily. When the time comes, I can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage." The other assistant teachers and professors also echoed, "Yes, it would be best if you can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage." "Yes, yes." Assistant Master Mao replied, "I also have the same idea, but I don't know how to publish it in the Datong Daily. Why don't we read it together?" "That's a good idea." A moment later. Shocking. The murderer is so deranged that he killed the whole family. Why did this essay start to use vernacular? There's no literary talent at all? Indeed, it's really disappointing, but the content of this essay is very interesting. Well, maybe this Ma Zhou deliberately used vernacular so that ordinary people can understand it. After the 9 teachers finished reading the first article, they couldn't help but discuss the huge change from classical to vernacular. Drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman did such a thing in broad daylight. However, the following 3 pieces of news left everyone dumbfounded. I thought this Ma Zhou was a refined person. I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Yes, the titles of the following articles are exaggerated and vulgar. It's really a disgrace to the refined. As scholars, how can we be so shameless? It's really abominable. The voices were almost one-sided. Almost all of them condemned Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou had changed from a handsome and virtuous person to a refined scum that everyone condemned in speech and in writing. Only assistant coach Mao and Wang Yaluan didn't say anything. After the others finished criticizing, Wang Yaluan said with a smile, "I don't think so. As the saying goes, great vulgarity is great elegance. The difference between vulgarity and elegance is just a matter of thought. It depends on how you look at it." The wording of these few articles is not flowery. The entire article is written in plain language. This old man guesses that this section is mainly written for those who are barely literate and have not studied the meaning of poetry. If that is the case, these topics are really not ordinary. This Ma Zhou is a true wise man. Why do you think so, Brother Yaluan? Yes, why are these titles extraordinary? Wang Yaluan looked at Assistant Coach Mao and said with a faint smile, "Assistant Coach Mao, you seem to have some ideas. Why don't you tell us your opinion?" Assistant Coach Mao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "I think Ma Zhou wrote these titles on purpose." Professor Wang had previously said that these articles were written for the common people to read. Hence, these titles were even more pleasing to the common people and would make them even more interested in reading them. I think this is Ma Zhou's cleverest part. He is elegant when he needs to be, and vulgar when he needs to be. Wang Yaluan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Assistant Coach Mao is right. I think so too. Let's continue reading." Wang Yaluan was the most experienced person here. The others couldn't refute his words, so they continued reading. Shocking. Shocking. Men will fall silent, women will cry. Everyone was gradually getting used to these exaggerated titles, so they didn't make a fuss this time. However, when they saw the content, they were all shocked. Huh? Datong Daily is collecting manuscripts from everyone? It's not limited to men or women, and the pay is very generous. This is a very novel idea. Dr. Wang, do you want to send your masterpiece to this strange culture to try? That's right. Professor Wang, your essay on the Confucian classics is flawless. Wang Yaluan was quite tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the pay from Kiki culture, but who didn't want their essays to be read by the world? My fellow colleagues are right. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go write an article and debate with Ma Zhou. After that, he cupped his hands and left hurriedly with the others. Chapter 207. Ah. Excuse me for a moment. I almost forgot that I still have to teach the students. Assistant Lecturer Mao exclaimed when he saw the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he hurried to the Imperial College. While he was in a hurry, an idea popped up in his mind. Since Datong Daily is offering a high price for everyone's essays, should I give it a try? Unlike Wang Yaluan, who was well off, Assistant Lecturer Mao's salary was relatively low. If his essay was accepted, he could become famous and earn money to support his family. Wouldn't that be perfect? With that in mind, Assistant Lecturer Mao quickened his pace. Good morning, sir. Assistant Lecturer Mao had almost doubled the usual 30-minute journey. He stood on the podium and coughed dryly. Ahem. Sir, I was delayed by something earlier. In the afternoon, everyone will study by themselves and revise what I explained this morning. Assistant Lecturer Mao's mind was elsewhere. He cleverly copied Li Zishuan's lazy trick and told the students to study by themselves. Although the students were puzzled, they did not ask too much and could only obey obediently. Assistant Lecturer Mao saw that everything was settled. He asked a few students to keep an eye on the situation and then hurried to his office. He remembered that Datong Daily had written that submissions should be submitted as early as possible. If he went back now and sent it to Chitsu Culture, it might be published tomorrow. In a restaurant in Dongshu City. Ah. So there was a massacre in Xinfeng County recently. No wonder I saw so many officials when I went to my child's second aunt's house last time. That's right. This family is so pitiful. Big Dog Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Huh, Zhao Lauer, didn't you read today's newspaper? What newspaper? Here. That's the one. This morning, there were children hawking this all over the capital. Didn't you buy one? Oh my, it's such a big piece of paper with so many words. I can't afford it. What's written on it? Is it as good as what you said? Huh, Zhao Lauer, you're wrong this time. This newspaper isn't expensive. It only costs 5 copper coins. How is it? Are you surprised? Huh, let me tell you, the things written in the newspaper are really King interesting. For example, let me read to you, drunken scholar encounters brothel's top courtesan and actually commits such a despicable act. What do you think? Do you want to see it? The eyes of the man named Zhao Er immediately lit up. He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said with a lewd smile, yes, yes, yes. Brother Dago, quickly tell me what happened next. Seeing Zhao Lauer's anxious face, Wang Dago's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, hee hee, then let me tell you. 2 days ago, a drunken scholar wandered into Peace Square. As Wang Dago spoke, more and more people gathered around the table. The newcomers didn't know what Wang Dago was talking about. After asking, they understood that it was an interesting story from Datong Daily. After getting to the bottom of it, they were naturally surprised by the low price of Datong Daily. They all secretly made up their minds that if they met a child selling newspapers tomorrow, they would definitely buy a copy. It would be stupid not to buy such an interesting and cheap newspaper. This interesting phenomenon was rapidly spreading to all parts of Chang'an. The novel thing called newspapers was also quietly entering the lives of the people of Tang Empire. Brother Ma, how's the sales of today's newspaper? Li Zishuan went straight to the workshop after class. He went to the back hall and found Ma Zhou. "Lord Zhu, you're here." Ma Zhou first bowed to Li Zishuan. Then he said with a flushed face, "This morning, the sales of the newspaper weren't good. After all, it was just launched. Many people still don't know what a newspaper is." Those who were willing to spend money to buy it at that time were mostly greedy for the cheap price of the newspaper, not because of the content of the newspaper. Therefore, in one morning, only less than 400 copies of the newspaper were sold. However, when it was close to noon, a few groups of people suddenly came. They all seemed to be from rich and powerful families. Each of them bought dozens of copies, and they seemed to already know the content of the newspaper. Before Lord Zhu came, all the newspapers today were sold out. The more Ma Zhou spoke, the more excited he became. He was indeed excited. First of all, the good sales of the newspaper were an affirmation of his hard work. Second of all, in the first edition of the newspaper, there were many proud works that he had been brewing for a long time. Now, they were widely praised in Chang'an. His political views and ambitions would be read by countless people. He was very likely to become famous in one fell swoop. Li Zishuan looked at the excited Ma Zhou and smiled meaningfully. Now that Brother Ma is going to become a big celebrity in Chang'an, it won't be long before the officials in the imperial court know that there is such a talented and virtuous person among the people. At that time, maybe His Majesty will also be alarmed. Brother Ma's day of meteoric success will not be far away. Li Zishuan was right. Gold would shine no matter where it was. If Li Er knew about Ma Zhou, this kind of genius, he would definitely spare no effort to recruit him. According to the historical records, in the 5th year of Zhongguan, Li Er requested that every official in the imperial court write an article about the gains and losses of the current political situation. At that time, Ma Zhou was only a follower of Chang He. This person was very important. He was a trusted aide of Taizong. That year, when the Xuanwu Gate was changed, Chang He was the one who guarded the Xuanwu Gate. Chang He was a military general and did not know how to write. When he saw that the emperor wanted him to write an article, he could not help but feel anxious. When Ma Zhou heard this news, he wanted to repay the emperor's kindness and took the initiative to write the article for Chang He. Chang He was very happy and let Ma Zhou write it for him. A few days later, Chang He presented the article that Ma Zhou had written about the current political situation to Li Er. After Li Er read it, he was shocked. He knew that Chang He was not good at writing. How could he write such a thorough article? He did not believe that this was written by Chang He and asked Chang He if he had written it. Chang He was an honest person and did not take credit for himself. He honestly told Li Er. When Li Er heard that there was such a genius under Chang He was very happy and immediately wanted to meet this genius. He did what he thought and ordered someone to call Ma Zhou over from Chang He's residence. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would be so arrogant. The attendant that was sent over came back alone. Not only was Li Er not angry, he sent someone to invite Ma Zhou again. After sending out 4 envoys, he finally managed to invite the arrogant Ma Zhou to the imperial palace. This was the famous story of Taizong's 4th invitation to Ma Zhou in history. Li Zishuan had heard their history teacher talk about it in his previous life. Therefore, he purposely said it today to see how Ma Zhou would respond. In fact, he was not confident that he could keep Ma Zhou. After all, the temple of Qitsu culture was still too small and could not accommodate a great god like Ma Zhou. Compared to Li Er's great temple, Qitsu culture did not have any attraction. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? Naturally, he could tell that there was another meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He was stunned. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Zhu?" Ma Zhou was just a homeless scholar in Chang'an. I am indebted to Lord Zhu for not abandoning me and being willing to help me in a business together. That is how Ma Zhou is today. Now that Qitsu culture has just taken shape, I will definitely not leave.